Chapter 17 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 17. Dr. Poulain lived in the Rue d'Orléans in a small ground-floor establishment consisting of a lobby, a sitting-room, and 2 bedrooms. A closet opening into the lobby and the bedroom had been turned into a study for the doctor. The kitchen, the servant's bedroom, and a small cellar were situated in a wing of the house, a huge pile built in the time of the Empire, on the site of an old mansion of which the garden still remained, though it had been divided among the 3 ground-floor tenants. Nothing had been changed in the doctor's house since it was built. Paint and paper and ceilings were all redolent of the Empire. The grimy deposits of 40 years lay thick on walls and ceilings, on paper and paint and mirrors and gilding. And yet this little establishment, in the depths of the Marais, paid a rent of 1,000 francs. Madame Poulain, the doctor's mother, aged 67, was ending her days in the 2nd bedroom. She worked for a breeches maker, stitching men's leggings, breeches, belts, and braces, anything, in fact, that is made in a way of business which has somewhat fallen off of late years. Her whole time was spent in keeping her son's house and superintending the one servant. She never went abroad, and took the air in the little garden entered through the glass door of the sitting-room. 20 years previously, when her husband died, she sold his business to his best workman, who gave his master's widow work enough to earn a daily wage of 30 sous. She had made every sacrifice to educate her son. At all costs, he should occupy a higher station than his father before him, and now she was proud of her Aesculapius. She believed in him, and sacrificed everything to him as before. She was happy to take care of him, to work and put by a little money, and dream of nothing but his welfare, and love him with an intelligent love of which every mother is not capable. For instance, Madame Poulain remembered that she had been a working girl. She would not injure her son's prospects. He should not be ashamed by his mother, for the good woman's grammar was something of the same kind as Madame Cibot's. And for this reason she kept in the background, and went to her room of her own accord if any distinguished patient came to consult the doctor, or if some old schoolfellow or fellow-student chanced to call. Dr. Poulain had never had occasion to blush for the mother whom he revered, and this sublime love of hers more than atoned for a defective education. The breeches maker's business sold for about 20,000 francs, and the widow invested the money in the funds in 1820. The income of 1,100 francs per annum derived from this source was at one time her whole fortune. For many a year the neighbors used to see the doctor's linen hanging out to dry upon a clothesline in the garden, and the servant and Madame Poulain thriftily washed everything at home, a piece of domestic economy which did not a little to injure the doctor's practice, for it was thought that if he was so poor, it must be through his own fault. Her 1,100 francs scarcely did more than pay the rent. During those early days, Madame Poulain, good, stout, little old woman, was the breadwinner, and the poor household lived upon her earnings. After 12 years of perseverance upon a rough and stony road, Dr. Poulain at last was making an income of 3,000 francs, and Madame Poulain had an income of about 5,000 francs at her disposal. 5,000 francs, for those who know Paris, means a bare subsistence. The sitting-room where patients waited for an interview was shabbily furnished. There was the inevitable mahogany sofa covered with yellow-flowered Utrecht velvet, 4 easy chairs, a tea-table, a console, and half a dozen chairs, all the property of the deceased breeches maker, and chosen by him. A lyre-shaped clock between 2 Egyptian candlesticks still preserved its glass shade intact. You asked yourself how the yellow chintz window curtains, covered with red flowers, had contrived to hang together for so long. for evidently they had come from the Jouy factory, and Oberkampf received the Emperor's congratulations upon similar hideous productions of the cotton industry in 1809. The doctor's consulting room was fitted up in the same style, with household stuff from the paternal chamber. It looked stiff, poverty-stricken, and bare. What patient could put faith in the skill of any unknown doctor who could not even furnish his house? And this in a time when advertising is all powerful, when we gild the gas lamps in the Place de la Concorde to console the poor man for his poverty by reminding him that he is rich as a citizen. The antechamber did duty as a dining room. The servant sat at her sewing there whenever she was not busy in the kitchen or keeping the doctor's mother company. From the dingy short curtains in the windows you would have guessed at the shabby thrift behind them without setting foot in the dreary place. What could those wall cupboards contain but stale scraps of food, chipped earthenware, corks used over and over again indefinitely, soiled table linen, odds and ends that could descend but one step lower into the dust heap, and all the squalid necessities of a pinched household in Paris. In these days, when the 5-franc piece is always lurking in our thoughts and intruding itself into our speech, Dr. Poulain, aged 33, was still a bachelor. Heaven had bestowed on him a mother with no connections. In 10 years he had not met with the faintest pretext for a romance in his professional career. His practice lay among clerks and small manufacturers, people in his own sphere of life, with homes very much like his own. His richer patients were butchers, bakers, and the more substantial tradespeople of the neighborhood. These, for the most part, attributed their recovery to nature, as an excuse for paying for the services of a medical man who came on foot at the rate of 2 francs per visit. In his profession, a carriage is more necessary than medical skill. A humdrum, monotonous life tells in the end upon the most adventurous spirit. A man fashions himself to his lot; he accepts a commonplace existence. And Dr. Poulain, after 10 years of his practice, continued his labors of Sisyphus without the despair that made early days so bitter. And yet, like every soul in Paris, he cherished a dream. Remonencq was happy in his dream, La Cibot had a dream of her own, and Dr. Poulain, too, dreamed. Some day he would be called in to attend a rich and influential patient, would effect a positive cure, and the patient would procure a post for him. He would be head surgeon to a hospital, medical officer of a prison or police court, or doctor to the boulevard theatres. He had come by his present appointment as doctor to the Mairie in this very way. La Cibot had called him in when the landlord of the house in the Rue de Normandie fell ill. He had treated the case with complete success. Monsieur Pillerault, the patient, took an interest in the young doctor, called to thank him, and saw his carefully hidden poverty. Count Popinot, the cabinet minister, had married Monsieur Pillerault's grand-niece, and greatly respected her uncle. Of him, therefore, Monsieur Pillerault had asked for the post, which Poulain had now held for 2 years. That appointment, and its meagre salary, came just in time to prevent a desperate step. Poulain was thinking of emigration, and for a Frenchman it is a kind of death to leave France. Dr. Poulain went, you may be sure, to thank Count Popinot. But as Count Popinot's family physician was the celebrated Horace Bianchon, it was pretty clear that his chances of gaining a footing in that house were something of the slenderest. The poor doctor had fondly hoped for the patronage of a powerful cabinet minister, one of the 12 or 15 cards which a cunning hand has been shuffling for 16 years on the green baize of the council table, and now he dropped back again into his marais, his old groping life among the poor and the small tradespeople, with the privilege of issuing certificates of death for a yearly stipend of 1,200 francs. Dr. Poulain had distinguished himself to some extent as a house student. He was a prudent practitioner, and not without experience. His deaths caused no scandal. He had plenty of opportunities of studying all kinds of complaints in anima vili. Judge, therefore, of the spleen that he nourished. The expression of his countenance, lengthy and not too cheerful to begin with, at times was positively appalling. Set a Tartuffe's all-devouring eyes and the sour humor of an Alceste in a sallow parchment visage, and try to imagine for yourself the gait, bearing, and expression of a man who thought himself as good a doctor as the illustrious Bianchon, and felt that he was held down in his narrow lot by an iron hand. He could not help comparing his receipts, 10 francs a day if he was fortunate, with Bianchon's 500 or 600. Are the hatreds and jealousies of democracy incomprehensible after this? Ambitious and continually thwarted, he could not reproach himself. He had once already tried his fortune by inventing a purgative pill, something like Morison's, and entrusted the business operations to an old hospital chum, a house student who afterwards took a retail drug business. But unluckily the druggist, smitten with the charms of a ballet dancer of the ambigu comique, found himself at length in the bankruptcy court, and as the patent had been taken out in his name, his partner was literally without a remedy, and the important discovery enriched the purchaser of the business. The sometime house student set sail for Mexico, that land of gold, taking poor Poulain's little savings with him, and, to add insult to injury, the opera dancer treated him as an extortioner when he applied to her for his money. Not a single rich patient had come to him since he had the luck to cure old M. Pillerault. Poulain made his rounds on foot, scouring the Marais like a lean cat, and obtained from 2 to 40 sous out of a score of visits. The paying patient was a phenomenon about as rare as that anomalous fowl known as a white blackbird in all sublunary regions. The briefless barrister, the doctor without a patient, are preeminently the two types of a decorous despair peculiar to this city of Paris. It is mute, dull despair in human form, dressed in a black coat and trousers with shining seams that recall the zinc on an attic roof, a glistening satin waistcoat, a hat preserved like a relic, a pair of old gloves, and a cotton shirt. The man is the incarnation of a melancholy poem, sombre as the secrets of the Conciergerie. Other kinds of poverty, the poverty of the artist, actor, painter, musician, or poet, are relieved and lightened by the artist's joviality, the reckless gaiety of the Bohemian border country, the first stage of the journey to the Thebaid of genius. But these two black-coated professions that go afoot through the street are brought continually in contact with disease and dishonor. They see nothing of human nature but its sores. In the forlorn first stages and beginnings of their career, they eye competitors suspiciously and defiantly. Concentrated dislike and ambition flashes out in glances like the breaking forth of hidden flames. Let two schoolfellows meet after 20 years, the rich man will avoid the poor. He does not recognize him, he is afraid even to glance into the gulf which fate has set between him and the friend of other years. The one has been borne through life on the mettlesome steed called fortune, or wafted on the golden clouds of success. The other has been making his way in underground Paris, through the sewers, and bears the marks of his career upon him. How many a chum of old days turned aside at the sight of the doctor's greatcoat and waistcoat! With this explanation, it should be easy to understand how Dr. Poulain came to lend himself so readily to the farce of La Cibot's illness and recovery. Greed of every kind, ambition of every nature, is not easy to hide. The doctor examined his patient, found that every organ was sound and healthy, admired the regularity of her pulse and the perfect ease of her movements, and as she continued to moan aloud, he saw that for some reason she found it convenient to lie at death's door. The speedy cure of a serious imaginary disease was sure to cause a sensation in the neighborhood. The doctor would be talked about. He made up his mind at once. He talked of rupture and of taking it in time, and thought even worse of the case than La Cibot herself. The portress was plied with various remedies, and finally underwent a sham operation, crowned with complete success. Poulain repaired to the Arsenal library, looked out a grotesque case in some of Despleins' records of extraordinary cures, and fitted the details to Mme. Cibot, modestly attributing the success of the treatment to the great surgeon, in whose steps, he said, he walked. Such is the impudence of beginners in Paris. Everything is made to serve as a ladder by which to climb upon the scene, and as everything, even the rungs of a ladder, will wear out in time, the new members of every profession are at a loss to find the right sort of wood of which to make steps for themselves. There are moments when the Parisian is not propitious. He grows tired of raising pedestals, pouts like a spoiled child, and will have no more idols. Or, to state it more accurately, Paris cannot always find a proper object for infatuation. Now and then the vein of genius gives out, and at such times the Parisian may turn supercilious. He is not always willing to bow down and gild mediocrity. Mme. Cibot, entering in her usual unceremonious fashion, found the doctor and his mother at table before a bowl of lamb's lettuce, the cheapest of all salad stuffs. The dessert consisted of a thin wedge of Brie cheese, flanked by a plate of specked foreign apples, and a dish of mixed dry fruits known as quatre mendiants, in which the raisin stalks were abundantly conspicuous. "You can stay, mother," said the doctor, laying a hand on Mme. Poulain's arm. "This is Mme. Cibot, of whom I have told you." "My respects to you, madame, and my duty to you, sir," said La Cibot, taking the chair which the doctor offered. "Ah, is this your mother, sir? She is very happy to have a son who has such talent. He saved my life, madame, brought me back from the depths." The widow, hearing Mme. Cibot praise her son in this way, thought her a delightful woman. "I have just come to tell you that, between ourselves, poor M. Pons is doing very badly, sir, and I have something to say to you about him." "Let us go into the sitting room," interrupted the doctor, and with a significant gesture he indicated the servant. In the sitting room, La Cibot explained her position with regard to the pair of nutcrackers at very considerable length. She repeated the history of her loan with added embellishments, and gave a full account of the immense services rendered during the past 10 years to Messieurs Pons and Schmucke. The two old men, to all appearance, could not exist without her motherly care. She posed as an angel. She told so many lies, one after another, watering them with her tears, that old Mme. Poulain was quite touched. "You understand, my dear sir," she concluded, "that I really ought to know how far I can depend on M. Pons' intentions, supposing that he should not die. Not that I want him to die, for looking after those two innocents is my life, madame, you see. Still, when one of them is gone, I shall look after the other. For my own part, I was built by nature to rival mothers. Without nobody to care for, nobody to take for a child, I don't know what I should do. So if M. Poulain only would, he might do me a service for which I should be very grateful, and that is to say a word to M. Pons for me. Goodness me, an annuity of 1,000 francs, is that too much, I ask you? To Monsieur Schmucke it would be so much gained. Our dear patient said that he should recommend me to the German, poor man. It is his idea, no doubt, that Monsieur Schmucke should be his heir. But what is a man that cannot put two ideas together in French? And besides, he would be quite capable of going back to Germany. He will be in such despair over his friend's death." The doctor grew grave. "My dear Madame Cibot," he said, "this sort of thing does not in the least concern a doctor. I should not be allowed to exercise my profession if it was known that I interfered in the matter of my patient's testamentary dispositions. The law forbids a doctor to receive a legacy from a patient." "A stupid law! What is to hinder me from dividing my legacy with you?" La Cibot said immediately. "I will go further," said the doctor. "My professional conscience will not permit me to speak to Monsieur Pons of his death. In the first place, he is not so dangerously ill that there is any need to speak of it; and in the second, such talk coming from me might give a shock to the system that would do him real harm, and then his illness might terminate fatally. I don't put on gloves to tell him to get his affairs in order," cried Mme. Cibot, "and he is none the worse for that. He is used to it. There is nothing to fear." "Not a word more about it, my dear Mme. Cibot. These things are not within a doctor's province. It is a notary's business." "But, my dear Monsieur Poulain, suppose that Monsieur Pons, of his own accord, should ask you how he is, and whether he had better make his arrangements. Then would you refuse to tell him that if you want to get better, it is an excellent plan to set everything in order? Then you might just slip in a little word for me." "Oh, if he talks of making his will, I certainly shall not dissuade him," said the doctor. "Very well, that is settled. I came to thank you for your care of me," she added, as she slipped a folded paper containing 3 gold coins into the doctor's hands. "It is all I can do at the moment. Ah, my dear Monsieur Poulain, if I were rich, you should be rich. You that are the image of Providence on earth. Madame, you have an angel for a son." La Cibot rose to her feet. Mme. Poulain bowed amiably, and the doctor went to the door with the visitor. Just then a sudden lurid gleam of light flashed across the mind of this Lady Macbeth of the streets. She saw clearly that the doctor was her accomplice. He had taken the fee for the sham illness. "Monsieur Poulain," she began, "how can you refuse to say a word or two to save me from want, when you helped me in the affair of my accident?" The doctor felt that the devil had him by the hair, as the saying is. He felt, too, that the hair was being twisted round the pitiless red claw. Startled and afraid lest he should sell his honesty for such a trifle, he answered the diabolical suggestion by another no less diabolical. "Listen, my dear Mme. Cibot," he said as he drew her into his consulting room. "I will now pay a debt of gratitude that I owe you for my appointment to the mairie." "We go shares?" she asked briskly. "In what?" "In the legacy." "You do not know me," said Dr. Poulain, drawing himself up like Valerius Publicola. "Let us have no more of that. I have a friend, an old schoolfellow of mine, a very intelligent young fellow, and we are so much the more intimate because our lives have fallen out very much in the same way. He was studying law while I was a house student. He was engrossing deeds in Maitre Couture's office. His father was a shoemaker, and mine was a breeches maker. He has not found any one to take much interest in his career, nor has he any capital, for, after all, capital is only to be had from sympathizers. He could only afford to buy a provincial connection at Mantes, and so little do provincials understand the Parisian intellect that they set all sorts of intrigues on foot against him." "The wretches!" cried La Cibot. "Yes," said the doctor, They combined against him to such purpose that they forced him to sell his connection by misrepresenting something that he had done. The attorney for the Crown interfered; he belonged to the place, and sided with his fellow townsmen. My friend's name is Fraisier. He is lodged as I am, and he is even leaner and more threadbare. He took refuge in our arrondissement, and is reduced to appear for clients in the police court or before the magistrate. He lives in the Rue de la Perle, close by. Go to number 9, third floor, and you will see his name on the door on the landing, painted in gilt letters on a small square of red leather. Fraisier makes a special point of disputes among the porters, workmen, and poor folk in the arrondissement, and his charges are low. He is an honest man, for I need not tell you that if he had been a scamp, he would be keeping his carriage by now. I will call and see my friend Fraisier this evening. Go to him early to-morrow. He knows Monsieur Luchard, the bailiff, Monsieur Tabareau, the clerk of the court, and the justice of the peace, Monsieur Vitel, and Monsieur Trognon, the notary. He is even now looked upon as one of the best men of business in the quarter. If he takes charge of your interests, if you can secure him as Monsieur Pons's adviser, you will have a second self in him, you see. But do not make dishonorable proposals to him, as you did just now to me. He has a head on his shoulders, you will understand each other. And as for acknowledging his services, I will be your intermediary." Mme. Cibot looked askance at the doctor. "Is that the lawyer who helped Mme. Florimond, the haberdasher in the Rue Vieille du Temple, out of a fix in that matter of her friend's legacy?" "The very same." "Wasn't it a shame that she did not marry him after he had gained 2,000 francs a year for her?" exclaimed La Cibot. "And she thought to clear off scores by making him a present of a dozen shirts and a couple of dozen pocket handkerchiefs, an outfit, in short." "My dear Mme. Cibot, that outfit cost 1,000 francs, and Fraisier was just setting up for himself in the quarter, and wanted the things very badly. And what was more, she paid the bill without asking any questions. That affair brought him clients, and now he is very busy. But in my line a practice brings—" "It is only the righteous that suffer here below," said La Cibot. "Well, Monsieur Poulain, good day, and thank you." And herewith begins the tragedy, or, if you like to have it so, a terrible comedy, the death of an old bachelor, delivered over by circumstances too strong for him to the rapacity and greed that gathered about his bed. And other forces came to the support of rapacity and greed. There was the picture collector's mania, that most intense of all passions. There was the cupidity of the Sieur Fraisier, whom you shall presently behold in his den, a sight to make you shudder. And lastly, there was the Auvergnat, thirsting for money, ready for anything, even for a crime, that should bring him the capital he wanted. The first part of the story serves in some sort as a prelude to this comedy, in which all the actors who have hitherto occupied the stage will reappear. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 18. The degradation of a word is one of those curious freaks of manners upon which whole volumes of explanation might be written. Write to an attorney and address him as Lawyer So and so, and you insult him as surely as you would insult a wholesale colonial produce merchant by addressing your letter to Mr. So and so, grocer. There are plenty of men in the world who ought to be aware, since the knowledge of such subtle distinctions is their province, that you cannot insult a French writer more cruelly than by calling him un homme de lettres, a literary man. The word monsieur is a capital example of the life and death of words. Abbreviated from monseigneur, once so considerable a title, and even now in the form of sire, reserved for emperors and kings, it is bestowed indifferently upon all and sundry, while the twin word messire, which is nothing but its double and equivalent, if by any chance it slips into a certificate of burial, produces an outcry in the Republican papers. Magistrates, councillors, jurisconsults, judges, barristers, officers for the crown, bailiffs, attorneys, clerks of the court, procurators, solicitors, and agents of various kinds represent or misrepresent justice. The lawyer and the bailiff's men, commonly called the brokers, are the two lowest rungs of the ladder. Now, the bailiff's man is an outsider, an adventitious minister of justice, appearing to see that judgment is executed. He is in fact a kind of inferior executioner employed by the county court. But the word lawyer, homme de loi, is a depreciatory term applied to the legal profession. Consuming professional jealousy finds similar disparaging epithets for fellow travelers in every walk of life, and every calling has its special insult. The scorn flung into the words homme de loi, homme de lettres, is wanting in the plural form, which may be used without offense. But in Paris every profession, learned or unlearned, has its omega, the individual who brings it down to the level of the lowest class, and the written law has its connecting link with the custom right of the streets. There are districts where the pettifogging man of business, known as lawyer so and so, is still to be found. Monsieur Fraisier was, to the member of the Incorporated Law Society, as the money-lender of the Halles, offering small loans for a short period at an exorbitant interest, is to the great capitalist. Working people, strange to say, are as shy of officials as of fashionable restaurants. They take advice from irregular sources, as they turn into a little wine shop to drink. Each rank in life finds its own level, and there abides. None but a chosen few care to climb the heights. Few can feel at ease in the presence of their betters, or take their place among them, like a Beaumarchais letting fall the watch of the great lord who tried to humiliate him. And if there are few who can even rise to a higher social level, those among them who can throw off their swaddling clothes are rare and great exceptions. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Mme. Cibot stood in the Rue de la Perle. She was making a survey of the abode of her future adviser, lawyer Fraisier. The house was one of the old-fashioned kind formerly inhabited by small tradespeople and citizens with small means. A cabinet-maker's shop occupied almost the whole of the ground floor, as well as the little yard behind, which was covered with his workshops and warehouses, the small remaining space being taken up by the porter's lodge and the passage entry in the middle. The staircase walls were half rotten with damp, and covered with saltpetre to such a degree that the house seemed to be stricken with leprosy. Mme. Cibot went straight to the porter's lodge, and there encountered one of the fraternity, a shoemaker, his wife, and two small children, all housed in a room 10 feet square, lighted from the yard at the back. La Cibot mentioned her profession, named herself, and spoke of her house in the Rue de Normandie, and the two women were on cordial terms at once. After a quarter of an hour spent in gossip, while the shoemaker's wife made breakfast ready for her husband and the children, Mme. Cibot turned the conversation to the subject of the lodgers, and spoke of the lawyer. "I have come to see him on business," she said. "One of his friends, Dr. Poulain, recommended me to him. Do you know Dr. Poulain?" "I should think I do," said the lady of the Rue de la Perle. "He saved my little girl's life when she had the croup." "He saved my life too, madame. What sort of a man is this Monsieur Fraisier?" "He is the sort of man, my dear lady, out of whom it is very difficult to get the postage money at the end of the month." To a person of La Cibot's intelligence this was enough. "One may be poor and honest," observed she. "I am sure I hope so," returned Fraisier's portress. "We are not rolling in coppers, let alone gold or silver, but we have not a farthing belonging to anybody else." This sort of talk sounded familiar to La Cibot. "In short, one can trust him, child, eh?" "Lord, when Monsieur Fraisier means well by any one, there is not his like, so I have heard Madame Florimond say." "And why didn't she marry him when she owed her fortune to him?" La Cibot asked quickly. "It is something for a little haberdasher kept by an old man to be a barrister's wife." "Why?" asked the portress, bringing Mme. Cibot out into the passage. "Why? You're going to see him, are you not, madame? Very well. When you are in his office, you will know why." From the state of the staircase, lighted by sash windows on the side of the yard, it was pretty evident that the inmates of the house, with the exception of the landlord and Monsieur Fraisier himself, were all workmen. There were traces of various crafts in the deposit of mud upon the steps: brass filings, broken buttons, scraps of gauze, and esparto grass lay scattered about. The walls of the upper stories were covered with apprentices' ribald scrawls and caricatures. The portress' last remark had roused La Cibot's curiosity. She decided, not unnaturally, that she would consult Dr. Poulain's friend, but as for employing him, that must depend upon her impressions. "I sometimes wonder how Madame Sauvage can stop in his service," said the portress by way of comment. She was following in Mme. Cibot's wake. "I will come up with you, madame," she added. "I am taking the milk and the newspaper up to my landlord." Arrived on the second floor above the entresol, La Cibot beheld a door of the most villainous description. The doubtful red paint was coated for 7 or 8 inches round the keyhole with a filthy glaze, a grimy deposit from which the modern house decorator endeavors to protect the doors of more elegant apartments by glass finger plates. A grating almost stopped up with some compound similar to the deposit with which a restaurant keeper gives an air of cellar-bound antiquity to a merely middle-aged bottle, only served to heighten the general resemblance to a prison door, a resemblance further heightened by the trefoil-shaped ironwork, the formidable hinges, the clumsy nail-heads. A miser or a pamphleteer at strife with the world at large must surely have invented these fortifications. A leaden sink which received the waste water of the household contributed its quota to the fetid atmosphere of the staircase, and the ceiling was covered with fantastic arabesques traced by candle smoke. Such arabesques! On pulling a greasy acorn tassel attached to the bell rope, a little bell jangled feebly somewhere within, complaining of the fissure in its metal sides. Every detail was in keeping with the general dismal effect. La Cibot heard a heavy footstep, and the asthmatic wheezing of a virago within, and Mme. Sauvage presently showed herself. Adrien Brouwer might have painted just such a hag for his picture of witches starting for the Sabbath. A stout, unwholesome slattern, 5 feet 6 inches in height, with a grenadier countenance and a beard which far surpassed La Cibot's own. She wore a cheap, hideously ugly cotton gown, a bandana handkerchief knotted over hair which she still continued to put in curl papers, using for that purpose the printed circulars which her master received, and a huge pair of gold earrings like cartwheels in her ears. This female Cerberus carried a battered skillet in one hand, and, opening the door, set free an imprisoned odor of scorched milk, a nauseous and penetrating smell that lost itself at once, however, among the fumes outside. "What can I do for you, missus?" demanded Mme. Sauvage, and with a truculent air she looked La Cibot over. Evidently she was of the opinion that the visitor was too well dressed, and her eyes looked the more murderous because they were naturally bloodshot. "I have come to see Monsieur Fraisier. His friend, Dr. Poulain, sent me." "Oh, come in, missus," said La Sauvage, grown very amiable of a sudden, which proves that she was prepared for this morning visit. With a sweeping courtesy the stalwart woman flung open the door of a private office which looked upon the street, and discovered the ex-attorney of Mantes. The room was a complete picture of a third-rate solicitor's office, with the stained wooden cases, the letter files so old that they had grown beards in ecclesiastical language, the red tape dangling limp and dejected, the pasteboard boxes covered with traces of the gambols of mice, the dirty floor, the ceiling tawny with smoke. A frugal allowance of wood was smouldering on a couple of fire dogs on the hearth, and on the chimney-piece above stood a foggy mirror and a modern clock with an inlaid wooden case. Fraisier had picked it up at an execution sale, together with the tawdry imitation rococo candlesticks, with the zinc beneath showing through the lacquer in several places. Monsieur Fraisier was small, thin, and unwholesome looking. His red face, covered with an eruption, told of tainted blood. And he had, moreover, a trick of continually scratching his right arm. A wig pushed to the back of his head displayed a brick-colored cranium of ominous conformation. This person rose from a cane-seated armchair, in which he sat on a green leather cushion, assumed an agreeable expression, and brought forward a chair. "Madame Cibot, I believe?" queried he in dulcet tones. "Yes, sir," answered the portress. She had lost her habitual assurance. Something in the tones of a voice which strongly resembled the sounds of the little door-bell, something in a glance even sharper than the sharp green eyes of her future legal adviser, scared Mme. Cibot. Fraisier's presence so pervaded the room that any one might have thought there was pestilence in the air, and in a flash Mme. Cibot understood why Mme. Florimond had not become Mme. Fraisier. "Poulain told me about you, my dear madame," said the lawyer, in the unnatural fashion commonly described by the words mincing tones, tones sharp, thin, and grating as verjuice, in spite of all his efforts. Arrived at this point, he tried to draw the skirts of his dressing gown over a pair of angular knees encased in threadbare felt. The robe was an ancient printed cotton garment, lined with wadding which took the liberty of protruding itself through various slits in it here and there. The weight of this lining had pulled the skirts aside, disclosing a dingy-hued flannel waistcoat beneath. With something of a coxcomb's manner, Fraisier fastened this refractory article of dress, tightening the girdle to define his reedy figure. Then, with a blow of the tongs, he effected a reconciliation between two burning brands that had long avoided one another, like brothers after a family quarrel. A sudden bright idea struck him, and he rose from his chair. "Madame Sauvage," called he. "Well?" "I am not at home to anybody." Bless your life, there's no need to say that." "She is my old nurse," the lawyer said in some confusion. "And she has not recovered her figure yet," remarked the heroine of the Halles. Fraisier laughed, and drew the bolt lest his housekeeper should interrupt Mme. Cibot's confidences. "Well, madame, explain your business," said he, making another effort to drape himself in the dressing gown. "Any one recommended to me by the only friend I have in the world may count upon me, I may say, absolutely." For half an hour Mme. Cibot talked, and the man of law made no interruption of any sort. His face wore the expression of curious interest with which a young soldier listens to a pensioner of the Old Guard. Fraisier's silence and acquiescence, the rapt attention with which he appeared to listen to a torrent of gossip similar to the samples previously given, dispelled some of the prejudices inspired in La Cibot's mind by his squalid surroundings. The little lawyer with the black speckled green eyes was in reality making a study of his client. When at length she came to a stand and looked to him to speak, he was seized with a fit of the complaint known as a churchyard cough, and had recourse to an earthenware basin half full of herb tea, which he drained. "But for Poulain, my dear madame, I should have been dead before this," said Fraisier, by way of answer to the portress' look of motherly compassion. "But he will bring me round, he says." As all the client's confidences appeared to have slipped from the memory of her legal adviser, She began to cast about for a way of taking leave of a man so apparently near death. "In an affair of this kind, madame," continued the attorney from Mantes, suddenly returning to business, "there are two things which it is most important to know. In the first place, whether the property is sufficient to be worth troubling about; and in the second, who the next of kin may be. For if the property is the booty, the next of kin is the enemy." La Cibot immediately began to talk of Remonencq and Elie Magus, and said that the shrewd couple valued the pictures at 600,000 francs. "Would they take them themselves at that price?" inquired the lawyer. "You see, madame, that men of business are shy of pictures. A picture may mean a piece of canvas worth a couple of francs, or a painting worth 200,000. Now, paintings worth 200,000 francs are usually well known. And what errors in judgment people make in estimating even the most famous pictures of all! There was once a great capitalist whose collection was admired, visited, and engraved, actually engraved. He was supposed to have spent millions of francs on it. He died, as men must, and, well, his genuine pictures did not fetch more than 200,000 francs. You must let me see these gentlemen. Now, for the next of kin," and Fraisier again relapsed into his attitude of listener. When President Camusot's name came up, he nodded with a grimace which riveted Mme. Cibot's attention. She tried to read the forehead and the villainous face, and found what is called in business a wooden head. "Yes, my dear sir," repeated La Cibot. "Yes, my Monsieur Pons is own cousin to President Camusot de Marville. He tells me that 10 times a day. Monsieur Camusot, the silk mercer, was married twice." "He that has just been nominated for a peer of France?" "And his first wife was a Mademoiselle Pons, Monsieur Pons' first cousin." "Then they are first cousins once removed." "They are not cousins, they have quarreled." It may be remembered that before Monsieur Camusot de Marville came to Paris, he was president of the Tribunal of Mantes for 5 years, and not only was his name still remembered there, but he had kept up a correspondence with Mantes. Camusot's immediate successor, the judge with whom he had been most intimate during his term of office, was still president of the Tribunal, and consequently knew all about Fraisier. "Do you know, madame," Fraisier said, when at last the red sluices of La Cibot's torrent tongue were closed, "do you know that your principal enemy will be a man who can send you to the scaffold?" The portress started on her chair, making a sudden spring like a jack in the box. "Calm yourself, dear madame," continued Fraisier. "You may not have known the name of the president of the Chamber of Indictments at the Court of Appeal in Paris, but you ought to have known that Monsieur Pons must have an heir at law. Monsieur le Président de Marville is your invalid's sole heir, but as he is a collateral in the 3rd degree, Monsieur Pons is entitled by law to leave his fortune as he pleases. You are not aware either that 6 weeks ago at least, Monsieur le Président's daughter married the eldest son of Monsieur le Comte Popinot, peer of France, once Minister of Agriculture and President of the Board of Trade, one of the most influential politicians of the day. President de Marville is even more formidable through this marriage than in his own quality of head of the Court of Assize." At that word La Cibot shuddered. "Yes, and it is he who sends you there," continued Fraisier. "Ah, my dear madame, you little know what a red robe means. It is bad enough to have a plain black gown against you. You see me here, ruined, bald, broken in health, all because unwittingly I crossed a mere attorney for the crown in the provinces. I was forced to sell my connection at a loss, and very lucky I was to come off with the loss of my money. If I had tried to stand out, my professional position would have gone as well. One thing more you do not know," he continued, "and this it is: if you had only to do with President Camusot himself, it would be nothing. But he has a wife, mind you. And if you ever find yourself face to face with that wife, you will shake in your shoes as if you were on the first step of the scaffold, your hair will stand on end. The Présidente is so vindictive that she would spend 10 years over setting a trap to kill you. She sets that husband of hers spinning like a top. Through her, a charming young fellow committed suicide at the Conciergerie. A count was accused of forgery. She made his character as white as snow. She all but drove a person of the highest quality from the court of Charles X. Finally, she displaced the Attorney General, Monsieur de Granville. That lived in the Rue Vieille du Temple, at the corner of the Rue Saint-François? The very same. They say that she means to make her husband Home Secretary, and I do not know that she will not gain her end. If she were to take it into her head to send us both to the criminal court first, and the hulks afterwards, I should apply for a passport and set sail for America, though I am as innocent as a new-born babe. So well I know what justice means. Now, see here, my dear Madame Cibot. To marry her only daughter to young Vicomte Popinot, heir to Monsieur Pillerault, your landlord, it is said, to make that match, she stripped herself of her whole fortune, so much so that the president and his wife have nothing at this moment except his official salary. Can you suppose, my dear madame, that under the circumstances Madame la Présidente will let Monsieur Pons's property go out of the family without a word? Why, I would sooner face guns loaded with grape shot than have such a woman for my enemy." "But they have quarreled," put in La Cibot. "What has that got to do with it?" asked Fraisier. "It is one reason the more for fearing her. To kill a relative of whom you are tired is something, but to inherit his property afterwards, that is a real pleasure." "But the old gentleman has a horror of his relatives. He says over and over again that these people, Monsieur Cardot, Monsieur Berthier, and the rest of them, I can't remember their names, have crushed him as a tumbrel cart crushes an egg." "Have you a mind to be crushed too?" Oh dear!" cried La Cibot. "Ah, Ma'am Fontaine was right when she said that I should meet with difficulties. Still, she said that I should succeed." "Listen, my dear Madame Cibot. As for making some 30,000 francs out of this business, that is possible. But for the whole of the property, it is useless to think of it. We talked over your case yesterday evening, Dr. Poulain and I." La Cibot started again. "Well, what is the matter?" "But if you knew about the affair, why did you let me chatter away like a magpie?" "Madame Cibot, I knew all about your business, but I knew nothing of Madame Cibot. So many clients, so many characters." Madame Cibot gave her legal adviser a queer look at this. All her suspicions gleamed in her eyes. Fraisier saw this. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 19. "I resume," he continued. "So our friend Poulain was once called in by you to attend old Monsieur Pillerault, the Countess Popinot's great uncle. That is one of your claims to my devotion. Poulain goes to see your landlord, mark this, once a fortnight. He learned all these particulars from him. Monsieur Pillerault was present at his grand-nephew's wedding, for he is an uncle with money to leave. He has an income of 15,000 francs, though he has lived like a hermit for the last 25 years, and scarcely spends 1,000 crowns. Well, he told Poulain all about this marriage. It seems that your old musician was precisely the cause of the row. He tried to disgrace his own family by way of revenge. If you only hear one bell, you only hear one sound. Your invalid says that he meant no harm, but everybody thinks him a monster of—" "And it would not astonish me if he was," cried La Cibot. "Just imagine it! For these 10 years past I have been money out of pocket for him, spending my savings on him, and he knows it, and yet he will not let me lie down to sleep on a legacy. No, sir, he will not. He is obstinate, a regular mule he is. I have talked to him these 10 days, and the cross-grained cur won't stir no more than a signpost. He shuts his teeth and looks at me like... The most that he would say was that he would recommend me to Monsieur Schmucke." "Then he means to make his will in favor of this Schmucke?" "Everything will go to him. Listen, my dear Madame Cibot, if I am to arrive at any definite conclusions and think of a plan, I must know Monsieur Schmucke, I must see the property, and have some talk with this Jew of whom you speak. And then let me direct you." "We shall see, Monsieur Fraisier." "What is this? We shall see?" repeated Fraisier, speaking in the voice natural to him, as he gave La Cibot a viperous glance. "Am I your legal adviser or am I not, I say? Let us know exactly where we stand." La Cibot felt that he read her thoughts. A cold chill ran down her back. "I have told you all I know," she said. She saw that she was at the tiger's mercy. "We attorneys are accustomed to treachery. Just think carefully over your position. It is superb. If you follow my advice point by point, you will have 30 or 40,000 francs. But there is a reverse side to this beautiful medal. How if the Presidente comes to hear that Monsieur Pons' property is worth 1,000,000 of francs, and that you mean to have a bit out of it? For there is always somebody ready to take that kind of errand," he added parenthetically. This remark, and the little pause that came before and after it, sent another shudder through La Cibot. She thought at once that Fraisier himself would probably undertake that office. "And then, my dear client, in 10 minutes old Pillerault is asked to dismiss you, and then on a couple of hours' notice—" "What does that matter to me?" said La Cibot, rising to her feet like a Bellona. "I shall stay with the gentlemen as their housekeeper." "And then a trap will be set for you? And some fine morning you and your husband will wake up in a prison cell, to be tried for your lives." "I?" cried La Cibot. "I that have not a farthing that doesn't belong to me? I?" For 5 minutes she held forth, and Fraisier watched the great artist before him as she executed a concerto of self-praise. He was quite untouched, and even amused by the performance. His keen glances pricked La Cibot like stilettos. He chuckled inwardly, till his shrunken wig was shaking with laughter. He was a Robespierre at an age when the Sylla of France was still making couplets. "And how? And why? And on what pretext?" demanded she, when she had come to an end. "You wish to know how you may come to the guillotine?" La Cibot turned pale as death at the words. The words fell like a knife upon her neck. She stared wildly at Fraisier. "Listen to me, my dear child," began Fraisier, suppressing his inward satisfaction at his client's discomfiture. "I would sooner leave things as they are," murmured La Cibot, and she rose to go. "Stay," Fraisier said imperiously. "You ought to know the risks that you are running. I am bound to give you the benefit of my lights. You are dismissed by Monsieur Pillerault, we will say. There's no doubt about that, is there? You enter the service of these two gentlemen. Very good. That is a declaration of war against the Presidente. You mean to do everything you can to gain possession of the property, and to get a slice of it at any rate. Oh, I am not blaming you," Fraisier continued, in answer to a gesture from his client. "It is not my place to do so. This is a battle, and you will be led on further than you think for. One grows full of one's ideas, one hits hard." Another gesture of denial. This time La Cibot tossed her head. "There, old lady," said Fraisier with odious familiarity. "You will go a very long way." "You take me for a thief, I suppose?" Come now, mamma. You hold a receipt in Monsieur Schmucke's hand which did not cost you much. Ah, you are in the confessional, my lady. Don't deceive your confessor, especially when the confessor has the power of reading your thoughts." La Cibot was dismayed by the man's perspicacity. Now she knew why he had listened to her so intently. "Very good," continued he. "You can admit at once that the Presidente will not allow you to pass her in the race for the property. You will be watched and spied upon. You get your name into M. Pons's will, nothing could be better. But some fine day the law steps in. Arsenic is found in a glass, and you and your husband are arrested, tried, and condemned for attempting the life of the Sieur Pons, so as to come by your legacy. I once defended a poor woman at Versailles. She was in reality as innocent as you would be in such a case. Things were as I have told you, and all that I could do was to save her life. The unhappy creature was sentenced to 20 years' penal servitude. She is working out her time now at Saint Lazare." Madame Cibot's terror grew to the highest pitch. She grew paler and paler, staring at the little thin man with the green eyes, as some wretched Moor accused of adhering to her own religion might gaze at the inquisitor who doomed her to the stake. "Then do you tell me that if I leave you to act and put my interests in your hands, I shall get something without fear?" "I guarantee you 30,000 francs," said Fraisier, speaking like a man sure of the fact. "After all, you know how fond I am of dear Dr. Poulain," she began again in her most coaxing tones. "He told me to come to you, worthy man, and he did not send me here to be told that I shall be guillotined for poisoning some one." The thought of the guillotine so moved her that she burst into tears, her nerves were shaken, terror clutched at her heart, she lost her head. Fraisier gloated over his triumph. When he saw his client hesitate, he thought that he had lost his chance. He had set himself to frighten and quell La Cibot till she was completely in his power, bound hand and foot. She had walked into his study as a fly walks into a spider's web. There she was doomed to remain, entangled in the toils of the little lawyer who meant to feed upon her. Out of this bit of business, indeed, Fraisier meant to gain the living of old days. Comfort, competence, and consideration. He and his friend, Dr. Poulain, had spent the whole previous evening in a microscopic examination of the case. They had made mature deliberations. The doctor described Schmucke for his friend's benefit, and the alert pair had plumbed all hypotheses and scrutinized all risks and resources, till Fraisier, exultant, cried aloud, "Both our fortunes lie in this." He had gone so far as to promise Poulain a hospital, and as for himself, he meant to be justice of the peace of an arrondissement. To be a justice of the peace! For this man, with his abundant capacity, for this doctor of law without a pair of socks to his name, the dream was a hippogriff so restive that he thought of it as a deputy advocate thinks of the silk gown, as an Italian priest thinks of the tiara. It was indeed a wild dream. Monsieur Vitel, the justice of the peace before whom Fraisier pleaded, was a man of 69, in failing health. He talked of retiring on a pension, and Fraisier used to talk with Poulain of succeeding him, much as Poulain talked of saving the life of some rich heiress and marrying her afterwards. No one knows how greedily every post in the gift of authority is sought after in Paris. Every one wants to live in Paris. If a stamp or tobacco license falls in, 100 women rise up as one and stir all their friends to obtain it. Any vacancy in the ranks of the 24 collectors of taxes sends a flood of ambitious folk surging in upon the Chamber of Deputies. Decisions are made in committee, all appointments are made by the government. Now, the salary of a justice of the peace, the lowest stipendiary magistrate in Paris, is about 6,000 francs. The post of registrar to the court is worth 100,000 francs. Few places are more coveted in the administration. Fraisier, as a justice of the peace, with the head physician of a hospital for his friend, would make a rich marriage himself and a good match for Dr. Poulain. Each would lend a hand to each. Night set its leaden seal upon the plans made by the sometime attorney of Mantes, and a formidable scheme sprouted up, a flourishing scheme, fertile in harvests of gain and intrigue. La Cibot was the hinge upon which the whole matter turned, and for this reason any rebellion on the part of the instrument must be at once put down. Such action on her part was quite unexpected. But Fraisier had put forth all the strength of his rancorous nature, and the audacious portress lay trampled under his feet. "Come, reassure yourself, my dear madame," he remarked, holding out his hand. The touch of the cold, serpent-like skin made a terrible impression upon the portress. It brought about something like a physical reaction, which checked her emotion. Madame Fontaine's toad, Astaroth, seemed to her to be less deadly than this poison sac that wore a sandy wig and spoke in tones like the creaking of a hinge. "Do not imagine that I am frightening you to no purpose," Fraisier continued. La Cibot's feeling of repulsion had not escaped him. "The affairs which made Madame la Présidente's dreadful reputation are so well known at the law courts that you can make inquiries there if you like. The great person who was all but sent into a lunatic asylum was the Marquis d'Espard. The Marquis d'Esgrignon was saved from the hulks. The handsome young man with wealth and a great future before him, who was to have married a daughter of one of the first families of France, and hanged himself in a cell of the Conciergerie, was the celebrated Lucien de Rubempre. The affair made a great deal of noise in Paris at the time. That was a question of a will. His mistress, the notorious Esther, died and left him several millions, and they accused the young fellow of poisoning her. He was not even in Paris at the time of her death, nor did he so much as know the woman had left the money to him. One cannot well be more innocent than that. Well, after Monsieur Camusot examined him, he hanged himself in his cell. Law, like medicine, has its victims. In the first case, one man suffers for the many, and in the second, he dies for science," he added, and an ugly smile stole over his lips. "Well, I know the risks myself, you see. Poor and obscure little attorney as I am, the law has been the ruin of me. My experience was dearly bought. It is all at your service." "Thank you, no," said La Cibot. "I will have nothing to do with it, upon my word. I shall have nourished ingratitude, that is all. I want nothing but my due. I have 30 years of honesty behind me, sir. Monsieur Pons says that he will recommend me to his friend Schmucke. Well and good. I shall end my days in peace with the German good man." Fraisier had overshot his mark. He had discouraged La Cibot. Now he was obliged to remove these unpleasant impressions. "Do not let us give up," he said. "Just go away quietly home. Come now, we will steer the affair to a good end." "But what about my rente? What am I to do to get them? And feel no remorse?" he interrupted quickly. It is precisely for that men of business were invented. Unless you keep within the law, you get nothing. You know nothing of law. I know a good deal. I will see that you keep on the right side of it, and you can hold your own in all men's sight. As for your conscience, that is your own affair." "Very well, tell me how to do it," returned La Cibot, curious and delighted. "I do not know how yet. I have not looked at the strong points of the case yet. I have been busy with the obstacles. But the first thing to be done is to urge him to make a will. You cannot go wrong over that. And find out, first of all, how Pons means to leave his fortune. For if you were his heir. No, no, he does not like me. Ah, if I had but known the value of his gimcracks, and if I had known what I now know about his amours, I should be easy in my mind this day." "Keep on, in fact," broke in Fraisier. "Dying folk have queer fancies, my dear madame. They disappoint hopes many a time. Let him make his will, and then we shall see. And of all things, the property must be valued. So I must see this Remonencq and the Jew. They will be very useful to us. Put entire confidence in me. I am at your disposal. When a client is a friend to me, I am his friend through thick and thin. Friend or enemy, that is my character." "Very well," said La Cibot. "I am yours entirely. And as for fees, Monsieur Poulain—" "Let us say nothing about that," said Fraisier. "Think how you can keep Poulain at the bedside. He is one of the most upright and conscientious men I know. And you see, we want some one there whom we can trust. Poulain would do better than I. I have lost my character." "You look as if you had," said La Cibot. "But for my own part, I should trust you." "And you would do well. Come to see me whenever anything happens, and there, you are an intelligent woman. All will go well." "Good day, Monsieur Fraisier. I hope you will recover your health. Your servant, sir." Fraisier went to the door with his client. But this time it was he, and not La Cibot, who was struck with an idea on the threshold. "If you could persuade Monsieur Pons to call me in, it would be a great step." "I will try," said La Cibot. Fraisier drew her back into his sanctum. "Look here, old lady, I know Monsieur Trognon, the notary of the quarter, very well. If Monsieur Pons has not a notary, mention Monsieur Trognon to him. Make him take Monsieur Trognon." "Right," returned La Cibot. And as she came out again, she heard the rustle of a dress and the sound of a stealthy, heavy footstep. Out in the street and by herself, Mme. Cibot to some extent recovered her liberty of mind as she walked. Though the influence of the conversation was still upon her, and she had always stood in dread of scaffolds, justice, and judges, she took a very natural resolution, which was to bring about a conflict of strategy between her and her formidable legal adviser. "What do I want with other folk?" said she to herself. "Let us make a round sum, and afterwards I will take all that they offer me to push their interests." And this thought, as will shortly be seen, hastened the poor old musician's end. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 20. "Well, dear Monsieur Schmucke, and how is our dear adored patient?" asked La Cibot as she came into the room. "Very bad. Bons have been wandering all der night." "Then what did he say?" "Just nonsense. He would dot I have all his fortune, on condition dot I sell noddings. Den he cried. Poor man! It made me ver' sad." "Never mind, honey," returned the portress. "I have kept you waiting for your breakfast. It is 9 o'clock and past, but don't scold me. I have business on hand, you see, business of yours. Here are we without any money, and I have been out to get some." "Where?" asked Schmucke. "Of my uncle." "Uncle?" "Up the spout." "Spout?" "Oh, the dear man, how simple he is! No, you are a saint, a love, an archbishop of innocence, a man that ought to be stuffed, as the old actor said. What, you have lived in Paris for 29 years? You saw the Revolution of July, you did, and you have never so much as heard tell of a pawnbroker, a man that lends you money on your things? I have been pawning our silver spoons and forks, 8 of them, thread pattern. Pooh! Cibot can eat his victuals with German silver. It is quite the fashion now, they say. It is not worth the while to say anything to our angel there. It would upset him and make him yellower than before, and he is quite cross enough as it is. Let us get him round again first, and afterwards we shall see. What must be must, and we must take things as we find them, eh?" "Good woman, noble heart!" cried poor Schmucke, with a great tenderness in his face. He took La Cibot's hand and clasped it to his breast. When he looked up, there were tears in his eyes. "There, that will do, Papa Schmucke. How funny you are! This is too bad. I am an old daughter of the people. My heart is in my hand. I have something here, you see, like you have. Hearts of gold that you are," she added, slapping her chest. "Baba Schmucke," continued the musician. "No, to know de depths of sorrow, to cry mit tears of blood, to mount up in der heaven, dat is mein lot. I shall not lif after Pons." "Gracious, I am sure you won't. You're killing yourself. Listen, pet." "Bet?" "Very well. My sonny." "Sonny?" "My lamb, then, if you like it better." "It is not more clear." "Oh, well, let me take care of you and tell you what to do, for if you go on like this, I shall have both of you laid up on my hands, you see. To my little way of thinking, we must do the work between us. You cannot go about Paris to give lessons, for it tires you, and then you are not fit to do anything afterwards, and somebody must sit up of a night with Monsieur Pons, now that he is getting worse and worse. I will run round to-day to all your pupils and tell them that you are ill. Is it not so? And then you can spend the nights with our lamb, and sleep of a morning from 5 o'clock till, let us say, 2 in the afternoon. I myself will take the day, the most tiring part, for there is your breakfast and dinner to get ready, and the bed to make, and the things to change, and the doses of medicine to give. I could not hold out for another 10 days at this rate. What would become of you if I were to fall ill? And you yourself, it makes one shudder to see you. Just look at yourself, after sitting up with him last night." She drew Schmucke to the glass, and Schmucke thought that there was a great change. "So, if you are of my mind, I'll have your breakfast ready in a jiffy. Then you will look after our poor dear again till 2 o'clock. Let me have a list of your people, and I will soon arrange it. You will be free for a fortnight. You can go to bed when I come in, and sleep till night." So prudent did the proposition seem that Schmucke then and there agreed to it. "Not a word to Monsieur Pons. He would think it was all over with him, you know, if we were to tell him in this way that his engagement at the theatre and his lessons were put off. He would be thinking that he should not find his pupils again, poor gentleman. Stuff and nonsense. Monsieur Poulain says that we shall save our Benjamin if we keep him as quiet as possible." "Ach, very goot. Bring up der breakfast. I shall make the bet, and give you die addresses. You are right, it would be too much for me." An hour later, La Cibot, in her Sunday clothes, departed in great state, to the no small astonishment of the Remonencqs. She promised herself that she would support the character of confidential servant of the pair of nutcrackers in the boarding schools and private families in which they gave music lessons. It is needless to repeat all the gossip in which La Cibot indulged on her round. The members of every family, the headmistress of every boarding school, were treated to a variation upon the theme of Pons' illness. A single scene, which took place in the illustrious Gaudissart's private room, will give a sufficient idea of the rest. La Cibot met with unheard of difficulties, but she succeeded in penetrating at last to the presence. Kings and cabinet ministers are less difficult of access than the manager of a theatre in Paris, nor is it hard to understand why such prodigious barriers are raised between them and ordinary mortals. A king has only to defend himself from ambition; the manager of a theatre has reason to dread the wounded vanity of actors and authors. La Cibot, however, struck up an acquaintance with the portress, and traversed all distances in a brief space. There is a sort of freemasonry among the porter tribe, and indeed among the members of every profession, for each calling has its shibboleth, as well as its insulting epithet and the mark with which it brands its followers. "Ah, madame, you are the portress here," began La Cibot. "I myself am a portress, in a small way, in a house in the Rue de Normandie. Monsieur Pons, your conductor, lodges with us. Oh, how glad I should be to have your place, and see the actors and dancers and authors go past. It is the marshal's baton in our profession, as the old actor said." "And how is Monsieur Pons going on, good man?" inquired the portress. "He is not going on at all. He has not left his bed these 2 months. He will only leave the house feet foremost, that is certain." "He will be missed." "Yes. I have come with a message to the manager from him. Just try to get me a word with him, dear." "A lady from Monsieur Pons to see you, sir." After this fashion did the youth attached to the service of the manager's office announce La Cibot, whom the portress below had particularly recommended to his care. Gaudissart had just come in for a rehearsal. Chance so ordered it that no one wished to speak with him; actors and authors were alike late. Delighted to have news of his conductor, he made a Napoleonic gesture, and La Cibot was admitted. The sometime commercial traveller, now the head of a popular theatre, regarded his sleeping partners in the light of a legitimate wife. They were not informed of all his doings. The flourishing state of his finances had reacted upon his person, grown big and stout and high colored with good cheer and prosperity. Gaudissart made no disguise of his transformation into a Mondor. "We are turning into a city father," he once said, trying to be the first to laugh. "You are only in the tour carré stage yet, though," retorted Bixiou, who often replaced Gaudissart in the company of the leading lady of the ballet, the celebrated Héloïse Brisetout. The former illustrious Gaudissart, in fact, was exploiting the theatre simply and solely for his own particular benefit, and with brutal disregard of other interests. He first insinuated himself as a collaborator in various ballets, plays, and vaudevilles; then he waited till the author wanted money, and bought up the other half of the copyright. These afterpieces and vaudevilles, always added to successful plays, brought him in a daily harvest of gold coins. He trafficked by proxy in tickets, allotting a certain number to himself as the manager's share, till he took in this way a tithe of the receipts. And Gaudissart had other methods of making money besides these official contributions. He sold boxes, he took presents from indifferent actresses, burning to go upon the stage to fill small speaking parts, or simply to appear as queens or pages and the like. He swelled his nominal third share of the profits to such purpose that the sleeping partners scarcely received 1/10 instead of the remaining 2/3 of the net receipts. Even so, however, the 10th paid them a dividend of 15% on their capital. On the strength of that 15%, Gaudissart talked of his intelligence, honesty, and zeal, and the good fortune of his partners. When Count Popinot, showing an interest in the concern, asked Matifat or General Gouraud, Matifat's son in law, or Crevel, whether they were satisfied with Gaudissart, Gouraud, now a peer of France, answered, "They say he robs us, but he is such a clever, good natured fellow that we are quite satisfied." "This is like La Fontaine's fable," smiled the ex cabinet minister. Gaudissart found investments for his capital in other ventures. He thought well of Schwab, Brunner, and the Graffs. That firm was promoting railways; he became a shareholder in the lines. His shrewdness was carefully hidden beneath the frank carelessness of a man of pleasure. He seemed to be interested in nothing but amusements and dress. Yet he thought everything over, and his wide experience of business gained as a commercial traveller stood him in good stead. A self-made man, he did not take himself seriously. He gave suppers and banquets to celebrities in rooms sumptuously furnished by the house decorator. Showy by nature, with a taste for doing things handsomely, he affected an easy-going air, and seemed so much the less formidable because he had kept the slang of "the road," to use his own expression, with a few green-room phrases superadded. Now, artists in the theatrical profession are wont to express themselves with some vigor. Gaudissart borrowed sufficient racy green-room talk to blend with his commercial traveller's lively jocularity, and passed for a wit. He was thinking at that moment of selling his license and going into another line, as he said. He thought of being chairman of a railway company, of becoming a responsible person and an administrator, and finally of marrying Mademoiselle Minard, daughter of the richest mayor in Paris. He might hope to get into the Chamber through his line, and with Popinot's influence to take office under the government. "Whom have I the honor of addressing?" inquired Gaudissart, looking magisterially at La Cibot. "I am Monsieur Pons' confidential servant, sir." "Well, and how is the dear fellow?" "Ill, sir, very ill." "The devil he is! I am sorry to hear it. I must come and see him. He is such a man as you don't often find." "Ah, yes, sir, he is a cherub, he is. I have always wondered how he came to be in a theatre." "Why, madame, the theatre is a house of correction for morals," said Gaudissart. "Poor Pons! Upon my word, one ought to cultivate the species to keep up the stock. 'Tis a pattern man, and has talent too. When will he be able to take his orchestra again, do you think? A theatre, unfortunately, is like a stage-coach; empty or full, it starts at the same time. Here, at 6 o'clock every evening, up goes the curtain; and if we are never so sorry for ourselves, it won't make good music. Let us see now. How is he?" La Cibot pulled out her pocket-handkerchief and held it to her eyes. "It is a terrible thing to say, my dear sir," said she, "but I am afraid we shall lose him, though we are as careful of him as of the apple of our eyes. And at the same time I came to say that you must not count on Monsieur Schmucke, worthy man, for he is going to sit up with him at night. One cannot help doing as if there was hope still left, and trying one's best to snatch the dear, good soul from death; but the doctor has given him up." "What is the matter with him?" "He is dying of grief, jaundice, and liver complaint, with a lot of family affairs to complicate matters." "And a doctor as well," said Gaudissart. "He ought to have had Lebrun, our doctor; it would have cost him nothing." "Monsieur Pons' doctor is a providence on earth; but what can a doctor do, no matter how clever he is, with such complications?" "I wanted the good pair of nutcrackers badly for the accompaniment of my new fairy piece." "Is there anything that I can do for them?" asked La Cibot, and her expression would have done credit to a Jocrisse. Gaudissart burst out laughing. "I am their housekeeper, sir, and do many things for my gentlemen." She did not finish her speech, for in the middle of Gaudissart's roar of laughter, a woman's voice exclaimed, "If you are laughing, old man, one may come in." And the leading lady of the ballet rushed into the room and flung herself upon the only sofa. The newcomer was Heloise Brisetout, with a splendid Algerienne, such as scarves used to be called, about her shoulders. "Who is amusing you? Is it this lady? What post does she want?" asked this nymph, giving the manager such a glance as artist gives artist, a glance that would make a subject for a picture. Heloise, a young woman of exceedingly literary tastes, was on intimate terms with great and famous artists in Bohemia. Elegant, accomplished, and graceful, she was more intelligent than dancers usually are. As she put her question, she sniffed at a scent bottle full of some aromatic perfume. "One fine woman is as good as another, madame, and if I don't sniff the pestilence out of a scent bottle, nor daub brick dust on my cheeks—" "That would be a sinful waste, child, when nature put it on for you to begin with," said Heloise, with a side glance at her manager. "I am an honest woman." "So much the worse for you. It is not everyone by a long chalk that can find someone to keep them, and kept I am, and in slap-up style, madame." "So much the worse. What do you mean? Oh, you may toss your head and go about in scarves. You will never have as many declarations as I have had, missus. You will never match the belle écaillère of the Cadran Bleu." Heloise Brisetout rose at once to her feet, stood at attention, and made a military salute, like a soldier who meets his general. "What?" asked Gaudissart. "Are you really la belle écaillère of whom my father used to talk?" "In that case the cachucha and the polka were after your time, and madame has passed her 50th year," remarked Heloise, and striking an attitude, she declaimed, "Cinna, let us be friends." "Come, Heloise, the lady is not up to this, let her alone." "Madame is perhaps the new Heloise," suggested La Cibot, with sly innocence. "Not bad, old lady!" cried Gaudissart. "It is a venerable joke," said the dancer, "a grizzled pun. Find us another old lady, or take a cigarette." "I beg your pardon, madame, I feel too unhappy to answer you. My two gentlemen are very ill, and to buy nourishment for them and to spare them trouble, I have pawned everything down to my husband's clothes that I pledged this morning. Here is the ticket." "Oh, here the affair is becoming tragic," cried the fair Heloise. "What is it all about?" "Madame drops down upon us like—" "Like a dancer," said Heloise. "Let me prompt you, missus." "Come, I am busy," said Gaudissart. "The joke has gone far enough. Heloise, this is Monsieur Pons' confidential servant. She had come to tell me that I must not count upon him. Our poor conductor is not expected to live. I don't know what to do." "Oh, poor man! Why, he must have a benefit." "It would ruin him," said Gaudissart. "He might find next day that he owed 500 francs to charitable institutions, and they refuse to admit that there are any sufferers in Paris except their own. Now, look here, my good woman, since you are going in for the Montyon prize—" He broke off, rang the bell, and the youth before mentioned suddenly appeared. "Tell the cashier to send me up a 1,000-franc note. Sit down, madame." "Ah, poor woman, look, she is crying!" exclaimed Heloise. "How stupid! There, there, mother, we will go to see him. Don't cry. I say now," she continued, taking the manager into a corner, "you want to make me take the leading part in the ballet in Ariane, you Turk! You are going to be married, and you know how I can make you miserable. Heloise, my heart is copper bottomed like a man of war. I shall bring your children on the scene. I will borrow some somewhere. I have owned up about the attachment. Do be nice and give Pons' post to Garangeot. He has talent, poor fellow, and he has not a penny, and I promise peace." "But wait till Pons is dead, in case the good man may come back again." "Oh, as to that, no, sir," said La Cibot. "He began to wander in his mind last night, and now he is delirious. It will soon be over, unfortunately." "At any rate, take Garangeot as a stop-gap," pleaded Heloise. "He has the whole press on his side." Just at that moment the cashier came in with a note for 1,000 francs in his hand. "Give it to madame here," said Gaudissart. "Good day, my good woman. Take good care of the dear man, and tell him that I am coming to see him to-morrow, or sometime, as soon as I can, in short." "A drowning man," said Heloise. "Ah, sir, hearts like yours are only found in a theatre. May God bless you." "To what account shall I post this item?" asked the cashier. "I will countersign the order. Post it to the bonus account." Before La Cibot went out, she made Mademoiselle Brisetout a fine curtsy, and heard Gaudissart remark to his mistress, "Can Garangeot do the dance music for the Mohicans in 12 days? If he helps me out of my predicament, he shall have Pons' place." La Cibot had cut off the incomes of the two friends. She had left them without means of subsistence if Pons should chance to recover, and was better rewarded for all this mischief than for any good she had done. In a few days' time her treacherous trick would bring about the desired result. Elie Magus would have his coveted pictures. But if this first spoliation was to be effected, La Cibot must throw dust in Fraisier's eyes, and lull the suspicions of that terrible fellow conspirator of her own seeking. And Elie Magus and Remonencq must be bound over to secrecy. As for Remonencq, he had gradually come to feel such a passion as uneducated people can conceive when they come to Paris from the depths of the country, bringing with them all the fixed ideas bred of the solitary country life, all the ignorance of a primitive nature, all the brute appetites that become so many fixed ideas. Mme. Cibot's masculine beauty, her vivacity, her market woman's wit, had all been remarked by the marine store dealer. He thought at first of taking La Cibot from her husband, bigamy among the lower classes in Paris being much more common than is generally supposed. But greed was like a slip knot drawn more and more tightly about his heart, till reason at length was stifled. When Remonencq computed that the commission paid by himself and Elie Magus amounted to about 40,000 francs, he determined to have La Cibot for his legitimate spouse, and his thoughts turned from a misdemeanor to a crime. A romantic, purely speculative dream, persistently followed through a tobacco smoker's long musings as he lounged in the doorway, had brought him to the point of wishing that the little tailor were dead. At a stroke he beheld his capital trebled, and then he thought of La Cibot. What a good saleswoman she would be! What a handsome figure she would make in a magnificent shop on the boulevards! The twofold covetousness turned Remonencq's head. In fancy he took a shop that he knew of on the Boulevard de la Madeleine. He stocked it with Pons's treasures, and then, after dreaming his dream in sheets of gold, after seeing millions in the blue spiral wreaths that rose from his pipe, he awoke to find himself face to face with the little tailor. Cibot was sweeping the yard, the doorstep, and the pavement, just as his neighbor was taking down the shutters and displaying his wares; for since Pons fell ill, La Cibot's work had fallen to her husband. The Auvergnat began to look upon the little swarthy, stunted, copper-colored tailor as the one obstacle in his way, and pondered how to be rid of him. Meanwhile, this growing passion made La Cibot very proud, for she had reached an age when a woman begins to understand that she may grow old. So early one morning she meditatively watched Remonencq as he arranged his odds and ends for sale. She wondered how far his love could go. He came across to her. "Well," he said, "are things going as you wish?" "It is you who makes me uneasy," said La Cibot. "I shall be talked about; the neighbors will see you making sheep's eyes at me." She left the doorway and dived into the Auvergnat's back shop. "What a notion!" said Remonencq. "Come here, I have something to say to you," said La Cibot. "Monsieur Pons' heirs are about to make a stir. They are capable of giving us a lot of trouble. God knows what might come of it if they send the lawyers here to poke their noses into the affair like hunting dogs. I cannot get Monsieur Schmucke to sell a few pictures unless you like me well enough to keep the secret, such a secret. With your head on the block, you must not say where the pictures come from, nor who it was that sold them. When Monsieur Pons is once dead and buried, you understand, nobody will know how many pictures there ought to be. If there are 53 pictures instead of 67, nobody will be any the wiser. Besides, if Monsieur Pons sold them himself while he was alive, nobody can find fault." "No," agreed Remonencq, "it is all one to me, but Monsieur Elie Magus will want receipts in due form." "And you shall have your receipt too, bless your life! Do you suppose that I should write them? No, Monsieur Schmucke will do that. But tell your Jew that he must keep the secret as closely as you do," she continued. "We will be as mute as fishes, that is our business. I myself can read, but I cannot write, and that is why I want a capable wife that has had education like you. I have thought of nothing but earning my bread all my days, and now I wish I had some little Remonance. Do leave that Cibot of yours." "Why, here comes your Jew," said the portress. "We can arrange the whole business." Elie Magus came every third day, very early in the morning, to know when he could buy his pictures. "Well, my dear lady," said he, "how are we getting on?" "Has nobody been to speak to you about Monsieur Pons and his gimcracks?" asked La Cibot. "I received a letter from a lawyer," said Elie Magus, "a rascal that seems to me to be trying to work for himself. I don't like people of that sort, so I took no notice of his letter. 3 days afterwards he came to see me and left his card. I told my porter that I am never at home when he calls." "You are a love of a Jew," said La Cibot. Little did she know Elie Magus's prudence. "Well, sonnies, in a few days' time I will bring Monsieur Schmucke to the point of selling you 7 or 8 pictures, 10 at most, but on 2 conditions: absolute secrecy in the first place. Monsieur Schmucke will send for you, sir, is not that so? And Monsieur Remonencq suggested that you might be a purchaser, eh? And come what may, I will not meddle in it for nothing. You are giving 46,000 francs for 4 pictures, are you not?" "So be it," groaned the Jew. "Very good. This is the second condition. You will give me 43,000 francs, and pay 3,000 only to Monsieur Schmucke. Remonencq will buy 4 for 2,000 francs and hand over the surplus to me. But at the same time, you see, my dear Monsieur Magus, I am going to help you and Remonencq to a splendid bit of business, on condition that the profits are shared among the 3 of us. I will introduce you to that lawyer, as he, no doubt, will come here. You shall make a valuation of Monsieur Pons' things at the prices which you can give for them, so that Monsieur Fraisier may know how much the property is worth, but not until after our sale, you understand." "I understand," said the Jew, "but it takes time to look at the things and value them." "You shall have half a day. But there, that is my affair. Talk it over between yourselves, my boys, and for that matter the business will be settled by the day after to-morrow. I will go round to speak to this Fraisier, for Dr. Poulain tells him everything that goes on in the house, and it is a great bother to keep that scarecrow quiet." La Cibot met Fraisier halfway between the Rue de la Perle and the Rue de Normandie. So impatient was he to know the elements of the case, to use his own expression, that he was coming to see her. "I say, I was going to you," said she. Fraisier grumbled because Elie Magus had refused to see him, but La Cibot extinguished the spark of distrust that gleamed in the lawyer's eyes by informing him that Elie Magus had returned from a journey, and that she would arrange for an interview in Pons' rooms, and for the valuation of the property, for the day after to-morrow at latest. "Deal frankly with me," returned Fraisier. "It is more than probable that I shall act for Monsieur Pons' next of kin. In that case, I shall be even better able to serve you." The words were spoken so dryly that La Cibot quaked. This starving limb of the law was sure to manoeuvre on his side, as she herself was doing. She resolved forthwith to hurry on the sale of the pictures. La Cibot was right. The doctor and lawyer had clubbed together to buy a new suit of clothes in which Fraisier could decently present himself before Madame la Présidente Camusot de Marville. Indeed, if the clothes had been ready, the interview would have taken place sooner, for the fate of the couple hung upon its issues. Fraisier left Mme. Cibot and went to try on his new clothes. He found them waiting for him, went home, adjusted his new wig, and towards 10 o'clock that morning set out in a carriage from a livery stable for the Rue de Hanovre, hoping for an audience. In his white tie, yellow gloves, and new wig, redolent of eau de Portugal, he looked something like a poisonous essence kept in a cut glass bottle, seeming but the more deadly because everything about it is daintily neat, from the stopper covered with white kid to the label and the thread. His peremptory manner, the eruption on his blotched countenance, the green eyes, and a malignant something about him, all these things struck the beholder with the same sense of surprise as storm clouds in a blue sky. If in his private office, as he showed himself to La Cibot, he was the common knife that a murderer catches up for his crime, now, at the Presidente's door, he was the daintily wrought dagger which a woman sets among the ornaments on her what-not. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 21. A great change had taken place in the Rue de Hanovre. The Count and Countess Popinot and the young people would not allow the President and his wife to leave the house that they had settled upon their daughter, to pay rent elsewhere. Monsieur and Madame la Présidente, therefore, were installed on the second floor, now left at liberty, for the elderly lady had made up her mind to end her days in the country. Madame Camusot took Madeleine Vivet, with her cook and her manservant, to the second floor, and would have been as much pinched for money as in the early days, if the house had not been rent-free, and the President's salary increased to 10,000 francs. This aurea mediocritas was but little satisfactory to Madame de Marville. Even now she wished for means more in accordance with her ambitions. For when she handed over their fortune to their daughter, she spoiled her husband's prospects. Now Amélie had set her heart upon seeing her husband in the Chamber of Deputies. She was not one of those women who find it easy to give up their way, and she by no means despaired of returning her husband for the arrondissement in which Marville is situated. So for the past 2 months she had teased her father-in-law, Monsieur le Baron Camusot, for the new peer of France had been advanced to that rank, and done her utmost to extort an advance of 100,000 francs of the inheritance which one day would be theirs. She wanted, she said, to buy a small estate worth about 2,000 francs per annum, set like a wedge within the Marville lands. There she and her husband would be near their children and in their own house, while the addition would round out the Marville property. With that, the Presidente laid stress upon the recent sacrifices which she and her husband had been compelled to make in order to marry Cecile to Viscount Popinot, and asked the old man how he could bar his eldest son's way to the highest honors of the magistracy, when such honors were only to be had by those who made themselves a strong position in Parliament. Her husband would know how to take up such a position, he would make himself feared by those in office, and so on and so on. "They do nothing for you unless you tighten a halter round their necks to loosen their tongues," said she. "They are ungrateful. What do they not owe to Camusot? Camusot brought the House of Orleans to the throne by enforcing the ordinances of July." Monsieur Camusot senior answered that he had gone out of his depth in railway speculations. He quite admitted that it was necessary to come to the rescue, but put off the day until shares should rise, as they were expected to do. This half promise, extracted some few days before Fraisier's visit, had plunged the Presidente into depths of affliction. It was doubtful whether the ex-proprietor of Marville was eligible for re-election without the land qualification. Fraisier found no difficulty in obtaining speech of Madeleine Vivet. Such viper natures own their kinship at once. "I should like to see Madame la Présidente for a few moments, mademoiselle," Fraisier said in bland accents. "I have come on a matter of business which touches her fortune. It is a question of a legacy, be sure to mention that. I have not the honor of being known to Madame la Présidente, so my name is of no consequence. I am not in the habit of leaving my chambers, but I know the respect that is due to a president's wife, and I took the trouble of coming myself to save all possible delay." The matter thus broached, when repeated and amplified by the waiting maid, naturally brought a favorable answer. It was a decisive moment for the double ambition hidden in Fraisier's mind. Bold as a petty provincial attorney, sharp, rough-spoken, and curt as he was, he felt as captains feel before the decisive battle of a campaign. As he went into the little drawing-room where Amelie was waiting for him, he felt a slight perspiration breaking out upon his forehead and down his back. Every sudorific hitherto employed had failed to produce this result upon a skin which horrible diseases had left impervious. "Even if I fail to make my fortune," said he to himself, "I shall recover. Poulain said that if I could only perspire, I should recover." The Presidente came forward in her morning gown. "Madame," said Fraisier, stopping short to bow with the humility by which officials recognize the superior rank of the person whom they address. "Take a seat, monsieur," said the Presidente. She saw at a glance that this was a man of law. "Madame la Presidente, if I take the liberty of calling your attention to a matter which concerns Monsieur le President, it is because I am sure that Monsieur de Marville, occupying as he does a high position, would leave matters to take their natural course, and so lose 700,000 or 800,000 francs, a sum which ladies, who in my opinion have a far better understanding of private business than the best of magistrates, a sum which ladies, I repeat, would by no means despise." "You spoke of a legacy?" interrupted the lady, dazzled by the wealth, and anxious to hide her surprise. Amelie de Marville, like an impatient novel reader, wanted the end of the story. "Yes, madame, a legacy that you are like to lose. Yes, to lose altogether. But I can, that is, I could recover it for you if—" "Speak out, monsieur." Madame de Marville spoke frigidly, scanning Fraisier as she spoke with a sagacious eye. "Madame, your eminent capacity is known to me. I was once at Mantes. Monsieur Leboeuf, President of the Tribunal, is acquainted with Monsieur de Marville, and can answer inquiries about me." The Presidente's shrug was so ruthlessly significant that Fraisier was compelled to make short work of his parenthetic discourse. "So distinguished a woman will at once understand why I speak of myself in the first place. It is the shortest way to the property." To this acute observation the lady replied by a gesture. Fraisier took the sign for a permission to continue. "I was an attorney, madame, at Mantes. My connection was all the fortune that I was likely to have. I took over Monsieur Levroux's practice. You knew him, no doubt?" The Presidente inclined her head. "With borrowed capital and some 10,000 francs of my own, I went to Mantes. I had been with Desroches, one of the cleverest attorneys in Paris. I had been his head clerk for 6 years. I was so unlucky as to make an enemy of the attorney for the Crown at Mantes, Monsieur Olivier Vinet. Son of the Attorney General, yes, madame. He was paying his court to a little person." "Whom?" "Madame Vatinelle." "Oh, Madame Vatinelle. She was very pretty, and very when I was there—" "She was not unkind to me, inde irae," Fraisier continued. "I was industrious, I wanted to repay my friends and to marry, I wanted work, I went in search of it, and before long I had more on my hands than anybody else. Bah! I had every soul in Mantes against me, attorneys, notaries, and even the bailiffs. They tried to fasten a quarrel on me. In our ruthless profession, as you know, madame, if you wish to ruin a man, it is soon done. I was concerned for both parties in a case, and they found it out. It was a trifle irregular, but it is sometimes done in Paris. Attorneys in certain cases hand the rhubarb and take the senna. They do things differently at Mantes. I had done Monsieur Bouillonnet this little service before, but, egged on by his colleagues and the attorney for the crown, he betrayed me. I am keeping back nothing, you see. There was a great hue and cry about it. I was a scoundrel. They made me out blacker than Marat, forced me to sell out, ruined me, and I am in Paris now. I have tried to get together a practice, but my health is so bad that I have only 2 quiet hours out of the 24. At this moment I have but one ambition, and a very small one. Some day," he continued, "you will be the wife of the Keeper of the Seals, or of the Home Secretary, it may be; but I, poor and sickly as I am, desire nothing but a post in which I can live in peace for the rest of my life, a place without any opening in which to vegetate. I should like to be a Justice of the Peace in Paris. It would be a mere trifle for you and Monsieur le Président to gain the appointment for me, for the present Keeper of the Seals must be anxious to keep on good terms with you. And that is not all, madame," added Fraisier. Seeing that Madame de Marville was about to speak, he cut her short with a gesture. "I have a friend, the doctor in attendance on the old man who ought to leave his property to Monsieur le Président. We are coming to the point, you see. The doctor's cooperation is indispensable, and the doctor is precisely in my position. He has abilities, he is unlucky. I learned through him how far your interests were imperiled, for even as I speak all may be over, and the will disinheriting Monsieur le Président may have been made. This doctor wishes to be head surgeon of a hospital or of a government school. He must have a position in Paris equal to mine. Pardon me if I have enlarged on a matter so delicate, but we must have no misunderstandings in this business. The doctor is, besides, much respected and learned. He saved the life of the Comtesse Popinot's great uncle, Monsieur Pillerault. Now, if you are so good as to promise these 2 posts, the appointment of Justice of the Peace and the sinecure for my friend, I will undertake to bring you the property almost intact. Almost intact, I say, for the cooperation of the legatee and several other persons is absolutely indispensable, and some obligations will be incurred. You will not redeem your promises until I have fulfilled mine." The Presidente had folded her arms, and for the last minute or two sat like a person compelled to listen to a sermon. Now she unfolded her arms and looked at Fraisier as she said, "Monsieur, all that you say concerning your interests has the merit of clearness, but my own interests in the matter are by no means so clear." "A word or two will explain everything, madame. Monsieur le Président is Monsieur Pons's first cousin once removed, and his sole heir. Monsieur Pons is very ill; he is about to make his will, if it is not already made, in favor of a German, a friend of his named Schmucke, and he has more than 700,000 francs to leave. I hope to have an accurate valuation made in 2 or 3 days." "If this is so," said the Presidente, "I made a great mistake in quarreling with him and throwing the blame," she thought aloud, amazed by the possibility of such a sum. "No, madame. If there had been no rupture, he would be as blithe as a lark at this moment, and might outlive you and Monsieur le Président and me. The ways of Providence are mysterious; let us not seek to fathom them," he added, to palliate to some extent the hideous idea. "It cannot be helped. We men of business look at the practical aspects of things. Now you see clearly, madame, that Monsieur de Marville, in his public position, would do nothing, and could do nothing, as things are. He has broken off all relations with his cousin. You see nothing now of Pons; you have forbidden him the house. You had excellent reasons, no doubt, for doing as you did; but the old man is ill, and he is leaving his property to the only friend left to him." A president of the Court of Appeal in Paris could say nothing under such circumstances if the will was made out in due form. But between ourselves, madame, when one has a right to expect 700,000 or 800,000 francs, or 1,000,000 it may be, how should I know? It is very unpleasant to have it slip through one's fingers, especially if one happens to be the heir at law. But, on the other hand, to prevent this, one is obliged to stoop to dirty work, work so difficult, so ticklish, bringing you cheek by jowl with such low people, servants and subordinates, and into such close contact with them too, that no barrister, no attorney in Paris could take up such a case. What you want is a briefless barrister, like me, said he, a man who should have real and solid ability, who has learned to be devoted, and yet, being in a precarious position, is brought temporarily to a level with such people. In my arrondissement I undertake business for small tradespeople and working folk. Yes, madame, you see the straits to which I have been brought by the enmity of an attorney for the crown, now a deputy public prosecutor in Paris, who could not forgive me my superiority. I know you, madame, I know that your influence means a solid certainty, and in such a service rendered to you, I saw the end of my troubles and success for my friend, Dr. Poulain." The lady sat pensive during a moment of unspeakable torture for Fraisier. Vinet, an orator of the Centre, Attorney General, Procureur Général, for the past 16 years, nominated half a score of times for the Chancellorship, the father, moreover, of the attorney for the Crown at Mantes, who had been appointed to a post in Paris within the last year. Vinet was an enemy and a rival for the malignant Présidente. The haughty Attorney General did not hide his contempt for President Camusot. This fact Fraisier did not know and could not know. "Have you nothing on your conscience but the fact that you were concerned for both parties?" asked she, looking steadily at Fraisier. "Madame la Présidente can see Monsieur Leboeuf. Monsieur Leboeuf was favorable to me." "Do you feel sure that Monsieur Leboeuf will give Monsieur de Marville and Monsieur le Comte Popinot a good account of you?" "I will answer for it, especially now that Monsieur Olivier Vinet has left Mantes; for between ourselves, good Monsieur Leboeuf was afraid of that crabbed little official. If you will permit me, Madame la Présidente, I will go to Mantes and see Monsieur Leboeuf. No time will be lost, for I cannot be certain of the precise value of the property for 2 or 3 days. I do not wish that you should know all the ins and outs of this affair; you ought not to know them, Madame la Présidente. But is not the reward that I expect for my complete devotion a pledge of my success?" "Very well. If Monsieur Leboeuf will speak in your favor, and if the property is worth as much as you think, I doubt it myself, you shall have both appointments, if you succeed, mind you." "I will answer for it, madame. Only you must be so good as to have your notary and your attorney here when I shall need them. You must give me a power of attorney to act for Monsieur le Président, and tell those gentlemen to follow my instructions and to do nothing on their own responsibility." "The responsibility rests with you," the Presidente answered solemnly. "So you ought to have full powers." "But is Monsieur Pons very ill?" she asked, smiling. "Upon my word, madame, he might pull through, especially with so conscientious a doctor as Poulain in attendance, for this friend of mine, madame, is simply an unconscious spy, directed by me in your interests. Left to himself, he would save the old man's life; but there is some one else by the sick bed, a portress, who would push him into the grave for 30,000 francs. Not that she would kill him outright; she will not give him arsenic, she is not so merciful. She will do worse; she will kill him by inches, she will worry him to death day by day. If the poor old man were kept quiet and left in peace, If he were taken into the country and cared for and made much of by friends, he would get well again. But he is harassed by a sort of Madame Évrard. When the woman was young, she was one of the 30 belles écaillères, famous in Paris. She is a rough, greedy, gossiping woman. She torments him to make a will and to leave her something handsome, and the end of it will be induration of the liver. Calculi are possibly forming at this moment, and he has not enough strength to bear an operation. The doctor, noble soul, is in a horrible predicament. He really ought to send the woman away." "Why, then, this vixen is a monster!" cried the lady in thin, flute-like tones. Fraisier smiled inwardly at the likeness between himself and the terrible Presidente. He knew all about those suave modulations of a naturally sharp voice. He thought of another president, the hero of an anecdote related by Louis XI, stamped by that monarch's final praise. Blessed with a wife after the pattern of Socrates' spouse, and ungifted with the sage's philosophy, he mingled salt with the corn in the mangers, and forbade the grooms to give water to the horses. As his wife rode along the Seine towards their country house, the animals bolted into the river with the lady, and the magistrate returned thanks to Providence for ridding him of his wife in so natural a manner. At this present moment, Madame de Marville thanked Heaven for placing at Pons's bedside a woman so likely to get him decently out of the way. Aloud, she said, "I would not take $1,000,000 at the price of a single scruple. Your friend ought to speak to Monsieur Pons and have the woman sent away." "In the first place, madame, Messieurs Schmucke and Pons think the woman an angel. They would send my friend away. And secondly, the doctor lies under an obligation to this horrid oyster woman. She called him in to attend Monsieur Pillerault. When he tells her to be as gentle as possible with the patient, he simply shows the creature how to make matters worse. What does your friend think of my cousin's condition?" This man's clear businesslike way of putting the facts of the case frightened Madame de Marville. She felt that his keen gaze read the thoughts of a heart as greedy as La Cibot's own. "In 6 weeks the property will change hands." The Presidente dropped her eyes. "Poor man!" she sighed, vainly striving after a dolorous expression. "Have you any message, madame, for Monsieur Leboeuf? I am taking the train to Mantes." "Yes, wait a moment, and I will write to ask him to dine with us to-morrow. I want to see him so that he may act in concert to repair the injustice to which you have fallen a victim." The Presidente left the room. Fraisier saw himself a justice of the peace. He felt transformed at the thought, he grew stouter, his lungs were filled with the breath of success, the breeze of prosperity. He dipped into the mysterious reservoirs of volition for fresh and strong doses of the divine essence. To reach success, he felt, as Remonencq half felt, that he was ready for anything, for crime itself, provided that no proofs of it remained. He had faced the Presidente boldly, he had transmuted conjecture into reality, he had made assertions right and left, all to the end that she might authorize him to protect her interests and win her influence. As he stood there, he represented the infinite misery of 2 lives, and the no less boundless desires of 2 men. He spurned the squalid horrors of the Rue de la Perle. He saw the glitter of 1,000 crowns in fees from La Cibot, and 5,000 francs from the Presidente. This meant an abode such as befitted his future prospects. Finally, he was repaying Dr. Poulain. There are hard, ill-natured beings, goaded by distress or disease into active malignity, that yet entertain diametrically opposed sentiments with a like degree of vehemence. If Richelieu was a good hater, he was no less a good friend. Fraisier, in his gratitude, would have let himself be cut in two for Poulain. So absorbed was he in these visions of a comfortable and prosperous life, that he did not see the Presidente come in with the letter in her hand, and she, looking at him, thought him less ugly now than at first. He was about to be useful to her, and as soon as a tool belongs to us, we look upon it with other eyes. "Monsieur Fraisier," said she, "you have convinced me of your intelligence, and I think that you can speak frankly." Fraisier replied by an eloquent gesture. "Very well," continued the lady. "I must ask you to give a candid reply to this question. Are we, either of us, Monsieur de Marville or I, likely to be compromised, directly or indirectly, by your action in this matter?" "I would not have come to you, madame, if I thought that some day I should have to reproach myself for bringing so much as a splash of mud upon you, for in your position a speck the size of a pin's head is seen by all the world. You forget, madame, that I must satisfy you if I am to be a justice of the peace in Paris. I have received one lesson at the outset of my life. It was so sharp that I do not care to lay myself open to a second thrashing. To sum it up in a last word, madame, I will not take a step in which you are indirectly involved without previously consulting you." "Very good. Here is the letter. And now I shall expect to be informed of the exact value of the estate." "There is the whole matter," said Fraisier shrewdly, making his bow to the Presidente with as much graciousness as his countenance could exhibit. "What a providence!" thought Madame Camusot de Marville. "So I am to be rich. Camusot will be sure of his election if we let loose this Fraisier upon the Bolbec constituency. What a tool!" "What a providence!" Fraisier said to himself as he descended the staircase. "And what a sharp woman Madame Camusot is! I should want a woman in these circumstances. Now, to work!" And he departed for Mantes to gain the good graces of a man he scarcely knew. But he counted upon Madame Vatinelle, to whom, unfortunately, he owed all his troubles. And some troubles are of a kind that resemble a protested bill while the defaulter is yet solvent, in that they bear interest. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 22. 3 days afterwards, while Schmucke slept, for in accordance with the compact he now sat up at night with the patient, La Cibot had a tiff, as she was pleased to call it, with Pons. It will not be out of place to call attention to one particularly distressing symptom of liver complaint. The sufferer is always more or less inclined to impatience and fits of anger. An outburst of this kind seems to give relief at the time, much as a patient while the fever fit is upon him feels that he has boundless strength; but collapse sets in so soon as the excitement passes off, and the full extent of mischief sustained by the system is discernible. This is especially the case when the disease has been induced by some great shock, and the prostration is so much the more dangerous because the patient is kept upon a restricted diet. It is a kind of fever affecting neither the blood nor the brain, but the humoristic mechanism, fretting the whole system, producing melancholy, in which the patient hates himself. In such a crisis anything may cause dangerous irritation. In spite of all that the doctor could say, La Cibot had no belief in this wear and tear of the nervous system by the humoristic. She was a woman of the people, without experience or education. Dr. Poulain's explanations, for her, were simply doctor's notions. Like most of her class, she thought that sick people must be fed, and nothing short of Dr. Poulain's direct order prevented her from administering ham, a nice omelette, or vanilla chocolate upon the sly. The infatuation of the working classes on this point is very strong. The reason of their reluctance to enter a hospital is the idea that they will be starved there. The mortality caused by the food smuggled in by the wives of patients on visiting days was at one time so great that the doctors were obliged to institute a very strict search for contraband provisions. If La Cibot was to realize her profits at once, a momentary quarrel must be worked up in some way. She began by telling Pons about her visit to the theatre, not omitting her passage at arms with Mademoiselle Heloise, the dancer. "But why did you go?" the invalid asked for the third time. La Cibot once launched on a stream of words, he was powerless to stop her. "So then, when I had given her a piece of my mind, Mademoiselle Heloise saw who I was and knuckled under, and we were the best of friends. And now do you ask me why I went?" she added, repeating Pons's question. There are certain babblers of genius are they, who sweep up interruptions, objections, and observations in this way as they go along, by way of provision to swell the matter of their conversation, as if that source were ever in any danger of running dry. "Why I went?" repeated she. "I went to get your Monsieur Gaudissart out of a fix. He wants some music for a ballet, and you are hardly fit to scribble on sheets of paper and do your work, dearie. So I understood, things being so, that a Monsieur Garangeot was to be asked to set the Mohicans to music." "Garangeot!" roared Pons in fury. "Garangeot! A man with no talent! I would not have him for first violin. He is very clever, he is very good at musical criticism, but as to composing, I doubt it. And what the devil put the notion of going to the theatre into your head?" "How confoundedly contrary the man is! Look here, dearie, we mustn't boil over like milk on the fire. How are you to write music in the state that you are in? Why, you can't have looked at yourself in the glass. Will you have the glass and see? You are nothing but skin and bone. You are as weak as a sparrow. And do you think that you are fit to make your notes? Why, you would not so much as make out mine. And that reminds me that I ought to go up to the third-floor lodgers that owes us 17 francs, for when the chemist has been paid we shall not have 20 left. So I had to tell Monsieur Gaudissart. I like that name. A good sort he seems to be, a regular Roger Bontemps that would just suit me. He will never have liver complaint. Well, so I had to tell him how you were. Lord, you are not well, and he has put some one else in your place for a bit." "Some one else in my place!" cried Pons in a terrible voice, as he sat right up in bed. Sick people, generally speaking, and those most particularly who lie within the sweep of the scythe of death, cling to their places with the same passionate energy that the beginner displays to gain a start in life. To hear that some one had taken his place was like a foretaste of death to the dying man. "Why, the doctor told me that I was going on as well as possible," continued he. "He said that I should soon be about again as usual. You have killed me, ruined me, murdered me." "Tut, tut, tut!" cried La Cibot. "There you go! I am killing you, am I? Mercy on us! These are the pretty things that you are always telling Monsieur Schmucke when my back is turned. I hear all that you say, that I do. You are a monster of ingratitude. But you do not know that if I am only away for another fortnight, they will tell me that I have had my day, that I am old-fashioned, out of date, Empire, rococo, when I go back. Garangeot will have made friends all over the theatre, high and low. He will lower the pitch to suit some actress that cannot sing. He will lick Monsieur Gaudissart's boots," cried the sick man, who clung to life. "He has friends that will praise him in all the newspapers, and when things are like that in such a shop, Mme. Cibot, they can find holes in anybody's coat. What fiend drove you to do it?" "Why, plague take it! Monsieur Schmucke talked it over with me for a week. What would you have? You see nothing but yourself. You are so selfish that other people may die if you can only get better. Why, poor Monsieur Schmucke has been tired out this month past. He is tied by the leg, he can go nowhere, he cannot give lessons, nor take his place at the theatre. Do you really see nothing? He sits up with you at night, and I take the nursing in the day. If I were to sit up at night with you, as I tried to do at first when I thought you were so poor, I should have to sleep all day. And who would see to the house and look out for squalls? Illness is illness, it cannot be helped, and here are you. This was not Schmucke's idea. It is quite impossible. That means that it was I who took it into my head to do it, does it? Do you think that we are made of iron? Why, if Monsieur Schmucke had given 7 or 8 lessons every day, and conducted the orchestra every evening at the theatre from 6 o'clock till 11:30 at night, he would have died in 10 days' time. Poor man, he would give his life for you, and do you want to be the death of him? By the authors of my days, I have never seen a sick man to match you. Where are your senses? Have you put them in pawn? We are all slaving our lives out for you. We do all for the best, and you are not satisfied. Do you want to drive us raging mad? I myself, to begin with, am tired out as it is." La Cibot rattled on at her ease. Pons was too angry to say a word. He writhed on his bed, painfully uttering inarticulate sounds. The blow was killing him. And at this point, as usual, the scolding turned suddenly to tenderness. The nurse dashed at her patient, grasped him by the head, made him lie down by main force, and dragged the blankets over him. "How any one can get into such a state!" exclaimed she. "After all, it is your illness, dearie. That is what good Monsieur Poulain says. See now, keep quiet and be good, my dear little sonny. Everybody that comes near you worships you, and the doctor himself comes to see you twice a day. What would he say if he found you in such a way? You put me out of all patience. You ought not to behave like this. If you have Ma'am Cibot to nurse you, you should treat her better. You shout and you talk. You ought not to do it, you know that. Talking irritates you. And why do you fly into a passion? The wrong is all on your side. You are always bothering me. Look here, let us have it out. If Monsieur Schmucke and I, who love you like our life, thought that we were doing right, well, my cherub, it was right, you may be sure. Schmucke never could have told you to go to the theatre without speaking to me about it. And must I wake him, poor dear, when he is sleeping like one of the blessed, and call him in as a witness? No, no, cried Pons. If my kind and loving Schmucke made the resolution, perhaps I am worse than I thought. His eyes wandered round the room, dwelling on the beautiful things in it with a melancholy look, painful to see. So I must say good-bye to my dear pictures, to all the things that have come to be like so many friends to me, and to my divine friend Schmucke. Oh, can it be true? La Cibot, acting her heartless comedy, held her handkerchief to her eyes, and at that mute response the sufferer fell to dark musing. So sorely stricken was he by the double stab dealt to health and his interests, by the loss of his post and the near prospect of death, that he had no strength left for anger. He lay, ghastly and wan, like a consumptive patient after a wrestling bout with the destroyer. In Monsieur Schmucke's interests, you see, you would do well to send for Monsieur Trognon. He is the notary of the quarter, and a very good man," said La Cibot, seeing that her victim was completely exhausted. "You are always talking about this Trognon." "Oh, he or another, it is all one to me, for anything you will leave me." She tossed her head to signify that she despised riches. There was silence in the room. A moment later Schmucke came in. He had slept for 6 hours. Hunger awakened him, and now he stood at Pons' bedside, watching his friend without saying a word, for Mme. Cibot had laid a finger on her lips. "Hush!" she whispered. Then she rose and went up to add under her breath, "He is going off to sleep at last, thank heaven. He is as cross as a red donkey. What can you expect? He is struggling with his illness." "No, on the contrary, I am very patient," said the victim in a weary voice that told of a dreadful exhaustion. "But oh, Schmucke, my dear friend, she has been to the theatre to turn me out of my place." There was a pause. Pons was too weak to say more. La Cibot took the opportunity and tapped her head significantly. "Do not contradict him," she said to Schmucke. "It would kill him." Pons gazed into Schmucke's honest face. "And she says that you sent her," he continued. "Yes," Schmucke affirmed heroically. "It had to be. Hush, let us save your life. It is absurd to work and train your strength, gif you have a treasure. Get better. We will sell some bric-a-brac and end our days quietly in a corner somewheres, mit kind Madame Zibod." "She has perverted you," moaned Pons. Madame Cibot had taken up her station behind the bed to make signals unobserved. Pons thought that she had left the room. "She is murdering me," he added. "What is that? I am murdering you, am I?" cried La Cibot, suddenly appearing, hand on hips and eyes aflame. "I am as faithful as a dog, and this is all I get. God Almighty!" She burst into tears and dropped down into the great chair, a tragical movement which wrought a most disastrous revulsion in Pons. "Very good," she said, rising to her feet. The woman's malignant eyes looked poison and bullets at the two friends. "Very good. Nothing that I can do is right here, and I am tired of slaving my life out. You shall take a nurse." Pons and Schmucke exchanged glances in dismay. "Oh, you may look at each other like actors. I mean it. I shall ask Dr. Poulain to find a nurse for you, and now we will settle accounts. You shall pay me back the money that I have spent on you, and that I would never have asked you for, I that have gone to M. Pillerault to borrow another 500 francs of him." "It is his illness," cried Schmucke. He sprang to Madame Cibot and put an arm round her waist. "Have patience." "As for you, you are an angel, I could kiss the ground you tread upon," said she. "But Monsieur Pons never liked me, he always hated me. Besides, he thinks perhaps that I want to be mentioned in his will." "Hush! You will kill him!" cried Schmucke. "Good bye, sir," said La Cibot, with a withering look at Pons. "You may keep well for all the harm I wish you. When you can speak to me pleasantly, when you can believe that what I do is done for the best, I will come back again. Till then, I shall stay in my own room. You were like my own child to me. Did anybody ever see a child revolt against its mother? No, no, Monsieur Schmucke, I do not want to hear more. I will bring you your dinner and wait upon you, but you must take a nurse. Ask Monsieur Poulain about it." And she went out, slamming the door after her so violently that the precious fragile objects in the room trembled. To Pons, in his torture, the rattle of china was like the final blow dealt by the executioner to a victim broken on the wheel. An hour later, La Cibot called to Schmucke through the door, telling him that his dinner was waiting for him in the dining room. She would not cross the threshold. Poor Schmucke went out to her with a haggard, tear-stained face. "Mein poor Bons is wandering," said he. "He says that you are ein bad woman. It is his illness," he added hastily to soften La Cibot and excuse his friend. "Oh, I have had enough of his illness. Look here, he is neither father, nor husband, nor brother, nor child of mine. He has taken a dislike to me. Well and good, that is enough. As for you, you see, I would follow you to the end of the world; but when a woman gives her life, her heart, and all her savings, and neglects her husband, for here has Cibot fallen ill, and then hears that she is a bad woman, it is coming it rather too strong, it is." "Too strong?" "Too strong, yes. Never mind idle words, let us come to the facts. As to that, you owe me for 3 months at 190 francs. That is 570 francs. Then there is the rent that I have paid twice. Here are the receipts. 600 more, including rates and the sou and the franc for the porter. something under 1,200 francs altogether, and with the 2,000 francs besides, without interest, mind you, the total amounts to 3,192 francs. And remember that you will want at least 2,000 francs before long for the doctor, and the nurse, and the medicine, and the nurse's board. That was why I borrowed 1,000 francs of Monsieur Pillerault." And with that she held up Gaudissart's banknote. It may readily be conceived that Schmucke listened to this reckoning with amazement, for he knew about as much of business as a cat knows of music. "Montame Zipod," he expostulated, "Bons have lost his head. Pardon him, and nurse him as before, und be our Providence. I beg it of you on my knees." And he knelt before La Cibot and kissed the tormentor's hands. La Cibot raised Schmucke and kissed him on the forehead. "Listen, my lamb," said she. "Here is Cibot ill in bed. I have just sent for Dr. Poulain, so I ought to set my affairs in order. And what is more, Cibot saw me crying, and flew into such a passion that he will not have me set foot in here again. It is he who wants the money; it is his, you see. We women can do nothing when it comes to that. But if you let him have his money back again, the 3,200 francs, he will be quiet perhaps. Poor man, it is his all, earned by the sweat of his brow, the savings of 26 years of life together. He must have his money to-morrow, there is no getting round him. You do not know Cibot; when he is angry, he would kill a man. Well, I might perhaps get leave of him to look after you both as before. Be easy. I will just let him say anything that comes into his head. I will bear it all for love of you, an angel as you are." "No, I am ein poor man, dot love his friend and would gif his life to save him." "But the money," broke in La Cibot. "My good Monsieur Schmucke, let us suppose that you pay me nothing. You will want 3,000 francs, and where are they to come from? Upon my word, do you know what I should do in your place? I should not think twice. I should just sell 7 or 8 good-for-nothing pictures, and put up some of those instead that are standing in your closet with their faces to the wall for want of room. One picture or another, what difference does it make?" "Und why?" "He is so cunning; it is his illness, for he is a lamb when he is well. He is capable of getting up and prying about, and if by any chance he went into the salon, he is so weak that he could not go beyond the door. He would see that they are all still there." "True." "And when he is quite well, we will tell him about the sale. And if you wish to confess, throw it all upon me, say that you were obliged to pay me. Come, I have a broad back." "I cannot dispose of things that are not mine," the good German answered simply. "Very well, I will summons you, you and Monsieur Pons." "It would kill him." "Take your choice. Dear me, sell the pictures and tell him about it afterwards. You can show him the summons." "Ver gut. Summons us. Dat shall be mine excuse. I shall show him der judgment." Mme. Cibot went down to the court, and that very day at 7 o'clock she called to Schmucke. Schmucke found himself confronted with M. Tabareau, the bailiff, who called upon him to pay. Schmucke made answer, trembling from head to foot, and was forthwith summoned, together with Pons, to appear in the county court to hear judgment against him. The sight of the bailiff and a bit of stamped paper covered with scrawls produced such an effect upon Schmucke that he held out no longer. "Sell die pictures," he said, with tears in his eyes. Next morning at 6 o'clock, Elie Magus and Remonencq took down the paintings of their choice. 2 receipts for 2,500 francs were made out in correct form. I, the undersigned, representing Monsieur Pons, acknowledge the receipt of 2,500 francs from Monsieur Elie Magus for the 4 pictures sold to him, the said sum being appropriated to the use of Monsieur Pons. The first picture, attributed to Dürer, is a portrait of a woman. The second, likewise a portrait, is of the Italian school. The third, a Dutch landscape by Bruegel. And the fourth, a Holy Family by an unknown master of the Florentine school. Remonencq's receipt was worded in precisely the same way, a Greuze, a Claude Lorraine, a Rubens, and a Van Dyck being disguised as pictures of the French and Flemish schools. "Der money makes me belief dat the chimcracks have some value," said Schmucke when the 5,000 francs were paid over. "They are worth something," said Remonencq. "I would willingly give you 100,000 francs for the lot." Remonencq, asked to do a trifling service, hung 8 pictures of the proper size in the same frames, taking them from among the less valuable pictures in Schmucke's bedroom. No sooner was Elie Magus in possession of the 4 great pictures than he went, taking La Cibot with him, under pretence of settling accounts. But he pleaded poverty, he found fault with the pictures, they needed rebacking. He offered La Cibot 30,000 francs by way of commission, and finally dazzled her with the sheets of paper on which the Bank of France engraves the words 1,000 francs in capital letters. Magus thereupon condemned Remonencq to pay the like sum to La Cibot by lending him the money on the security of his 4 pictures, which he took with him as a guarantee. So glorious were they that Magus could not bring himself to part with them, and next day he bought them of Remonencq for 6,000 francs over and above the original price, and an invoice was duly made out for the 4. Mme. Cibot, the richer by 68,000 francs, once more swore her 2 accomplices to absolute secrecy. Then she asked the Jew's advice. She wanted to invest the money in such a way that no one should know of it. "Buy shares in the Orleans Railway," said he. "They are 30 francs below par. You will double your capital in 3 years. They will give you scraps of paper which you keep safe in a portfolio. Stay here, M. Magus. I will go and fetch the man of business who acts for M. Pons' family. He wants to know how much you will give him for the whole bag of tricks upstairs. I will go for him now." "If only she were a widow," said Remonencq when she was gone. "She would just suit me. She will have plenty of money now." "Especially if she puts her money into the Orleans Railway. She will double her capital in 2 years' time. I have put all my poor little savings into it," added the Jew, "for my daughter's portion. Come, let us take a turn on the boulevard until this lawyer arrives." "Cibot is very bad as it is," continued Remonencq. "If it should please God to take him to himself, I should have a famous wife to keep a shop. I could set up on a large scale." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 23. "Good day, Monsieur Fraisier," La Cibot began in an ingratiating tone as she entered her legal adviser's office. "Why, what is this that your porter has been telling me? Are you going to move?" "Yes, my dear Madame Cibot. I am taking the first floor above Dr. Poulain, and trying to borrow 2,000 or 3,000 francs so as to furnish the place properly. It is very nice, upon my word. The landlord has just papered and painted it. I am acting, as I told you, in President de Marville's interests and yours. I am not a solicitor now; I mean to have my name entered on the roll of barristers, and I must be well lodged. A barrister in Paris cannot have his name on the rolls unless he has decent furniture and books and the like. I am a doctor of law, I have kept my terms, and have powerful interest already. Well, how are we getting on?" "Perhaps you would accept my savings," said La Cibot. "I have put them in a savings bank. I have not much, only 3,000 francs, the fruits of 25 years of stinting and scraping. You might give me a bill of exchange, as Remonencq says, for I am ignorant myself, I only know what they tell me." "No, it is against the rules of the guild for a barrister (avocat) to put his name to a bill. I will give you a receipt, bearing interest at 5% per annum, on the understanding that if I make an income of 1,200 francs for you out of old Pons's estate, you will cancel it." La Cibot, caught in the trap, uttered not a word. "Silence gives consent," Fraisier continued. "Let me have it to-morrow morning." "Oh, I am quite willing to pay fees in advance," said La Cibot. "It is one way of making sure of my money." Fraisier nodded. "How are you getting on?" he repeated. "I saw Poulain yesterday. You are hurrying your invalid along, it seems. One more scene such as yesterday's, and gallstones will form. Be gentle with him, my dear Madame Cibot. Do not lay up remorse for yourself. Life is not too long." "Just let me alone with your remorse. Are you going to talk about the guillotine again? Monsieur Pons is a contrary old thing. You don't know him. It is he that bothers me. There is not a more cross-grained man alive. His relations are in the right of it. He is sly, revengeful, and contrary. Monsieur Magus has come, as I told you, and is waiting to see you." "Right, I will be there as soon as you. Your income depends upon the price the collection will fetch. If it brings in 800,000 francs, you shall have 1,500 francs a year. It is a fortune." "Very well, I will tell them to value the things on their consciences." An hour later, Pons was fast asleep. The doctor had ordered a soothing draught, which Schmucke administered, all unconscious that La Cibot had doubled the dose. Fraisier, Remonencq, and Magus, three gallows birds, were examining the 1,700 different objects which formed the old musician's collection, one by one. Schmucke had gone to bed. The three kites, drawn by the scent of a corpse, were masters of the field. "Make no noise," said La Cibot, whenever Magus went into ecstasies or explained the value of some work of art to Remonencq. The dying man slept on in the neighboring room, while greed in 4 different forms appraised the treasures that he must leave behind, and waited impatiently for him to die, a sight to wring the heart. 3 hours went by before they had finished the salon. "On an average," said the grimy old Jew, "everything here is worth 1,000 francs." 1,700,000 francs! exclaimed Fraisier in bewilderment. "Not to me," Magus answered promptly, and his eyes grew dull. "I would not give more than 100,000 francs myself for the collection. You cannot tell how long you may keep a thing on hand. There are masterpieces that wait 10 years for a buyer, and meanwhile the purchase money is doubled by compound interest. Still, I should pay cash." "There is stained glass in the other room, as well as enamels and miniatures and gold and silver snuff boxes," put in Remonencq. "Can they be seen?" inquired Fraisier. "I'll see if he is sound asleep," replied La Cibot. She made a sign, and the 3 birds of prey came in. "There are masterpieces yonder," said Magus, indicating the salon, every bristle of his white beard twitching as he spoke. "But the riches are here, and what riches! Kings have nothing more glorious in royal treasuries." Remonencq's eyes lighted up till they glowed like carbuncles at the sight of the gold snuff boxes. Fraisier, cool and calm as a serpent or some snake creature with the power of rising erect, stood with his viper head stretched out, in such an attitude as a painter would choose for Mephistopheles. The 3 covetous beings, thirsting for gold as devils thirst for the dew of heaven, looked simultaneously, as it chanced, at the owner of all this wealth. Some nightmare troubled Pons. He stirred, and suddenly, under the influence of those diabolical glances, he opened his eyes with a shrill cry. "Thieves! There they are! Help! Murder! Help!" The nightmare was evidently still upon him, for he sat up in bed, staring before him with blank, wide open eyes, and had not the power to move. Elie Magus and Remonencq made for the door, but a word glued them to the spot. Magus, here! I am betrayed!" Instinctively the sick man had known that his beloved pictures were in danger, a thought that touched him at least as closely as any dread for himself, and he awoke. Fraisier, meanwhile, did not stir. "Madame Cibot, who is that gentleman?" cried Pons, shivering at the sight. "Goodness me, how could I put him out of the door?" she inquired, with a wink and gesture for Fraisier's benefit. "This gentleman came just a minute ago from your family." Fraisier could not conceal his admiration for La Cibot. "Yes, sir," he said, "I have come on behalf of Madame la Présidente de Marville, her husband and her daughter, to express their regret. They learned quite by accident that you are ill, and they would like to nurse you themselves. They want you to go to Marville and get well there. Madame la Vicomtesse Popinot, the little Cecile that you love so much, will be your nurse. She took your part with her mother. She convinced Madame de Marville that she had made a mistake." "So my next of kin have sent you to me, have they?" Pons exclaimed indignantly. "And sent the best judge and expert in all Paris with you to show you the way? Oh, a nice commission!" he cried, bursting into wild laughter. "You have come to value my pictures and curiosities, my snuff boxes and miniatures. Make your valuation. You have a man there who understands everything and more. He can buy everything, for he is a millionaire 10 times over. My dear relatives will not have long to wait," he added with bitter irony. "They have choked the last breath out of me. Ah, Madame Cibot, you said you were a mother to me, and you bring dealers into the house, and my competitor, and the Camusots, while I am asleep. Get out, all of you!" The unhappy man was beside himself with anger and fear. He rose from the bed and stood upright, a gaunt, wasted figure. "Take my arm, sir," said La Cibot, rushing to the rescue, lest Pons should fall. "Pray calm yourself. The gentlemen are gone." "I want to see the salon," said the death-stricken man. La Cibot made a sign to the 3 ravens to take flight. Then she caught up Pons as if he had been a feather, and put him in bed again, in spite of his cries. When she saw that he was quite helpless and exhausted, she went to shut the door on the staircase. The 3 who had done Pons to death were still on the landing. La Cibot told them to wait. She heard Fraisier say to Magus: "Let me have it in writing, and sign it, both of you. Undertake to pay 900,000 francs in cash for Monsieur Pons' collection, and we will see about putting you in the way of making a handsome profit." With that he said something to La Cibot in a voice so low that the others could not catch it, and went down after the 2 dealers to the porter's room. "Have they gone, Madame Cibot?" asked the unhappy Pons when she came back again. "Gone? Who?" asked she. "Those men." "What men? There now, you have seen men?" said she. "You have just had a raving fit. If it hadn't been for me, you would have gone out of the window, and now you are still talking of men in the room. Is it always to be like this?" "What! Was there not a gentleman here just now, saying that my relatives had sent him?" "Will you still stand me out?" said she. "Upon my word, do you know where you ought to be sent? To the asylum at Charenton. You see men!" "Elie Magus, Remonencq, and—" "Oh, as for Remonencq, you may have seen him, for he came up to tell me that my poor Cibot is so bad that I must clear out of this and come down. My Cibot comes first, you see. When my husband is ill, I can think of nobody else. Try to keep quiet and sleep for a couple of hours. I have sent for Dr. Poulain, and I will come up with him. Take a drink and be good." "Then there was no one in the room just now when I waked?" "No one," said she. "You must have seen Monsieur Remonencq in one of your looking glasses." "You are right, Madame Cibot," said Pons, meek as a lamb. "Well, now you are sensible again. Good-bye, my cherub. Keep quiet, I shall be back again in a minute." When Pons heard the outer door close upon her, he summoned up all his remaining strength to rise. "They are cheating me," he muttered to himself. "They are robbing me. Schmucke is a child that would let them tie him up in a sack." The terrible scene had seemed so real, it could not be a dream, he thought. A desire to throw light upon the puzzle excited him. He managed to reach the door, opened it after many efforts, and stood on the threshold of his salon. There they were, his dear pictures, his statues, his Florentine bronzes, his porcelain. The sight of them revived him. The old collector walked in his dressing gown along the narrow spaces between the credence tables and the sideboards that lined the wall, his feet bare, his head on fire. His first glance of ownership told him that everything was there. He turned to go back to bed again, when he noticed that a Greuze portrait looked out of the frame that had held Sebastian del Piombo's Templar. Suspicion flashed across his brain, making his dark thoughts apparent to him, as a flash of lightning marks the outlines of the cloud bars on a stormy sky. He looked round for the 8 capital pictures of the collection. Each one of them was replaced by another. A dark film suddenly overspread his eyes, his strength failed him, he fell fainting upon the polished floor. So heavy was the swoon that for 2 hours he lay as he fell, till Schmucke awoke and went to see his friend, and found him lying unconscious in the salon. With endless pains Schmucke raised the half-dead body and laid it on the bed. But when he came to question the death-stricken man, and saw the look in the dull eyes, and heard the vague inarticulate words, the good German, so far from losing his head, rose to the very heroism of friendship. Man and child as he was, with the pressure of despair came the inspiration of a mother's tenderness, a woman's love. He warmed towels, he found towels. He wrapped them about Pons' hands, he laid them over the pit of the stomach. He took the cold, moist forehead in his hands, he summoned back life with a might of will worthy of Apollonius of Tyana, laying kisses on his friend's eyelids like some Mary bending over the dead Christ, in a Pietà carved in bas relief by some great Italian sculptor. The divine effort, the outpouring of one life into another, the work of mother and of lover, was crowned with success. In half an hour the warmth revived Pons. He became himself again, the hues of life returned to his eyes. Suspended faculties gradually resumed their play under the influence of artificial heat. Schmucke gave him balm water with a little wine in it. The spirit of life spread through the body. Intelligence lighted up the forehead, so short a while ago insensible as a stone. And Pons knew that he had been brought back to life by what sacred devotion, what might of friendship. "But for you I should die," he said, and as he spoke he felt the good German's tears falling on his face. Schmucke was laughing and crying at once. Poor Schmucke! He had waited for those words with a frenzy of hope, as costly as the frenzy of despair. And now his strength utterly failed him, he collapsed like a rent balloon. It was his turn to fall. He sank into the easy chair, clasped his hands, and thanked God in fervent prayer. For him a miracle had just been wrought. He put no belief in the efficacy of the prayer of his deeds. The miracle had been wrought by God in direct answer to his cry. And yet that miracle was a natural effect, such as medical science often records. A sick man, surrounded by those who love him, nursed by those who wish earnestly that he should live, will recover, other things being equal, when another patient, tended by hirelings, will die. Doctors decline to see unconscious magnetism in this phenomenon. For them it is the result of intelligent nursing, of exact obedience to their orders. But many a mother knows the virtue of such ardent projection of strong, unceasing prayer. "My good Schmucke, say noddings, I shall hear you mit mein heart. Rest, rest," said Schmucke, smiling at him. "Poor friend, noble creature, child of God, living in God, the one being that has loved me." The words came out with pauses between them. There was a new note, a something never heard before in Pons's voice. All the soul, so soon to take flight, found utterance in the words that filled Schmucke with happiness, almost like a lover's rapture. "Yes, yes, I shall be strong as a lion. I shall work for two." "Listen, my good, my faithful, adorable friend. Let me speak. I have not much time left. I am a dead man. I cannot recover from these repeated shocks." Schmucke was crying like a child. "Just listen," continued Pons, "and cry afterwards. As a Christian you must submit. I have been robbed. It is La Cibot's doing. I ought to open your eyes before I go. You know nothing of life. Somebody has taken away 8 of the pictures, and they were worth a great deal of money. Forgive me, I sold them." "You sold them?" "Yes, I," said poor Schmucke. "They summoned us to their court." "Summoned? Who summoned us?" "Wait," said Schmucke. He went for the bit of stamped paper left by the bailiff, and gave it to Pons. Pons read the scrawl through with close attention; then he let the paper drop, and lay quite silent for a while. A close observer of the work of men's hands, unheedful so far of the workings of the brain, Pons finally counted out the threads of the plot woven about him by La Cibot. The artist's fire, the intellect that won the Roman scholarship, all his youth came back to him for a little. "My good Schmucke," he said at last, "you must do as I tell you, and obey like a soldier. Listen. Go downstairs into the lodge and tell that abominable woman that I should like to see the person sent to me by my cousin the president, and that unless he comes, I shall leave my collection to the Musee. Say that a will is in question." Schmucke went on his errand, but at the first word, La Cibot answered by a smile. "My good Monsieur Schmucke, our dear invalid has had a delirious fit. He thought that there were men in the room. On my word, as an honest woman, no one has come from the family." Schmucke went back with his answer, which he repeated word for word. "She is cleverer, more astute and cunning and wily than I thought," said Pons with a smile. "She lies even in her room. Imagine it! This morning she brought a Jew here, Elie Magus by name, and Remonencq, and a third whom I do not know, more terrific than the other 2 put together. She meant to make a valuation while I was asleep. I happened to wake and saw them all 3, estimating the worth of my snuff boxes. The stranger said, indeed, that the Camusots had sent him here. I spoke to him. That shameless woman stood me out that I was dreaming. My good Schmucke, it was not a dream. I heard the man perfectly plainly; he spoke to me. The 2 dealers took fright and made for the door. I thought that La Cibot would contradict herself. The experiment failed. I will lay another snare and trap the wretched woman. Poor Schmucke, you think that La Cibot is an angel, and for this month past she has been killing me by inches to gain her covetous ends. I would not believe that a woman who served us faithfully for years could be so wicked. That doubt has been my ruin. How much did the 8 pictures fetch?" 5,000 francs." "Good heavens! They were worth 20 times as much," cried Pons. "The gems of the collection! I have not time now to institute proceedings, and if I did, you would figure in court as the dupe of those rascals. A lawsuit would be the death of you. You do not know what justice means; a court of justice is a sink of iniquity. At the sight of such horrors, a soul like yours would give way. And besides, you will have enough. The pictures cost me 40,000 francs. I have had them for 36 years. Oh! We have been robbed with surprising dexterity. I am on the brink of the grave. I care for nothing now but thee. For thee, the best soul under the sun. I will not have you plundered. All that I have is yours. So you must trust nobody, Schmucke, you that have never suspected any one in your life. I know God watches over you, but He may forget for one moment, and you will be seized like a vessel among pirates. La Cibot is a monster. She is killing me, and you think her an angel. You shall see what she is. Go and ask her to give you the name of a notary, and I will show you her with her hand in the bag." Schmucke listened as if Pons proclaimed an apocalypse. Could so depraved a creature as La Cibot exist? If Pons was right, it seemed to imply that there was no God in the world. He went right down again to Mme. Cibot. "Mein poor friend Pons feels so ill," he said, "that he wish to make his will. Go and bring a notary." This was said in the hearing of several persons, for Cibot's life was despaired of. Remonencq and his sister, 2 women from neighboring porters' lodges, 2 or 3 servants, and the lodger from the first floor on the side next the street, were all standing outside in the gateway. "Oh, you can just fetch a notary yourself, and have your will made as you please," cried La Cibot with tears in her eyes. "My poor Cibot is dying, and it is no time to leave him. I would give all the Ponses in the world to save Cibot, that has never given me an ounce of unhappiness in these 30 years since we were married." And in she went, leaving Schmucke in confusion. "Is Monsieur Pons really seriously ill, sir?" asked the first-floor lodger, one Julivar, a clerk in the registrar's office at the Palais de Justice. "He nearly died just now," said Schmucke, with deep sorrow in his voice. "Monsieur Trognon lives near by in the Rue Saint Louis," said Monsieur Julivar. "He is the notary of the quarter." "Would you like me to go for him?" asked Remonencq. "I should be very glad," said Schmucke, "for gif Montame Zipod cannot be mit mein friend, I shall not wish to leave him in der state he is in." "Mme. Cibot told us that he was going out of his mind," resumed Jolivar. "Bons out of his mind?" cried Schmucke, terror-stricken by the idea. "Nefer was he so clear in der head. Dat is just the reason vy I am anxious for him." The little group of persons listened to the conversation with a very natural curiosity, which stamped the scene upon their memories. Schmucke did not know Fraisier, and could not note his satanic countenance and glittering eyes. But 2 words whispered by Fraisier in La Cibot's ear had prompted a daring piece of acting, somewhat beyond La Cibot's range, it may be, though she played her part throughout in a masterly style. To make others believe that the dying man was out of his mind, it was the very cornerstone of the edifice reared by the petty lawyer. The morning's incident had done Fraisier good service. But for him, La Cibot in her trouble might have fallen into the snare innocently spread by Schmucke when he asked her to send back the person sent by the family. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Perry. Chapter 24. Remonencq saw Dr. Poulain coming towards them, and asked no better than to vanish. The fact was that for the last 10 days the Auvergnat had been playing Providence in a manner singularly displeasing to justice, which claims the monopoly of that part. He had made up his mind to rid himself at all costs of the one obstacle in his way to happiness, and happiness for him meant capital trebled and marriage with the irresistibly charming portress. He had watched the little tailor drinking his herb tea, and a thought struck him. He would convert the ailment into mortal sickness. His stock of old metals supplied him with the means. One morning, as he leaned against the door-post, smoking his pipe and dreaming of that fine shop on the Boulevard de la Madeleine, where Mme. Cibot, gorgeously arrayed, should some day sit enthroned, his eyes fell upon a copper disc, about the size of a 5-franc piece, covered thickly with verdigris. The economical idea of using Cibot's medicine to clean the disc immediately occurred to him. He fastened the thing in a bit of twine, and came over every morning to inquire for tidings of his friend the tailor, timing his visit during La Cibot's visit to her gentleman upstairs. He dropped the disc into the tumbler, allowed it to steep there while he talked, and drew it out again by the string when he went away. The trace of tarnished copper, commonly called verdigris, poisoned the wholesome draught. A minute dose administered by stealth did incalculable mischief. Behold the results of this criminal homeopathy. On the third day poor Cibot's hair came out, his teeth were loosened in their sockets, his whole system was deranged by a scarcely perceptible trace of poison. Dr. Poulain racked his brains. He was enough of a man of science to see that some destructive agent was at work. He privately carried off the decoction, analyzed it himself, but found nothing. It so chanced that Remonencq had taken fright and omitted to dip the disc in the tumbler that day. Then Dr. Poulain fell back on himself and science, and got out of the difficulty with a theory. A sedentary life in a damp room, a cramped position before the barred window, these conditions had vitiated the blood in the absence of proper exercise, especially as the patient continually breathed an atmosphere saturated with the fetid exhalations of the gutter. The Rue de Normandie is one of the old-fashioned streets that slope towards the middle. The municipal authorities of Paris as yet have laid on no water supply to flush the central canal, which drains the houses on either side, and as a result a stream of filthy ooze meanders among the cobblestones, filters into the soil, and produces the mud peculiar to the city. La Cibot came and went, but her husband, a hard-working man, sat day in, day out, like a fakir on the table in the window, till his knee joints were stiffened, the blood stagnated in his body, and his legs grew so thin and crooked that he almost lost the use of them. The deep copper tint of the man's complexion naturally suggested that he had been out of health for a very long time. The wife's good health and the husband's illness seemed to the doctor to be satisfactorily accounted for by this theory. "Then what is the matter with my poor Cibot?" asked the portress. "My dear Madame Cibot, he is dying of the porter's disease," said the doctor. "Incurable vitiation of the blood is evident from the general anemic condition." No one had anything to gain by a crime so objectless. Dr. Poulain's first suspicions were effaced by this thought. Who could have any possible interest in Cibot's death? His wife? The doctor saw her taste the herb tea as she sweetened it. Crimes which escape social vengeance are many enough, and as a rule they are of this order, to wit, murders committed without any startling sign of violence, without bloodshed, bruises, marks of strangling, without any bungling of the business, in short. If there seems to be no motive for the crime, it most likely goes unpunished, especially if the death occurs among the poorer classes. Murder is almost always denounced by its advanced guards, by hatred or greed well known to those under whose eyes the whole matter has passed. But in the case of the Cibots, no one, save the doctor, had any interest in discovering the actual cause of death. The little copper-faced tailor's wife adored her husband. He had no money and no enemies. La Cibot's fortune and the marine store dealer's motives were alike hidden in the shade. Poulain knew the portress and her way of thinking perfectly well. He thought her capable of tormenting Pons, But he saw that she had neither motive enough nor wit enough for murder, and besides, every time the doctor came and she gave her husband a draught, she took a spoonful herself. Poulain himself, the only person who might have thrown light on the matter, inclined to believe that this was one of the unaccountable freaks of disease, one of the astonishing exceptions which make medicine so perilous a profession. And in truth, the little tailor's unwholesome life and unsanitary surroundings had unfortunately brought him to such a pass that the trace of copper poisoning was like the last straw. Gossips and neighbors took it upon themselves to explain the sudden death, and no suspicion of blame lighted upon Remonencq. "Oh, this long time past I have said that Monsieur Cibot was not well," cried one. "He worked too hard, he did," said another. "He heated his blood." "He would not listen to me," put in a neighbor. "I advised him to walk out of a Sunday and keep Saint Monday. 2 days in the week is not too much for amusement." In short, the gossip of the quarter, the tell-tale voice to which justice, in the person of the commissary of police, the king of the poorer classes, lends an attentive ear, gossip explained the little tailor's demise in a perfectly satisfactory manner. Yet Monsieur Poulain's pensive air and uneasy eyes embarrassed Remonencq not a little, and at sight of the doctor he offered eagerly to go in search of Monsieur Trognon, Fraisier's acquaintance. Fraisier turned to La Cibot to say in a low voice, "I shall come back again as soon as the will is made. In spite of your sorrow, you must look for squalls." Then he slipped away like a shadow and met his friend the doctor. "Ah, Poulain!" he exclaimed. "It is all right, we are safe. I will tell you about it to-night. Look out a post that will suit you, and you shall have it. For my own part, I am a justice of the peace. Tabareau will not refuse me now for a son-in-law. And as for you, I will undertake that you shall marry Mademoiselle Vitel, granddaughter of our justice of the peace." Fraisier left Poulain reduced to dumb bewilderment by these wild words, bounced like a ball into the boulevard, hailed an omnibus, and was set down 10 minutes later by the modern coach at the corner of the Rue de Choiseul. By this time it was nearly 4 o'clock. Fraisier felt quite sure of a word in private with the Presidente, for officials seldom leave the Palais de Justice before 5 o'clock. Madame de Marville's reception of him assured Fraisier that Monsieur Leboeuf had kept his promise made to Madame Vatinelle and spoken favorably of the sometime attorney at Mantes. Amélie's manner was almost caressing. So might the Duchesse de Montpensier have treated Jacques Clément. The petty attorney was a knife to her hand. But when Fraisier produced the joint letter signed by Elie Magus and Remonencq, offering the sum of 900,000 francs in cash for Pons' collection, then the Presidente looked at her man of business, and the gleam of the money flashed from her eyes. That ripple of greed reached the attorney. "Monsieur le Président left a message with me," she said. "He hopes that you will dine with us to-morrow. It will be a family party. Monsieur Godeschal, Desroches' successor and my attorney, will come to meet you, and Berthier, our notary, and my daughter and son-in-law. After dinner, you and I and the notary and attorney will have the little consultation for which you ask, and I will give you full powers. The 2 gentlemen will do as you require and act upon your inspiration, and see that everything goes well. You shall have a power of attorney from Monsieur de Marville as soon as you want it." "I shall want it on the day of the decease." "It shall be in readiness." "Madame la Présidente, if I ask for a power of attorney, and would prefer that your attorney's name should not appear, I wish it less in my own interest than in yours. When I give myself, it is without reserve, and in return, madame, I ask the same fidelity. I ask my patrons, I do not venture to call you my clients, to put the same confidence in me. You may think that in acting thus I am trying to fasten upon this affair. No, no, madame. There may be reprehensible things done, With an inheritance in view, one is dragged on, especially with 900,000 francs in the balance. Well, now, you could not disavow a man like Maître Godeschal, honesty itself, but you can throw all the blame on the back of a miserable pettifogging lawyer." Madame Camusot de Marville looked admiringly at Fraisier. "You ought to go very high," said she, "or sink very low. In your place, instead of asking to hide myself away as a justice of the peace, I would aim at the crown attorney's appointment, at, say, Mantes, and make a great career for myself." "Let me have my way, madame. The post of justice of the peace is an ambling pad for Monsieur Vitel. For me, it shall be a war horse." And in this way the Presidente proceeded to a final confidence. "You seem to be so completely devoted to our interests," she began, "that I will tell you about the difficulties of our position and our hopes. The President's great desire, ever since a match was projected between his daughter and an adventurer who recently started a bank, the President's wish, I say, has been to round out the Marville estate with some grazing land, at that time in the market. We dispossessed ourselves of fine property, as you know, to settle it upon our daughter; but I wish very much, my daughter being an only child, to buy all that remains of the grass land. Part has been sold already. The estate belongs to an Englishman who is returning to England after a 20 years' residence in France. He built the most charming cottage in a delightful situation, between Marville Park and the meadows which once were part of the Marville lands. He bought up covers, copse, and gardens at fancy prices to make the grounds about the cottage. The house and its surroundings make a feature of the landscape, and it lies close to my daughter's park palings. The whole, land and house, should be bought for 700,000 francs, for the net revenue is about 20,000 francs. But if Mr. Wadman finds out that we think of buying it, he is sure to add another 200,000 or 300,000 francs to the price, for he will lose money if the house counts for nothing, as it usually does when you buy land in the country." "Why, madame," Fraisier broke in my opinion, you can be so sure that the inheritance is yours that I will offer to act the part of purchaser for you. I will undertake that you shall have the land at the best possible price, and have a written engagement made out under private seal, like a contract to deliver goods. I will go to the Englishman in the character of buyer. I understand that sort of thing; it was my specialty at Mantes. Vatinelle doubled the value of his practice while I worked in his name." "Hence your connection with little Madame Vatinelle. He must be very well off." "But Madame Vatinelle has expensive tastes. So be easy, madame, I will serve you up the Englishman done to a turn." "If you can manage that, you will have eternal claims to my gratitude. Good day, my dear Monsieur Fraisier. Till to-morrow." Fraisier went. His parting bow was a degree less cringing than on the first occasion. "I am to dine to-morrow with President de Marville," he said to himself. "Come now, I have these folk in my power. Only, to be absolute master, I ought to be the German's legal adviser in the person of Tabareau, the justice's clerk. Tabareau will not have me now for his daughter, his only daughter, but he will give her to me when I am a justice of the peace. I shall be eligible. Mademoiselle Tabareau, that tall, consumptive girl with the red hair, has a house in the Place Royale in right of her mother. At her father's death she is sure to come in for 6,000 francs. You must not look too hard at the plank." As he went back to the Rue de Normandie by way of the boulevards, he dreamed out his golden dream; he gave himself up to the happiness of the thought that he should never know want again. He would marry his friend Poulain to Mademoiselle Vitel, the daughter of the justice of the peace. Together, he and his friend the doctor would reign like kings in the quarter; he would carry all the elections, municipal, military, or political. The boulevards seem short if, while you pace afoot, you mount your ambition on the steed of fancy in this way. Schmucke, meanwhile, went back to his friend Pons with the news that Cibot was dying, and Remonencq gone in search of Monsieur Trognon, the notary. Pons was struck by the name. It had come up again and again in La Cibot's interminable talk, and La Cibot always recommended him as honesty incarnate. And with that, a luminous idea occurred to Pons, in whom mistrust had grown paramount since the morning, an idea which completed his plan for outwitting La Cibot and unmasking her completely for the too credulous Schmucke. So many unexpected things had happened that day that poor Schmucke was quite bewildered. Pons took his friend's hand. "There must be a good deal of confusion in the house, Schmucke. If the porter is at death's door, we are almost free for a minute or two; that is to say, there will be no spies, for we are watched, you may be sure of that. Go out, take a cab, go to the theatre, and tell Mademoiselle Heloise Brisetout that I should like to see her before I die. Ask her to come here to-night when she leaves the theatre. Then go to your friends Brunner and Schwab, and beg them to come to-morrow morning at 9 o'clock to inquire after me. Let them come up as if they were just passing by and called in to see me." The old artist felt that he was dying, and this was the scheme that he forged. He meant Schmucke to be his universal legatee. To protect Schmucke from any possible legal quibbles, he proposed to dictate his will to a notary in the presence of witnesses, lest his sanity should be called in question and the Camusots should attempt, upon that pretext, to dispute the will. At the name of Trognon, he caught a glimpse of machinations of some kind, perhaps a flaw purposely inserted, or premeditated treachery on La Cibot's part. He would prevent this. Trognon should dictate a holograph will, which should be signed and deposited in a sealed envelope in a drawer. Then Schmucke, hidden in one of the cabinets in his alcove, should see La Cibot search for the will, find it, open the envelope, read it through, and seal it again. Next morning, at 9 o'clock, he would cancel the will and make a new one in the presence of 2 notaries, everything in due form and order. La Cibot had treated him as a madman and a visionary. He saw what this meant. He saw the Presidente's hate and greed, her revenge in La Cibot's behavior. In the sleepless hours and lonely days of the last 2 months, the poor man had sifted the events of his past life. It has been the wont of sculptors, ancient and modern, to set a tutelary genius with a lighted torch upon either side of a tomb. Those torches that light up the paths of death throw light for dying eyes upon the spectacle of a life's mistakes and sins. The carved stone figures express great ideas. They are symbols of a fact in human experience. The agony of death has its own wisdom. Not seldom a simple girl, scarcely more than a child, will grow wise with the experience of 100 years, will gain prophetic vision, judge her family, and see clearly through all pretenses at the near approach of death. Herein lies death's poetry. But, strange and worthy of remark it is, there are 2 manners of death. The poetry of prophecy, the gift of seeing clearly into the future or the past, only belongs to those whose bodies are stricken, to those who die by the destruction of the organs of physical life. Consumptive patients, for instance, or those who die of gangrene like Louis XIV, of fever like Pons, of a stomach complaint like Madame de Morsauf, or of wounds received in the full tide of life like soldiers on the battlefield, all these may possess this supreme lucidity to the full. Their deaths fill us with surprise and wonder. But many, on the other hand, die of intelligential diseases, as they may be called, of maladies seated in the brain or in that nervous system which acts as a kind of purveyor of thought fuel, and these die wholly, body and spirit are darkened together. The former are spirits deserted by the body, realizing for us our ideas of the spirits of Scripture. The latter are bodies untenanted by a spirit. Too late, the virgin nature, the epicure Cato, the righteous man almost without sin, was discovering the Président's real character, the sack of gall that did duty for her heart. He knew the world now that he was about to leave it, and for the past few hours he had risen gaily to his part, like a joyous artist finding a pretext for caricature and laughter in everything. The last links that bound him to life, the chains of admiration, the strong ties that bind the art lover to art's masterpieces, had been snapped that morning. When Pons knew that La Cibot had robbed him, he bade farewell, like a Christian, to the pomps and vanities of art, to his collection, to all his old friendships with the makers of so many fair things. Our forefathers counted the day of death as a Christian festival, and in something of the same spirit Pons' thoughts turned to the coming end. In his tender love he tried to protect Schmucke when he should be low in the grave. It was this father's thought that led him to fix his choice upon the leading lady of the ballet. Mademoiselle Brisetout should help him to baffle surrounding treachery, and those who in all probability would never forgive his innocent universal legatee. Heloise Brisetout was one of the few natures that remain true in a false position. She was an opera girl of the school of Josepha and Jenny Cadine, capable of playing any trick on a paying adorer, yet she was a good comrade, dreading no power on earth, accustomed as she was to see the weak side of the strong, and to hold her own with the police at the scarcely idyllic Bal de Mabille and the Carnival. "If she asked for my place for Garangeot, she will think that she owes me a good turn by so much the more," said Pons to himself. Thanks to the prevailing confusion in the porter's lodge, Schmucke succeeded in getting out of the house. He returned with the utmost speed, fearing to leave Pons too long alone. Monsieur Trognon reached the house just as Schmucke came in. Albeit Cibot was dying, his wife came upstairs with the notary, brought him into the bedroom, and withdrew, leaving Schmucke and Pons with Monsieur Trognon. But she left the door ajar, and went no further than the next room. Providing herself with a little hand glass of curious workmanship, she took up her station in the doorway, so that she could not only hear but see all that passed at the supreme moment. "Sir," said Pons, "I am in the full possession of my faculties, unfortunately for me, for I feel that I am about to die, and doubtless, by the will of God, I shall be spared nothing of the agony of death. This is Monsieur Schmucke." The notary bowed to Monsieur Schmucke. "My one friend on earth," continued Pons. "I wish to make him my universal legatee. Now, tell me how to word the will, so that my friend, who is a German and knows nothing of French law, may succeed to my possessions without any dispute." "Anything is liable to be disputed, sir," said the notary. "That is the drawback of human justice. But in the matter of wills, there are wills so drafted that they cannot be upset." "In what way?" queried Pons. "If a will is made in the presence of a notary, and before witnesses who can swear that the testator was in the full possession of his faculties, and if the testator has neither wife nor children, nor father nor mother—" "I have none of these. All my affection is centred upon my dear friend Schmucke here." The tears overflowed Schmucke's eyes. "Then, if you have none but distant relatives, the law leaves you free to dispose of both personalty and real estate as you please, so long as you bequeath them for no unlawful purpose; for you must have come across cases of wills disputed on account of the testator's eccentricities. A will made in the presence of a notary is considered to be authentic, for the person's identity is established, the notary certifies that the testator was sane at the time, and there can be no possible dispute over the signature. Still, a holograph will, properly and clearly worded, is quite as safe." I have decided, for reasons of my own, to make a holograph will at your dictation, and to deposit it with my friend here. Is this possible?" "Quite possible," said the notary. "Will you write? I will begin to dictate." "Schmucke, bring me my little Boule writing desk. Speak low, sir," he added; "we may be overheard." "Just tell me, first of all, what you intend," demanded the notary. 10 minutes later, La Cibot saw the notary look over the will, while Schmucke lighted a taper, Pons watching her reflection all the while in a mirror. She saw the envelope sealed, saw Pons give it to Schmucke, and heard him say that it must be put away in a secret drawer in his bureau. Then the testator asked for the key, tied it to the corner of his handkerchief, and slipped it under his pillow. The notary himself, by courtesy, was appointed executor. To him Pons left a picture of price, such a thing as the law permits a notary to receive. Trognon went out, and came upon Mme. Cibot in the salon. "Well, sir, did Monsieur Pons remember me?" "You do not expect a notary to betray secrets confided to him, my dear," returned M. Trognon. "I can only tell you this: there will be many disappointments, and some that are anxious after the money will be foiled. M. Pons has made a good and very sensible will, a patriotic will, which I highly approve." La Cibot's curiosity, kindled by such words, reached an unimaginable pitch. She went downstairs and spent the night at Cibot's bedside, inwardly resolving that Mademoiselle Remonencq should take her place towards 2 or 3 in the morning, when she would go up and have a look at the document. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 25. Mademoiselle Brisetoux's visit towards 10:30 that night seemed natural enough to La Cibot, but in her terror lest the ballet girl should mention Gaudissart's gift of 1,000 francs, she went upstairs with her, lavishing polite speeches and flattery, as if Mademoiselle Heloise had been a queen. "Ah, my dear, you are much nicer here on your own ground than at the theatre," Heloise remarked. "I advise you to keep to your employment." Heloise was splendidly dressed. Bixiou, her lover, had brought her in his carriage on the way to an evening party at Mariette's. It so fell out that the first-floor lodger, M. Chapoulot, a retired braid manufacturer from the Rue Saint Denis, returning from the Ambigu Comique with his wife and daughter, was dazzled by a vision of such a costume and such a charming woman upon their staircase. "Who is that, Mme. Cibot?" asked Mme. Chapoulot. "No better than she should be, a light skirts that you may see half naked any evening for a couple of francs," La Cibot answered in an undertone for Mme. Chapoulot's ear. "Victorine," called the braid manufacturer's wife, "let the lady pass, child." The matron's alarm signal was not lost upon Heloise. "Your daughter must be more inflammable than tinder, madame, if you are afraid that she will catch fire by touching me," she said. Monsieur Chapoulot waited on the landing. "She is uncommonly handsome off the stage," he remarked, whereupon Madame Chapoulot pinched him sharply and drove him indoors. "Here is a second-floor lodger that has a mind to set up for being on the 4th floor," said Heloise as she continued to climb. "But mademoiselle is accustomed to going higher and higher." "Well, old boy," said Heloise, entering the bedroom and catching sight of the old musician's white, wasted face. "Well, old boy, so we are not very well. Everybody at the theatre is asking after you, but though one's heart may be in the right place, every one has his own affairs, you know, and cannot find time to go to see friends. Gaudissart talks of coming round every day, and every morning the tiresome management gets hold of him. Still, we are all of us fond of you." "Madame Cibot," said the patient, Be so kind as to leave us. We want to talk about the theatre and my post as conductor with this lady. Schmucke, will you go to the door with Madame Cibot?" At a sign from Pons, Schmucke saw Madame Cibot out at the door and drew the bolts. "Ah, that blackguard of a German, is he spoiled too?" La Cibot said to herself as she heard the significant sounds. "That is Monsieur Pons's doing; he taught him those disgusting tricks. But you shall pay for this, my dears," she thought as she went downstairs. "Pooh! If that tight-rope dancer tells him about the 1,000 francs, I shall say that it is a farce." She seated herself by Cibot's pillow. Cibot complained of a burning sensation in the stomach. Remonencq had called in and given him a draught while his wife was upstairs. As soon as Schmucke had dismissed La Cibot, Pons turned to the ballet girl. "Dear child, I can trust no one else to find me a notary, an honest man, and send him here to make my will to-morrow morning at 9:30 precisely. I want to leave all that I have to Schmucke. If he is persecuted, poor German that he is, I shall reckon upon the notary. The notary must defend him. And for that reason I must have a wealthy notary, highly thought of, a man above the temptations to which pettifogging lawyers yield. He must succor my poor friend. I cannot trust Berthier, Cardot's successor. And you know so many people." "Oh, I have the very man for you," Heloise broke in. "There is the notary that acts for Florine and the Comtesse du Bruel, Leopold Hannequin, a virtuous man that does not know what a lorette is. He is a sort of chance-come father, a good soul that will not let you play ducks and drakes with your earnings. I call him le père au roi, because he instills economical notions into the minds of all my friends. In the first place, my dear fellow, he has a private income of 60,000 francs, and he is a notary of the real old sort, a notary while he walks or sleeps. His children must be little notaries and notaresses. He is a heavy, pedantic creature, and that's the truth, but on his own ground he is not the man to flinch before any power in creation. No woman ever got money out of him. He is a fossil paterfamilias. His wife worships him, and does not deceive him, although she is a notary's wife. What more do you want? As a notary he has not his match in Paris. He is in the patriarchal style, not queer and amusing as Cardot used to be with Malaga, but he will never decamp like little what's-his-name that lived with Antonia. So I will send round my man to-morrow morning at 8 o'clock. You may sleep in peace. And I hope, in the first place, that you will get better, and make charming music for us again. And yet, after all, you see, life is very dreary. Managers chisel you, and kings mizzle, and ministers fizzle, and rich folk economizzle. Artists have nothing left here," tapping her breast. "It is a time to die in. Good-bye, old boy. Heloise, of all things, I ask you to keep my counsel." "It is not a theatre affair," she said. "It is sacred for an artist." "Who is your gentleman, child?" "Monsieur Baudoyer, the mayor of your arrondissement, a man as stupid as the late Crevel. Crevel once financed Gaudissart, you know, and a few days ago he died and left me nothing, not so much as a pot of pomatum. That made me say just now that this age of ours is something sickening." "What did he die of?" "Of his wife. If he had stayed with me, he would be living now. Good bye, dear old boy. I am talking of going off, because I can see that you will be walking about the boulevards in a week or two, hunting up pretty little curiosities again. You are not ill. I never saw your eyes look so bright." And she went, fully convinced that her protege Garangeot would conduct the orchestra for good. Every door stood ajar as she went downstairs. Every lodger on tiptoe watched the lady of the ballet pass on her way out. It was quite an event in the house. Fraisier, like the bulldog that sets his teeth and never lets go, was on the spot. He stood beside La Cibot when Mademoiselle Brisetout passed under the gateway and asked for the door to be opened. Knowing that a will had been made, he had come to see how the land lay, for Maitre Trognon, notary, had refused to say a syllable. Fraisier's questions were as fruitless as Mme. Cibot's. Naturally, the ballet girl's visit in extremis was not lost upon Fraisier. He vowed to himself that he would turn it to good account. "My dear Mme. Cibot," he began, "now is the critical moment for you." "Ah, yes, my poor Cibot," said she, "when I think that he will not live to enjoy anything I may get." "It is a question of finding out whether M. Pons has left you anything at all, whether your name is mentioned or left out, in fact," he interrupted. "I represent the next of kin, and to them you must look in any case. It is a holograph will, and consequently very easy to upset. Do you know where our man has put it?" "In a secret drawer in his bureau, and he has the key of it. He tied it to a corner of his handkerchief and put it under his pillow. I saw it all." "Is the will sealed?" "Yes, alas!" "It is a criminal offence if you carry off a will and suppress it, but it is only a misdemeanor to look at it. And anyhow, what does it amount to? A peccadillo, and nobody will see you. Is your man a heavy sleeper?" "Yes, but when you tried to see all the things and value them, he ought to have slept like a top, and yet he woke up. Still, I will see about it. I will take M. Schmucke's place about 4 o'clock this morning, and if you care to come, you shall have the will in your hands for 10 minutes." "Good, I will come up about 4 o'clock, and I will knock very softly." "Mademoiselle Remonencq will take my place with Cibot. She will know and open the door, but tap on the window so as to rouse nobody in the house." "Right," said Fraisier. "You will have a light, will you not? A candle will do." At midnight, poor Schmucke sat in his easy chair, watching with a breaking heart that shrinking of the features that comes with death. Pons looked so worn out with the day's exertions that death seemed very near. Presently Pons spoke. "I have just enough strength, I think, to last till to-morrow night," he said philosophically. "To-morrow night the death agony will begin. Poor Schmucke! As soon as the notary and your 2 friends are gone, go for our good Abbe Duplanty, the curate of Saint Francois. Good man, he does not know that I am ill, and I wish to take the Holy Sacrament to-morrow at noon." There was a long pause. "God so willed it that life has not been as I dreamed," Pons resumed. "I should so have loved wife and children and home. To be loved by a very few in some corner, that was my whole ambition. Life is hard for every one. I have seen people who had all that I wanted so much and could not have, and yet they were not happy. Then, at the end of my life, God put untold comfort in my way when He gave me such a friend. And one thing I have not to reproach myself with, that I have not known your worth nor appreciated you, my good Schmucke. I have loved you with my whole heart, with all the strength of love that is in me. Do not cry, Schmucke. I shall say no more if you cry, and it is so sweet to me to talk of ourselves to you. If I had listened to you, I should not be dying. I should have left the world and broken off my habits, and then I should not have been wounded to death. And now I want to think of no one but you at the last." "You are mistaken. Do not contradict me. Listen, dear friend, you are as guileless and simple as a 6-year-old child that has never left its mother. One honors you for it. It seems to me that God Himself must watch over such as you. But men are so wicked that I ought to warn you beforehand, and then you will lose your generous trust, your saint-like belief in others, the bloom of a purity of soul that only belongs to genius or to hearts like yours. In a little while you will see Mme. Cibot, who left the door ajar and watched us closely while M. Trognon was here. In a little while you will see her come for the will, as she believes it to be. I expect the worthless creature will do her business this morning when she thinks you are asleep. Now mind what I say, and carry out my instructions to the letter. Are you listening?" asked the dying man. But Schmucke was overcome with grief. His heart was throbbing painfully, his head fell back on the chair, he seemed to have lost consciousness. "Yes," he answered, "I can hear, but it is as if you were 200 paces away from me. It seem to me dat I am going down into der grave mit you," said Schmucke, crushed with pain. He went over to the bed, took one of Pons' hands in both his own, and within himself put up a fervent prayer. "What is that you are mumbling in German?" "I asked Gott that He would take us both togethers to Himself," Schmucke answered simply when he had finished his prayer. Pons bent over. It was a great effort, for he was suffering intolerable pain, but he managed to reach Schmucke and kissed him on the forehead, pouring out his soul, as it were, in benediction upon a nature that recalled the Lamb that lies at the foot of the throne of God. "See here, listen, my good Schmucke, you must do as dying people tell you." "I am listening." "The little door in the recess in your bedroom opens into that closet." "Yes, but it is blocked up mit pictures." "Clear them away at once, without making too much noise." "Yes." "Clear a passage on both sides, so that you can pass from your room into mine. Now, leave the door ajar. When La Cibot comes to take your place, and she is capable of coming an hour earlier than usual, you can go away to bed as if nothing had happened, and look very tired, try to look sleepy. As soon as she settles down into the armchair, go into the closet, draw aside the muslin curtains over the glass door, and watch her. Do you understand?" "I understand. You believe that the bad woman is going to burn the will." "I do not know what she will do, but I am sure of this, that you will not take her for an angel afterwards. And now play for me. Improvise, and make me happy. It will divert your thoughts, your gloomy ideas will vanish, and for me the dark hours will be filled with your dreams." Schmucke sat down at the piano. Here he was in his element, and in a few moments musical inspiration, quickened by the pain with which he was quivering and the consequent irritation that followed, came upon the kindly German. And, after his wont, he was caught up and borne above the world. On one sublime theme after another he executed variations, putting into them sometimes Chopin's sorrow, Chopin's Raphael-like perfection, sometimes the stormy Dante's grandeur of Liszt, the two musicians who most nearly approach Paganini's temperament. When execution reaches this supreme degree, the executant stands beside the poet, as it were. He is to the composer as the actor is to the writer of plays, a divinely inspired interpreter of things divine. But that night, when Schmucke gave Pons an earnest of diviner symphonies, of that heavenly music for which Saint Cecile let fall her instruments, he was at once Beethoven and Paganini, creator and interpreter. It was an outpouring of music inexhaustible as the nightingale's song, varied and full of delicate undergrowth as the forest flooded with her trills, sublime as the sky overhead. Schmucke played as he had never played before, and the soul of the old musician listening to him rose to ecstasy, such as Raphael once painted in a picture which you may see at Bologna. A terrific ringing of the doorbell put an end to these visions. The first-floor lodger sent up a servant with a message. Would Schmucke please stop the racket overhead? Madame, Monsieur, and Mademoiselle Chapoulot had been wakened, and could not sleep for the noise. They called his attention to the fact that the day was quite long enough for rehearsals of theatrical music, and added that people ought not to strum all night in a house in the Marais. It was then 3 o'clock in the morning. At 3:30, La Cibot appeared, just as Pons had predicted. He might have actually heard the conference between Fraisier and the portress. "Did I not guess exactly how it would be?" his eyes seemed to say as he glanced at Schmucke, and turning a little, he seemed to be fast asleep. Schmucke's guileless simplicity was an article of belief with La Cibot, and be it noted that this faith in simplicity is the great source and secret of the success of all infantine strategy. La Cibot, therefore, could not suspect Schmucke of deceit when he came to say to her, with a face half of distress, half of glad relief, "I have had a terrible night, a terrible time of it. I was obliged to play to keep him quiet, and the first floor lodgers was come up to tell me to be quiet. It was frightful, for the life of mine friend was at stake. I am so tired mit der playing all night, that this morning I am all knocked up." "My poor Cibot is very bad too. One more day like yesterday, and he will have no strength left. One can't help it; it is God's will." "You haf a heart so honest, a soul so beautiful, dot gifter ze Pode die, we shall live together," said the cunning Schmucke. The craft of simple, straightforward folk is formidable indeed. They are exactly like children, setting their unsuspected snares with the perfect craft of the savage. "Oh, well, go and sleep, sonny," returned La Cibot. "Your eyes look tired, they are as big as my fist. But there, if anything could comfort me for losing Cibot, it would be the thought of ending my days with a good man like you. Be easy, I will give Madame Chapoulot a dressing down. To think of a retired haberdasher's wife giving herself such airs!" Schmucke went to his room and took up his post in the closet. La Cibot had left the door ajar on the landing. Fraisier came in and closed it noiselessly as soon as he heard Schmucke shut his bedroom door. He had brought with him a lighted taper and a bit of very fine wire to open the seal of the will. La Cibot, meanwhile, looking under the pillow, found the handkerchief with the key of the bureau knotted to one corner, and this so much the more easily because Pons purposely left the end hanging over the bolster and lay with his face to the wall. La Cibot went straight to the bureau, opened it cautiously so as to make as little noise as possible, found the spring of the secret drawer, and hurried into the salon with the will in her hand. Her flight roused Pons' curiosity to the highest pitch, and as for Schmucke, he trembled as if he were the guilty person. "Go back," said Fraisier when she handed over the will. "He may wake, and he must find you there." Fraisier opened the seal with a dexterity which proved that his was no prentice hand, and read the following curious document, headed "My Will," with ever deepening astonishment. On this 15th day of April, 1845, I, being in my sound mind, as this my will, drawn up in concert with Monsieur Trognon, will testify, and feeling that I must shortly die of the malady from which I have suffered since the beginning of February last, am anxious to dispose of my property, and have herein recorded my last wishes. I have always been impressed by the untoward circumstances that injure great pictures, and not unfrequently bring about total destruction. I have felt sorry for the beautiful paintings condemned to travel from land to land, never finding some fixed abode whither admirers of great masterpieces may travel to see them. And I have always thought that the truly deathless work of a great master ought to be national property, put where every one of every nation may see it, even as the light, God's masterpiece, shines for all his children. And as I have spent my life in collecting together and choosing a few pictures, some of the greatest master's most glorious work, and as these pictures are as the master left them, genuine examples, neither repainted nor retouched, it has been a painful thought to me that the paintings which have been the joy of my life may be sold by public auction, and go, some to England, some to Russia, till they are all scattered abroad again, as if they had never been gathered together. From this wretched fate I have determined to save both them and the frames in which they are set, all of them the work of skilled craftsmen. On these grounds, therefore, I give and bequeath the pictures which compose my collection to the King, for the gallery in the Louvre, subject to the charge, if the legacy is accepted, of a life annuity of 2,400 francs to my friend Wilhelm Schmucke. If the King, as usufructuary of the Louvre collection, should refuse the legacy with the charge upon it, the said pictures shall form a part of the estate which I leave to my friend Schmucke, on condition that he shall deliver the monkey's head by Goya to my cousin President Camusot, a flower piece, the tulips, by Abraham Mignon, to Monsieur Trognon, notary, whom I appoint as my executor, and allow Madame Cibot, who has acted as my housekeeper for 10 years, the sum of 200 francs per annum. Finally, my friend Schmucke is to give the Descent from the Cross, Rubens' sketch for his great picture at Antwerp, to adorn a chapel in the parish church, in grateful acknowledgment of Monsieur Duplanty's kindness to me, for to him I owe it that I can die as a Christian and a Catholic. So ran the will. "This is ruin," mused Fraisier, "the ruin of all my hopes. Ah! I begin to believe all that the Presidente told me about this old artist and his cunning." "Well?" La Cibot came back to say. "Your gentleman is a monster; he is leaving everything to the Crown. Now you cannot plead against the Crown; the will cannot be disputed. We are robbed, ruined, spoiled, and murdered. What has he left to me? 200 francs a year. A pretty come down! Why, he is a finished scoundrel." "Go and see," said Fraisier, "and I will put your scoundrel's will back again in the envelope." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 26. While Mme. Cibot's back was turned, Fraisier nimbly slipped a sheet of blank paper into the envelope. The will he put in his pocket. He next proceeded to seal the envelope again so cleverly that he showed the seal to Mme. Cibot when she returned, and asked her if she could see the slightest trace of the operation. La Cibot took up the envelope, felt it over, assured herself that it was not empty, and heaved a deep sigh. She had entertained hopes that Fraisier himself would have burned the unlucky document while she was out of the room. "Well, my dear Monsieur Fraisier, what is to be done?" "Oh, that is your affair. I am not one of the next of kin myself, but if I had the slightest claim to any of that," indicating the collection, "I know very well what I should do." "That is just what I want to know," La Cibot answered with sufficient simplicity. "There is a fire in the grate," he said. Then he rose to go. "After all, no one will know about it but you and me," began La Cibot. "It can never be proved that a will existed," asserted the man of law. "And you?" "I? If M. Pons dies intestate, you shall have 100,000 francs." "Oh yes, no doubt," returned she. "People promise you heaps of money, and when they come by their own, and there is talk of paying, they swindle you like Elie Magus, she was going to say, but she stopped herself just in time. "I am going," said Fraisier. "It is not to your interest that I should be found here, but I shall see you again downstairs." La Cibot shut the door and returned with the sealed packet in her hand. She had quite made up her mind to burn it, but as she went towards the bedroom fireplace, She felt the grasp of a hand on each arm, and saw Schmucke on one hand and Pons himself on the other, leaning against the partition wall on either side of the door. La Cibot cried out and fell face downwards in a fit. Real or feigned, no one ever knew the truth. This sight produced such an impression on Pons that a deadly faintness came upon him, and Schmucke left the woman on the floor to help Pons back to bed. The friends trembled in every limb. They had set themselves a hard task. It was done, but it had been too much for their strength. When Pons lay in bed again, and Schmucke had regained strength to some extent, he heard a sound of sobbing. La Cibot, on her knees, bursting into tears, held out supplicating hands to them in very expressive pantomime. "It was pure curiosity," she sobbed, when she saw that Pons and Schmucke were paying attention to her proceedings. "Pure curiosity, a woman's fault, you know, but I did not know how else to get a sight of your will, and I brought it back again." "Go!" said Schmucke, standing erect, his tall figure gaining in height by the full height of his indignation. "You are a monster! You tried to kill mein gut Pons. He is right! You are worse than a monster, you are a lost soul!" La Cibot saw the look of abhorrence in the frank German's face. She rose, proud as Tartuffe, gave Schmucke a glance which made him quake, and went out, carrying off under her dress an exquisite little picture of Metzu's pointed out by Elie Magus. A diamond, he had called it. Fraisier, downstairs in the porter's lodge, was waiting to hear that La Cibot had burned the envelope and the sheet of blank paper inside it. Great was his astonishment when he beheld his fair client's agitation and dismay. "What has happened?" "This has happened, my dear Monsieur Fraisier. Under pretence of giving me good advice and telling me what to do, you have lost me my annuity and the gentleman's confidence." One of the word tornadoes in which she excelled was in full progress, but Fraisier cut her short. "This is idle talk. The facts, and be quick about it." "Well, it came about in this way." And she told him of the scene which she had just come through. "You have lost nothing through me," was Fraisier's comment. "The gentlemen had their doubts, or they would not have set this trap for you. They were lying in wait and spying upon you. You have not told me everything," he added, with a tiger's glance at the woman before him. "I hide anything from you?" cried she. "After all that we have done together?" she added with a shudder. "My dear madame, I have done nothing blameworthy," returned Fraisier. Evidently he meant to deny his nocturnal visit to Pons' rooms. Every hair on La Cibot's head seemed to scorch her, while a sense of icy cold swept over her from head to foot. "What?" she faltered in bewilderment. "Here is a criminal charge on the face of it. You may be accused of suppressing the will," Fraisier made answer dryly. La Cibot started. "Don't be alarmed, I am your legal adviser. I only wished to show you how easy it is, in one way or another, to do as I once explained to you. Let us see now. What have you done that this simple German should be hiding in the room?" "Nothing at all, unless it was that scene the other day when I stood Monsieur Pons out that his eyes dazzled. And ever since, the two gentlemen have been as different as can be. So you have brought all my troubles upon me. I might have lost my influence with Monsieur Pons, but I was sure of the German. Just now he was talking of marrying me, or of taking me with him. It is all one." The excuse was so plausible that Fraisier was fain to be satisfied with it. "You need fear nothing," he resumed. "I gave you my word that you shall have your money, and I shall keep my word. The whole matter so far was up in the air, but now it is as good as banknotes. You shall have at least 1,200 francs per annum. But, my good lady, you must act intelligently under my orders." "Yes, my dear Monsieur Fraisier," said La Cibot with cringing servility. She was completely subdued. "Very good. Good bye." And Fraisier went, taking the dangerous document with him. He reached home in great spirits. The will was a terrible weapon. "Now," thought he, "I have a hold on Madame la Présidente de Marville. She must keep her word with me. If she did not, she would lose the property." At daybreak, when Remonencq had taken down his shutters and left his sister in charge of the shop, he came, after his wont of late, to inquire for his good friend Cibot. The portress was contemplating the Metzu, privately wondering how a little bit of painted wood could be worth such a lot of money. "Aha!" said he, looking over her shoulder, "that is the one picture which Monsieur Elie Magus regretted. With that little bit of a thing, he says, his happiness would be complete." "What would he give for it?" asked La Cibot. "Why, if you will promise to marry me within a year of widowhood, I will undertake to get 20,000 francs for it from Elie Magus; and unless you marry me, you will never get 1,000 francs for the picture." "Why not?" "Because you would be obliged to give a receipt for the money, and then you might have a lawsuit with the heirs at law. If you were my wife, I myself should sell the thing to Monsieur Magus, and in the way of business it is enough to make an entry in the day book, and I should note that Monsieur Schmucke sold it to me. There, leave the panel with me. If your husband were to die, you might have a lot of bother over it, but no one would think it odd that I should have a picture in the shop. You know me quite well. Besides, I will give you a receipt, if you like." The covetous portress felt that she had been caught. She agreed to a proposal which was to bind her for the rest of her life to the marine store dealer. "You are right," said she, as she locked the picture away in a chest. "Bring me the bit of writing." Remonencq beckoned her to the door. "I can see, neighbor, that we shall not save our poor dear Cibot," he said, lowering his voice. "Dr. Poulain gave him up yesterday evening, and said that he could not last out the day. It is a great misfortune, but after all, this was not the place for you. You ought to be in a fine curiosity shop on the Boulevard des Capucines. Do you know that I have made nearly 100,000 francs in 10 years? And if you will have as much some day, I will undertake to make a handsome fortune for you as my wife. You would be the mistress, my sister should wait on you and do the work of the house, and—" A heartrending moan from the little tailor cut the tempter short. The death agony had begun. "Go away," said La Cibot. "You are a monster to talk of such things, and my poor man dying like this." "Ah, it is because I love you," said Remonencq. "I could let everything else go to have you." "If you loved me, you would say nothing to me just now," returned she. And Remonencq departed to his shop, sure of marrying La Cibot. Towards 10 o'clock there was a sort of commotion in the street. Monsieur Cibot was taking the sacrament. All the friends of the pair, all the porters and porters' wives in the Rue de Normandie and neighboring streets, had crowded into the lodge, under the archway, and stood on the pavement outside. Nobody so much as noticed the arrival of Monsieur Leopold Hannequin and a brother lawyer. Schwab and Brunner reached Pons' rooms unseen by Madame Cibot. The notary, inquiring for Pons, was shown upstairs by the portress of a neighboring house. Brunner remembered his previous visit to the museum, and went straight in with his friend Schwab. Pons formally revoked his previous will, and constituted Schmucke his universal legatee. This accomplished, he thanked Schwab and Brunner, and earnestly begged Monsieur Leopold Hannequin to protect Schmucke's interests. The demands made upon him by last night's scene with La Cibot, and this final settlement of his worldly affairs, left him so faint and exhausted that Schmucke begged Schwab to go for the Abbe Duplanty. It was Pons' great desire to take the sacrament, and Schmucke could not bring himself to leave his friend. La Cibot, sitting at the foot of her husband's bed, gave not so much as a thought to Schmucke's breakfast. For that matter had been forbidden to return. But the morning's events, the sight of Pons's heroic resignation in the death agony, so oppressed Schmucke's heart that he was not conscious of hunger. Towards 2 o'clock, however, as nothing had been seen of the old German, La Cibot sent Remonencq's sister to see whether Schmucke wanted anything, prompted not so much by interest as by curiosity. The Abbe Duplanty had just heard the old musician's dying confession, and the administration of the sacrament of extreme unction was disturbed by repeated ringing of the door-bell. Pons, in his terror of robbery, had made Schmucke promise solemnly to admit no one into the house, so Schmucke did not stir. Again and again Mademoiselle Remonencq pulled the cord, and finally went downstairs in alarm to tell La Cibot that Schmucke would not open the door. Fraisier made a note of this. Schmucke had never seen anyone die in his life. Before long he would be perplexed by the many difficulties which beset those who are left with a dead body in Paris. This more especially if they are lonely and helpless and have no one to act for them. Fraisier knew, moreover, that in real affliction people lose their heads, and therefore immediately after breakfast he took up his position in the porter's lodge, and, sitting there in perpetual committee with Dr. Poulain, conceived the idea of directing all Schmucke's actions himself. To obtain the important result, the doctor and the lawyer took their measures on this wise. The beadle of Saint Francois, Cantinet by name, at one time a retail dealer in glassware, lived in the Rue d'Orléans, next door to Dr. Poulain and under the same roof. Madame Cantinet, who saw to the letting of the chairs at Saint Francois, once had fallen ill, and Dr. Poulain had attended her gratuitously. She was, as might be expected, grateful, and often confided her troubles to him. The nutcrackers, punctual in their attendance at Saint Francois on Sundays and saints' days, were on friendly terms with the beadle and the lowest ecclesiastical rank and file, commonly called in Paris le bas clergé, to whom the devout usually give little presents from time to time. Madame Cantinet therefore knew Schmucke almost as well as Schmucke knew her. And Madame Cantinet was afflicted with two sore troubles, which enabled the lawyer to use her as a blind and involuntary agent. Cantinet junior, a stage-struck youth, had deserted the paths of the church and turned his back on the prospect of one day becoming a beadle, to make his debut among the supernumeraries of the Cirque Olympique. He was leading a wild life, breaking his mother's heart and draining her purse by frequent forced loans. Cantinet senior, much addicted to spirituous liquors and idleness, had in fact been driven to retire from business by those two failings. So far from reforming, the incorrigible offender had found scope in his new occupation for the indulgence of both cravings. He did nothing, and he drank with drivers of wedding coaches, with the undertaker's men at funerals, with poor folk relieved by the vicar, till his morning's occupation was set forth in rubric on his countenance by noon. Madame Cantinet saw no prospect but want in her old age, and yet she had brought her husband 12,000 francs, she said. The tale of her woes, related for the 100th time, suggested an idea to Dr. Poulain. Once introduce her into the old bachelor's quarters, and it will be easy by her means to establish Madame Sauvage there as working housekeeper. It was quite impossible to present Madame Sauvage herself, for the nutcrackers had grown suspicious of everyone. Schmucke's refusal to admit Mademoiselle Remonencq had sufficiently opened Fraisier's eyes. Still, it seemed evident that Pons and Schmucke, being pious souls, would take anyone recommended by the Abbe with blind confidence. Madame Cantinet should bring Madame Sauvage with her, and to put in Fraisier's servant was almost tantamount to installing Fraisier himself. The Abbe Duplanty, coming downstairs, found the gateway blocked by the Cibots' friends, all of them bent upon showing their interest in one of the oldest and most respectable porters in the Marais. Dr. Poulain raised his hat and took the Abbe aside. "I am just about to go to poor Monsieur Pons," he said. "There is still a chance of recovery, but it is a question of inducing him to undergo an operation. The calculi are perceptible to the touch; they are setting up an inflammatory condition which will end fatally, but perhaps it is not too late to remove them. You should really use your influence to persuade the patient to submit to surgical treatment. I will answer for his life, provided that no untoward circumstance occurs during the operation." "I will return as soon as I have taken the sacred ciborium back to the church," said the Abbe Duplanty, "for Monsieur Schmucke's condition claims the support of religion." "I have just heard that he is alone," said Dr. Poulain. "The German, good soul, had a little altercation this morning with Mme. Cibot, who has acted as housekeeper to them both for the past 10 years. They have quarreled, for the moment only, no doubt, but under the circumstances they must have some one in to help upstairs. It would be a charity to look after him. I say, Cantinet," continued the doctor, beckoning to the beadle, "just go and ask your wife if she will nurse Monsieur Pons and look after Monsieur Schmucke, and take Mme. Cibot's place for a day or two. Even without the quarrel, Mme. Cibot would still require a substitute. Mme. Cantinet is honest," added the doctor, turning to Monsieur Duplanty. "You could not make a better choice," said the good priest. "She is intrusted with the letting of chairs in the church." A few minutes later, Dr. Poulain stood by Pons' pillow, watching the progress made by death, and Schmucke's vain efforts to persuade his friend to consent to the operation. To all the poor German's despairing entreaties, Pons only replied by a shake of the head and occasional impatient movements, till, after a while, he summoned up all his fast failing strength to say, with a heart-rending look, "Do let me die in peace." Schmucke almost died of sorrow, but he took Pons' hand and softly kissed it, and held it between his own, as if trying a second time to give his own vitality to his friend. Just at this moment the bell rang, and Dr. Poulain, going to the door, admitted the Abbe Duplanty. "Our poor patient is struggling in the grasp of death," he said. "All will be over in a few hours. You will send a priest, no doubt, to watch to night. But it is time that Mme. Cantinet came, as well as a woman to do the work, for Monsieur Schmucke is quite unfit to think of anything. I am afraid for his reason, and there are valuables here which ought to be in the custody of honest persons." The Abbe Duplanty, a kindly, upright priest, guileless and unsuspicious, was struck with the truth of Dr. Poulain's remarks. He had, moreover, a certain belief in the doctor of the quarter. So, on the threshold of the death chamber, he stopped and beckoned to Schmucke, but Schmucke could not bring himself to loosen the grasp of the hand that grew tighter and tighter. Pons seemed to think that he was slipping over the edge of a precipice and must catch at something to save himself. But, as many know, the dying are haunted by an hallucination that leads them to snatch at things about them, like men eager to save their most precious possessions from a fire. Presently Pons released Schmucke to clutch at the bedclothes, dragging them and huddling them about himself with a hasty, covetous movement, significant and painful to see. "What will you do, left alone with your dead friend?" asked Monsieur l'Abbe Duplanty when Schmucke came to the door. "You have not Mme. Cibot now." "Ein monster dat have killed Pons." "But you must have somebody with you," began Dr. Poulain. "Some one must sit up with the body to night." "I shall sit up, I shall say die prayers to Gott," the innocent German answered. "But you must eat, and who is to cook for you now?" asked the doctor. "Grief have taken away mine appetite," Schmucke said simply. "And some one must give notice to the registrar," said Poulain, "and lay out the body, and order the funeral; and the person who sits up with the body and the priest will want meals. Can't you do all this by yourself? A man cannot die like a dog in the capital of the civilized world." Schmucke opened wide eyes of dismay. A brief fit of madness seized him. "But Bons shall not die!" he cried aloud. "I shall save him." "You cannot go without sleep much longer, and who will take your place? Some one must look after Monsieur Pons, and give him drink, and nurse him." "Ah, dat is true." "Very well," said the abbe. "I am thinking of sending you Madame Cantinet, a good and honest creature." The practical details of the care of the dead bewildered Schmucke, till he was fain to die with his friend. "He is a child," said the doctor, turning to the Abbe Duplanty. "Ein child," Schmucke repeated mechanically. "There, then," said the curate, "I will speak to Madame Cantinet and send her to you." "Do not trouble yourself," said the doctor. "I am going home, and she lives in the next house." The dying seem to struggle with death as with an invisible assassin. In the agony at the last, as the final thrust is made, the act of dying seems to be a conflict, a hand to hand fight for life. Pons had reached the supreme moment. At the sound of his groans and cries, the three standing in the doorway hurried to the bedside. Then came the last blow, smiting asunder the bonds between soul and body, striking down to life's sources, and suddenly Pons regained for a few brief moments the perfect calm that follows the struggle. He came to himself, and with the serenity of death in his face, he looked round almost smilingly at them. "Ah, doctor, I have had a hard time of it, but you were right. I am doing better. Thank you, my good abbe. I was wondering what had become of Schmucke." "Schmucke has had nothing to eat since yesterday evening, and now it is 4 o'clock. You have no one with you now, and it would be wise to send for Madame Cibot." "She is capable of anything," said Pons, without attempting to conceal all his abhorrence at the sound of her name. "It is true, Schmucke ought to have some trustworthy person." "Monsieur Duplanty and I have been thinking about you both." "Ah, thank you. I had not thought of that." "And Monsieur Duplanty suggests that you should have Madame Cantinet." "Oh, Madame Cantinet, who lets the chairs!" exclaimed Pons. "Yes, she is an excellent creature." "She has no liking for Madame Cibot," continued the doctor, "and she would take good care of Monsieur Schmucke." "Send her to me, Monsieur Duplanty. Send her, and her husband too. I shall be easy. Nothing will be stolen here." Schmucke had taken Pons' hand again, and held it joyously in his own. Pons was almost well again, he thought. "Let us go, Monsieur l'Abbe," said the doctor. "I will send Madame Cantinet round at once. I see how it is. She perhaps may not find Monsieur Pons alive." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 27. While the Abbe Duplanty was persuading Pons to engage Madame Cantinet as his nurse, Fraisier had sent for her. He had plied the beadle's wife with sophistical reasoning and subtlety; it was difficult to resist his corrupting influence. And as for Madame Cantinet, a lean, sallow woman with large teeth and thin lips, her intelligence, as so often happens with women of the people, had been blunted by a hard life, till she had come to look upon the slenderest daily wage as prosperity. She soon consented to take Madame Sauvage with her as general servant. Madame Sauvage had had her instructions already. She had undertaken to weave a web of iron wire about the two musicians, and to watch them as a spider watches a fly caught in the toils, and her reward was to be a tobacconist's license. Fraisier had found a convenient opportunity of getting rid of his so-called foster mother, while he posted her as a detective and policeman to supervise Mme. Cantinet. As there was a servant's bedroom and a little kitchen included in the apartment, La Sauvage could sleep on a truckle bed and cook for the German. Dr. Poulain came with the two women just as Pons drew his last breath. Schmucke was sitting beside his friend, all unconscious of the crisis, holding the hand that slowly grew colder in his grasp. He signed to Mme. Cantinet to be silent, but Mme. Sauvage's soldierly figure surprised him so much that he started in spite of himself, a kind of homage to which the virago was quite accustomed. "Monsieur Duplanty answers for this lady," whispered Mme. Cantinet by way of introduction. "She once was cook to a bishop. She is honesty itself. She will do the cooking." "Oh, you may talk out loud," wheezed the stalwart dame. "The poor gentleman is dead. He has just gone." A shrill cry broke from Schmucke. He felt Pons' cold hand stiffening in his, and sat staring into his friend's eyes. The look in them would have driven him mad if Mme. Sauvage, doubtless accustomed to scenes of this sort, had not come to the bedside with a mirror which she held over the lips of the dead. When she saw that there was no mist upon the surface, she briskly snatched Schmucke's hand away. "Just take away your hand, sir; you may not be able to do it in a little while. You do not know how the bones harden. A corpse grows cold very quickly. If you do not lay out a body while it is warm, you have to break the joints later on." And so it was this terrible woman who closed the poor dead musician's eyes. With a businesslike dexterity acquired in 10 years of experience, she stripped and straightened the body, laid the arms by the sides, and covered the face with the bedclothes, exactly as a shopman wraps a parcel. "A sheet will be wanted to lay him out. Where is there a sheet?" she demanded, turning on the terror-stricken Schmucke. He had watched the religious ritual, with its deep reverence for the creature made for such high destinies in heaven, and now he saw his dead friend treated simply as a thing in this packing process, saw with the sharp pain that dissolves the very elements of thought. "Do as you will," he answered mechanically. The innocent creature for the first time in his life had seen a man die, and that man was Pons, his only friend, the one human being who understood him and loved him. "I will go and ask Mme. Cibot where the sheets are kept," said La Sauvage. "A truckle bed will be wanted for the person to sleep upon," Mme. Cantinet came to tell Schmucke. Schmucke nodded and broke out into weeping. Mme. Cantinet left the unhappy man in peace, but an hour later she came back to say, "Have you any money, sir, to pay for the things?" The look that Schmucke gave Mme. Cantinet would have disarmed the fiercest hate. It was the white, blank, peaked face of death that he turned upon her, as an explanation that met everything. "Take it all and leave me to mine prayers and tears," he said, and knelt. Mme. Sauvage went to Fraisier with the news of Pons' death. Fraisier took a cab and went to the Presidente. To-morrow she must give him the power of attorney to enable him to act for the heirs. Another hour went by, and Mme. Cantinet came again to Schmucke. "I have been to Mme. Cibot, sir, who knows all about things here," she said. "I asked her to tell me where everything is kept, but she almost jawed me to death with her abuse. Sir, do listen to me." Schmucke looked up at the woman, and she went on, innocent of any barbarous intention, for women of her class are accustomed to take the worst of moral suffering passively, as a matter of course. "We must have linen for the shroud, sir. We must have money to buy a truckle bed for the person to sleep upon, and some things for the kitchen, plates and dishes and glasses, for a priest will be coming to pass the night here, and the person says that there is absolutely nothing in the kitchen." "And what is more, sir, I must have coal and firing if I am to get the dinner ready," echoed La Sauvage, "and not a thing can I find. Not that there is anything so very surprising in that, as La Cibot used to do everything for you." Schmucke lay at the feet of the dead. He heard nothing, knew nothing, saw nothing. Mme. Cantinet pointed to him. "My dear woman, you would not believe me," she said. "Whatever you say, he does not answer." "Very well, child," said La Sauvage. "Now I will show you what to do in a case of this kind." She looked round the room as a thief looks in search of possible hiding places for money. Then she went straight to Pons' chest, opened the first drawer, saw the bag in which Schmucke had put the rest of the money after the sale of the pictures, and held it up before him. He nodded mechanically. "Here is money, child," said La Sauvage, turning to Mme. Cantinet. "I will count it first and take enough to buy everything we want. Wine, provisions, wax candles, all sorts of things, in fact, for there is nothing in the house. Just look in the drawers for a sheet to bury him in. I certainly was told that the poor gentleman was simple, but I don't know what he is. He is worse. He is like a newborn child. We shall have to feed him with a funnel." The women went about their work, and Schmucke looked on precisely as an idiot might have done, broken down with sorrow, wholly absorbed in a half cataleptic state. He could not take his eyes from the face that seemed to fascinate him, Pons' face refined by the absolute repose of death. Schmucke hoped to die. Everything was alike indifferent. If the room had been on fire, he would not have stirred. "There are 1,250 francs here," La Sauvage told him. Schmucke shrugged his shoulders. But when La Sauvage came near to measure the body by laying the sheet over it before cutting out the shroud, a horrible struggle ensued between her and the poor German. Schmucke was furious. He behaved like a dog that watches by his dead master's body and shows his teeth at all who try to touch it. La Sauvage grew impatient. She grasped him, set him in the armchair, and held him down with Herculean strength. "Go on, child, sew him in his shroud," she said, turning to Mme. Cantinet. As soon as this operation was completed, La Sauvage set Schmucke back in his place at the foot of the bed. "Do you understand?" said she. "The poor dead man lying there must be done up. There is no help for it." Schmucke began to cry. The women left him and took possession of the kitchen, whither they brought all the necessaries in a very short time. La Sauvage made out a preliminary statement accounting for 360 francs, and then proceeded to prepare a dinner for 4 persons. And what a dinner! A fat goose, the cobbler's pheasant, by way of a substantial roast, an omelette with preserves, a salad, and the inevitable broth, the quantities of the ingredients for this last being so excessive that the soup was more like a strong meat jelly. At 9 o'clock the priest, sent by the curate to watch by the dead, came in with Cantinet, who brought 4 tall wax candles and some tapers. In the death chamber, Schmucke was lying with his arms about the body of his friend, holding him in a tight clasp. Nothing but the authority of religion availed to separate him from his dead. Then the priest settled himself comfortably in the easy chair and read his prayers while Schmucke, kneeling beside the couch, besought God to work a miracle and unite him to Pons, so that they might be buried in the same grave. And Mme. Cantinet went on her way to the temple to buy a pallet and complete bedding for Mme. Sauvage. The 1,250 francs were regarded as plunder. At 11 o'clock Mme. Cantinet came in to ask if Schmucke would not eat a morsel, but with a gesture he signified that he wished to be left in peace. "Your supper is ready, Monsieur Pastelot," she said, addressing the priest, and they went. Schmucke, left alone in the room, smiled to himself like a madman free at last to gratify a desire like the longing of pregnancy. He flung himself down beside Pons, and yet again he held his friend in a long, close embrace. At midnight the priest came back and scolded him, and Schmucke returned to his prayers. At daybreak the priest went, and at 7 o'clock in the morning the doctor came to see Schmucke, and spoke kindly, and tried hard to persuade him to eat, but the German refused. "If you do not eat now, you will feel very hungry when you come back," the doctor told him, "for you must go to the mayor's office and take a witness with you, so that the registrar may issue a certificate of death." "I must go?" cried Schmucke in frightened tones. "Who else? You must go, for you were the one person who saw him die." "Mein legs will nicht carry me," pleaded Schmucke, imploring the doctor to come to the rescue. "Take a cab," the hypocritical doctor blandly suggested. "I have given notice already. Ask some one in the house to go with you. The two women will look after the place while you are away." No one imagines how the requirements of the law jar upon a heartfelt sorrow. The thought of it is enough to make one turn from civilization and choose rather the customs of the savage. At 9 o'clock that morning, Mme. Sauvage half carried Schmucke downstairs, and from the cab he was obliged to beg Remonencq to come with him to the registrar as a second witness. Here in Paris, in this land of ours besotted with equality, the inequality of conditions is glaringly apparent everywhere and in everything. The immutable tendency of things peeps out even in the practical aspects of death. In well-to-do families, a relative, a friend, or a man of business spares the mourners these painful details. But in this, as in the matter of taxation, the whole burden falls heaviest upon the shoulders of the poor. "Ah, you have good reason to regret him," said Remonencq in answer to the poor martyr's moan. "He was a very good, a very honest man, and he has left a fine collection behind him. But being a foreigner, sir, do you know that you are like to find yourself in a great predicament? For everybody says that Monsieur Pons left everything to you." Schmucke was not listening. He was sounding the dark depths of sorrow that border upon madness. There is such a thing as tetanus of the soul. "And you would do well to find someone, some man of business, to advise you and act for you," pursued Remonencq. "Ein man of business!" echoed Schmucke. "You will find that you will want some one to act for you. If I were you, I should take an experienced man, somebody well known to you in the quarter, a man you can trust. I always go to Tabareau myself for my bits of affairs; he is the bailiff. If you give his clerk power to act for you, you need not trouble yourself any further." Remonencq and La Cibot, prompted by Fraisier, had agreed beforehand to make a suggestion which stuck in Schmucke's memory. For there are times in our lives when grief, as it were, congeals the mind by arresting all its functions, and any chance impression made at such moments is retained by a frost-bound memory. Schmucke heard his companion with such a fixed, mindless stare that Remonencq said no more. "If he is always to be idiotic like this," thought Remonencq, "I might easily buy the whole bag of tricks up yonder for 100,000 francs, if it is really his. Here we are at the mayor's office, sir." Remonencq was obliged to take Schmucke out of the cab, and to half carry him to the registrar's department, where a wedding party was assembled. Here they had to wait for their turn, for, by no very uncommon chance, the clerk had 5 or 6 certificates to make out that morning; and here it was appointed that poor Schmucke should suffer excruciating anguish. "Monsieur is Monsieur Schmucke?" remarked a person in a suit of black, reducing Schmucke to stupefaction by the mention of his name. He looked up with the same blank, unseeing eyes that he had turned upon Remonencq, who now interposed. "What do you want with him?" he said. "Just leave him in peace. You can plainly see that he is in trouble." "The gentleman has just lost his friend, and proposes, no doubt, to do honor to his memory, being, as he is, the sole heir. The gentleman, no doubt, will not haggle over it; he will buy a piece of ground outright for a grave; and as Monsieur Pons was such a lover of the arts, it would be a great pity not to put music, painting, and sculpture on his tomb, 3 handsome full-length figures, weeping." Remonencq waved the speaker away in Auvergnat fashion, but the man replied with another gesture, which, being interpreted, means, "Don't spoil sport," a piece of commercial freemasonry, as it were, which the dealer understood. "I represent the firm of Sonnet and Company, monumental stone masons. Sir Walter Scott would have dubbed me Young Mortality," continued this person. "If you, sir, should decide to entrust your orders to us, we would spare you the trouble of the journey to purchase the ground necessary for the interment of a friend lost to the arts." At this Remonencq nodded assent, and jogged Schmucke's elbow. "Every day we receive orders from families to arrange all formalities," continued he of the black coat, thus encouraged by Remonencq. "In the first moment of bereavement, the heir at law finds it very difficult to attend to such matters, and we are accustomed to perform these little services for our clients. Our charges, sir, are on a fixed scale, so much per foot, freestone or marble. Family vaults a specialty. We undertake everything at the most moderate prices. Our firm executed the magnificent monument erected to the fair Esther Gobseck at Lucien de Rubempré, one of the finest ornaments of Père Lachaise. We only employ the best workmen, and I must warn you, sir, against small contractors, who turn out nothing but trash," he added, seeing that another person in a black suit was coming up to say a word for another firm of marble workers. It is often said that death is the end of a journey, but the aptness of the simile is realized most fully in Paris. Any arrival, especially of a person of condition, upon the dark brink, is hailed in much the same way as the traveller recently landed is hailed by hotel touts and pestered with their recommendations. With the exception of a few philosophically minded persons, or here and there a family secure of handing down a name to posterity, nobody thinks beforehand of the practical aspects of death. Death always comes before he is expected, and, from a sentiment easy to understand, the heirs usually act as if the event were impossible. For which reason, almost every one that loses father or mother, wife or child, is immediately beset by scouts that profit by the confusion caused by grief to snare others. In former days, agents for monuments used to live round about the famous cemetery of Père Lachaise, and were gathered together in a single thoroughfare, which should by rights have been called the Street of Tombs. Issuing thence, they fell upon the relatives of the dead as they came from the cemetery, or even at the graveside. But competition and the spirit of speculation induced them to spread themselves further and further afield, till descending into Paris itself, they reached the very precincts of the mayor's office. Indeed, the stonemason's agent has often been known to invade the house of mourning, with a design for the sepulchre in his hand. "I am in treaty with this gentleman," said the representative of the firm of Sonnet to another agent who came up. "Pons deceased," called the clerk at this moment. "Where are the witnesses?" "This way, sir," said the stonemason's agent, this time addressing Remonencq. Schmucke stayed where he had been placed on the bench, an inert mass. Remonencq begged the agent to help him, and together they pulled Schmucke towards the balustrade, behind which the registrar shelters himself from the mourning public. Remonencq, Schmucke's providence, was assisted by Dr. Poulain, who filled in the necessary information as to Pons's age and birthplace. The German knew but one thing, that Pons was his friend. So soon as the signatures were affixed, Remonencq and the doctor, followed by the stonemason's man, put Schmucke into a cab, the desperate agent whisking in afterwards, bent upon taking a definite order. La Sauvage, on the lookout in the gateway, half carried Schmucke's almost unconscious form upstairs. Remonencq and the agent went up with her. "He will be ill!" exclaimed the agent, anxious to make an end of the piece of business which, according to him, was in progress. "I should think he will," returned Mme. Sauvage. "He has been crying for 24 hours on end, and he would not take anything. There is nothing like grief for giving one a sinking in the stomach." "My dear client," urged the representative of the firm of Sonnet, "do take some broth. You have so much to do. Some one must go to the Hotel de Ville to buy the ground in the cemetery on which you mean to erect a monument to perpetuate the memory of the friend of the arts, and bear record to your gratitude." "Why, there is no sense in this," added Mme. Cantinet, coming in with broth and bread. "If you are as weak as this, you ought to think of finding some one to act for you," added Remonencq, "for you have a good deal on your hands, my dear sir. There is the funeral to order; you would not have your friend buried like a pauper." "Come, come, my dear sir," put in La Sauvage, seizing a moment when Schmucke laid his head back in the great chair to pour a spoonful of soup into his mouth. She fed him as if he had been a child, and almost in spite of himself. "Now, if you were wise, sir, since you are inclined to give yourself up quietly to grief, you would find some one to act for you. As you are thinking of raising a magnificent monument to the memory of your friend, sir, you have only to leave it all to me. I will undertake—" "What is all this? What is all this?" asked La Sauvage. "Has Monsieur Schmucke ordered something? Who may you be?" "I represent the firm of Sonnet, my dear madame, the biggest monumental stonemasons in Paris," said the person in black, handing a business card to the stalwart Sauvage. "Very well, that will do. Some one will go with you when the time comes, but you must not take advantage of the gentleman's condition now. You can quite see that he is not himself." The agent led her out upon the landing. "If you will undertake to get the order for us," he said confidentially, "I am empowered to offer you 40 francs." Mme. Sauvage grew placable. "Very well, let me have your address," said she. Schmucke, meantime, being left to himself, and feeling the stronger for the soup and bread that he had been forced to swallow, returned at once to Pons' rooms and to his prayers. He had lost himself in the fathomless depths of sorrow, when a voice, sounding in his ears, drew him back from the abyss of grief, and a young man in a suit of black returned for the 11th time to the charge, pulling the poor tortured victim's coat sleeve until he listened. "Sir," said he. "What is it now?" "Sir, we owe a supreme discovery to Dr. Gannal. We do not dispute his fame. He has worked miracles of Egypt afresh, but there have been improvements made upon his system. We have obtained surprising results. So, if you would like to see your friend again as he was when he was alive—" "See him again?" cried Schmucke. "Shall he speak to me?" "Not exactly. Speech is the only thing wanting," continued the embalmer's agent. "But he will remain as he is after embalming for all eternity. The operation is over in a few seconds, just an incision in the carotid artery and an injection. But it is high time. If you wait one single quarter of an hour, sir, you will not have the sweet satisfaction of preserving the body." "Go to der Teufel! Bons ist ein spirit! und that spirit is in heaven." "That man has no gratitude in his composition," remarked the youthful agent of one of the famous Ganau's rivals. "He will not embalm his friend." The words were spoken under the archway, and addressed to La Cibot, who had just submitted her beloved to the process. "What would you have, sir?" she said. "He is the heir, the universal legatee. As soon as they get what they want, the dead are nothing to them." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 28. An hour later, Schmucke saw Madame Sauvage come into the room, followed by another man in a suit of black, a workman to all appearance. "Cantinet has been so obliging as to send this gentleman, sir," she said. "He is coffin maker to the parish." The coffin maker made his bow with a sympathetic and compassionate air, but none the less he had a business-like look, and seemed to know that he was indispensable. He turned an expert's eye upon the dead. "How does the gentleman wish it to be made? Deal, plain oak, or oak lead-lined? Oak with a lead lining is the best style. The body is a stock size." He felt for the feet, and proceeded to take the measure. 1 metre 70, he added. "You will be thinking of ordering the funeral service at the church, sir, no doubt?" Schmucke looked at him as a dangerous madman might look before striking a blow. La Sauvage put in a word. "You ought to find somebody to look after all these things," she said. "Yes," the victim murmured at length. "Shall I fetch Monsieur Tabareau? For you will have a good deal on your hands before long. Monsieur Tabareau is the most honest man in the quarter, you see." "Yes, Mennesir Tabareau. Somebody was speaking of him just now," said Schmucke, completely beaten. "Very well. You can be quiet, sir, and give yourself up to grief when you have seen your deputy." It was nearly 2 o'clock when Monsieur Tabareau's head clerk, a young man who aimed at a bailiff's career, modestly presented himself. Youth has wonderful privileges. No one is alarmed by youth. This young man, Villemot by name, sat down by Schmucke's side and waited his opportunity to speak. His diffidence touched Schmucke very much. "I am Monsieur Tabareau's head clerk, sir," he said. "He sent me here to take charge of your interests and to superintend the funeral arrangements. Is this your wish?" "You cannot save my life. I have not long to live, but you will leave me in peace." "Oh, you shall not be disturbed," said Villemot. "Ver gut. What must I do for dat?" "Sign this paper appointing Monsieur Tabareau to act for you in all matters relating to the settlement of the affairs of the deceased." "Good, give it to me," said Schmucke, anxious only to sign it at once. "No, I must read it over to you first." "Read it over." Schmucke paid not the slightest attention to the reading of the power of attorney, but he set his name to it. The young clerk took Schmucke's orders for the funeral, the interment, and the burial service, undertaking that he should not be troubled again in any way, nor asked for money. "I would give all that I have to be left in peace," said the unhappy man, and once more he knelt beside the dead body of his friend. Fraisier had triumphed. Villemot and La Sauvage completed the circle which he had traced about Pons' heir. There is no sorrow that sleep cannot overcome. Towards the end of the day, La Sauvage, coming in, found Schmucke stretched asleep at the bed-foot. She carried him off, put him to bed, tucked him in maternally, and till the morning Schmucke slept. When he awoke, or rather when the truce was over and he again became conscious of his sorrows, Pons' coffin lay under the gateway in such a state as a third-class funeral may claim, and Schmucke, seeking vainly for his friend, wandered from room to room across vast spaces, as it seemed to him, empty of everything save hideous memories. La Sauvage took him in hand, much as a nurse manages a child. She made him take his breakfast before starting for the church, and while the poor sufferer forced himself to eat, she discovered, with lamentations worthy of Jeremiah, that he had not a black coat in his possession. La Cibot took entire charge of his wardrobe. Since Pons fell ill, his apparel, like his dinner, had been reduced to the lowest terms, to a couple of coats and 2 pairs of trousers. "And you are going just as you are to Monsieur Pons' funeral? It is an unheard of thing. The whole quarter will cry shame upon us." "Und how will you that I go?" "Why, in mourning." "Mourning?" "It is the proper thing." "Der proper thing! Confound all this stupid nonsense!" cried poor Schmucke, driven to the last degree of exasperation which a childlike soul can reach under stress of sorrow. "Why, the man is a monster of ingratitude," said La Sauvage, turning to a personage who just then appeared. At the sight of this functionary, Schmucke shuddered. The newcomer wore a splendid suit of black knee breeches, black silk stockings, a pair of white cuffs, an extremely correct white muslin tie, and white gloves. A silver chain with a coin attached ornamented his person. A typical official, stamped with the official expression of decorous gloom, an ebony wand in his hand by way of insignia of office, he stood waiting with a 3-cornered hat adorned with the tricolour cockade under his arm. "I am the master of the ceremonies," this person remarked in a subdued voice. Accustomed daily to superintend funerals, to move among families plunged in one and the same kind of tribulation, real or feigned, this man, like the rest of his fraternity, spoke in hushed and soothing tones. He was decorous, polished, and formal, like an allegorical stone figure of death. Schmucke quivered through every nerve, as if he were confronting his executioner. "Is this gentleman the son, brother, or father of the deceased?" inquired the official. "I am all that and more besides. I am his friend," said Schmucke, through a torrent of weeping. "Are you his heir?" "Heir!" repeated Schmucke. "Nodding matters to me more in dis world," returning to his attitude of hopeless sorrow. "Where are the relatives, the friends?" asked the master of the ceremonies. "All here!" exclaimed the German, indicating the pictures and rarities. "Not von of dem haf ever given bane to mein poor Pons. Here is everydings dot he loved, after me." Schmucke had taken his seat again and looked as vacant as before. He dried his eyes mechanically. Villemot came up at that moment. He had ordered the funeral, and the master of the ceremonies, recognizing him, made an appeal to the newcomer. "Well, sir, it is time to start. The hearse is here, but I have not often seen such a funeral as this. Where are the relatives and friends?" "We have been pressed for time," replied Villemot. "This gentleman was in such deep grief that he could think of nothing, and there is only one relative." The master of the ceremonies looked compassionately at Schmucke. This expert in sorrow knew real grief when he saw it. He went across to him. "Come, take heart, my dear sir. Think of paying honor to your friend's memory." "We forgot to send out cards, but I took care to send a special message to Monsieur le Président de Marville, the one relative that I mentioned to you. There are no friends. Monsieur Pons was conductor of an orchestra at a theatre, but I do not think that anyone will come. This gentleman is the universal legatee, I believe." "Then he ought to be chief mourner," said the master of the ceremonies. "Have you a black coat?" he continued, noticing Schmucke's costume. "I am all in plack inside," poor Schmucke replied in heartrending tones. "So black it is dot I feel death in me. Gott in heaven is going to have pity upon me. He will send me to mein friend in der grave, and I dank him for it." He clasped his hands. "I have told our management before now that we ought to have a wardrobe department and lend the proper mourning costumes on hire," said the master of the ceremonies, addressing Villemot. It is a want that is more and more felt every day, and we have even now introduced improvements. But as this gentleman is chief mourner, he ought to wear a cloak, and this one that I have brought with me will cover him from head to foot. No one need know that he is not in proper mourning costume. Will you be so kind as to rise?" Schmucke rose, but he tottered on his feet. "Support him," said the master of the ceremonies, turning to Villemot. "You are his legal representative." Villemot held Schmucke's arm while the master of the ceremonies invested Schmucke with the ample, dismal-looking garment worn by heirs at law in the procession to and from the house and the church. He tied the black silken cords under the chin, and Schmucke, as heir, was in full dress. "And now comes a great difficulty," continued the master of the ceremonies. "We want 4 bearers for the pall. If nobody comes to the funeral, who is to fill the corners? It is 10:30 already," he added, looking at his watch. "They are waiting for us at the church." "Oh, here comes Fraisier!" Villemot exclaimed, very imprudently, but there was no one to hear the tacit confession of complicity. "Who is this gentleman?" inquired the master of the ceremonies. "Oh, he comes on behalf of the family." "Whose family?" "The disinherited family. He is Monsieur Camusot de Marville's representative." "Good," said the master of the ceremonies with a satisfied air. "We shall have 2 pallbearers at any rate, you and he." And happy to find 2 of the places filled up, he took out some wonderful white buckskin gloves and politely presented Fraisier and Villemot with a pair apiece. "If you gentlemen will be so good as to act as pallbearers," said he. Fraisier, in black from head to foot, pretentiously dressed, with his white tie and official air, was a sight to shudder at. He embodied 100 briefs. "Willingly, sir," said he. "If only 2 more persons will come, the 4 corners will be filled up," said the master of the ceremonies. At that very moment, the indefatigable representative of the firm of Sonnet came up, and, closely following him, the man who remembered Pons and thought of paying him a last tribute of respect. This was a supernumerary at the theatre, the man who put out the scores on the music stands for the orchestra. Pons had been wont to give him a 5-franc piece once a month, knowing that he had a wife and family. "Oh, Dobinard!" Topinard, Schmucke cried out at the sight of him. "You love Pons!" "Why, I have come to ask news of Monsieur Pons every morning, sir." "Every morning, poor Dobinard!" And Schmucke squeezed the man's hand. "But they took me for a relation, no doubt, and did not like my visits at all. I told them that I belonged to the theatre and came to inquire after Monsieur Pons, but it was no good. They saw through that dodge, they said. I asked to see the poor dear man, but they never would let me come upstairs." "Dat abominable Zipod!" said Schmucke, squeezing Topinard's horny hand to his heart. "He was the best of men, that good Monsieur Pons. Every month he used to give me 5 francs. He knew that I had 3 children and a wife. My wife has gone to the church." "I shall divide mine pred mit you," cried Schmucke, in his joy at finding at his side some one who loved Pons. "If this gentleman will take a corner of the pall, we shall have all 4 filled up," said the master of the ceremonies. There had been no difficulty over persuading the agent for monuments. He took a corner the more readily when he was shown the handsome pair of gloves which, according to custom, was to be his property. "A quarter to 11. We absolutely must go down. They are waiting for us at the church." The 6 persons thus assembled went down the staircase. The cold-blooded lawyer remained a moment to speak to the 2 women on the landing. "Stop here and let nobody come in," he said, "especially if you wish to remain in charge, Madame Cantinet. Aha, 2 francs a day, you know." By a coincidence in no wise extraordinary in Paris, 2 hearses were waiting at the door, and 2 coffins standing under the archway. Cibot's funeral, and the solitary state in which Pons was lying, was made even more striking in the street. Schmucke was the only mourner that followed Pons's coffin. Schmucke, supported by one of the undertaker's men, for he tottered at every step. From the Rue de Normandie to the Rue d'Orléans and the Church of Saint François, the two funerals went between a double row of curious onlookers. For everything, as was said before, makes a sensation in the quarter. Everyone remarked the splendor of the white funeral car with a big embroidered P suspended on a hatchment, and the one solitary mourner behind it; while the cheap bier that came after it was followed by an immense crowd. Happily Schmucke was so bewildered by the throng of idlers and the rows of heads in the windows that he heard no remarks, and only saw the faces through a mist of tears. "Oh, it is the Nutcracker," said one. "The musician, you know." "Who can the pall-bearers be?" "Pooh! Play actors." "I say, just look at poor old Cibot's funeral. There is one worker the less. What a man! He could never get enough of work." "He never went out." "He never kept Saint Monday." "How fond he was of his wife." "Ah, there is an unhappy woman." Remonencq walked behind his victim's coffin. People condoled with him on the loss of his neighbor. The two funerals reached the church. Cantinet and the doorkeeper saw that no beggars troubled Schmucke. Villemot had given his word that Pons' heir should be left in peace. He watched over his client and gave the requisite sums, and Cibot's humble bier, escorted by 60 or 80 persons, drew all the crowd after it to the cemetery. At the church door Pons' funeral procession mustered 4 mourning coaches, one for the priest and 3 for the relations, but one only was required, for the representative of the firm of Sonnet departed during Mass to give notice to his principal that the funeral was on the way, so that the design for the monument might be ready for the survivor at the gates of the cemetery. A single coach sufficed for Fraisier, Villemot, Schmucke, and Topinard; but the remaining 2, instead of returning to the undertaker, followed in the procession to Père Lachaise. A useless procession, not unfrequently seen. There are always too many coaches when the dead are unknown beyond their own circle, and there is no crowd at the funeral. Dear indeed the dead must have been in their lifetime if relative or friend will go with them so far as the cemetery in this Paris, where every one would fain have 25 hours in the day. But with the coachmen it is different. They lose their tips if they do not make the journey, so, empty or full, the mourning coaches go to the church and cemetery, and return to the house for gratuities. A death is a sort of drinking fountain for an unimagined crowd of thirsty mortals. The attendants at the church, the poor, the undertaker's men, the drivers and sextons, are creatures like sponges that dip into a hearse and come out again saturated. From the church door, where he was beset with a swarm of beggars, promptly dispersed by the beadle, to Père Lachaise, poor Schmucke went as criminals went in old times from the Palais de Justice to the Place de Grève. It was his own funeral that he followed, clinging to Topinard's hand, to the one living creature besides himself who felt a pang of real regret for Pons' death. As for Topinard, greatly touched by the honor of the request to act as pallbearer, content to drive in a carriage, the possessor of a new pair of gloves, it began to dawn upon him that this was to be one of the great days of his life. Schmucke was driven passively along the road, as some unlucky calf is driven in a butcher's cart to the slaughter-house. Fraisier and Villemot sat with their backs to the horses. Now, as those know whose sad fortune it has been to accompany many of their friends to their last resting place, all hypocrisy breaks down in the coach during the journey, often a very long one, from the church to the Eastern Cemetery, to that one of the burying grounds of Paris, in which all vanities, all kinds of display are met, so rich is it in sumptuous monuments. On these occasions, those who feel least begin to talk soonest, and in the end the saddest listen, and their thoughts are diverted. "Monsieur le Président has already started for the court," Fraisier told Villemot, "and I did not think it necessary to tear him away from business. He would have come too late in any case. He is the next of kin, but as he has been disinherited, and Monsieur Schmucke gets everything, I thought that if his legal representative were present, it would be enough." Topinard lent an ear to this. "Who was the queer customer that took the fourth corner?" continued Fraisier. "He is an agent for a firm of monumental stonemasons. He would like an order for a tomb, on which he proposes to put 3 sculptured marble figures, music, painting, and sculpture, shedding tears over the deceased." "It is an idea," said Fraisier. "The old gentleman certainly deserved that much, but the monument would cost 700 or 800 francs." "Oh, quite that." "If Monsieur Schmucke gives the order, it cannot affect the estate. You might eat up a whole property with such expenses." "There would be a lawsuit, but you would gain it." "Very well," said Fraisier, "then it will be his affair. It would be a nice practical joke to play upon the monument makers," Fraisier added in Villemot's ear. "For if the will is upset, and I can answer for that, or if there is no will at all, who would pay them?" Villemot grinned like a monkey, and the pair began to talk confidentially, lowering their voices. But the man from the theatre, with his wits and senses sharpened in the world behind the scenes, could guess at the nature of their discourse. In spite of the rumbling of the carriage and other hindrances, he began to understand that these representatives of justice were scheming to plunge poor Schmucke into difficulties. And when at last he heard the ominous word Clichy, the honest and loyal servitor of the stage made up his mind to watch over Pons' friend. At the cemetery, where 3 square yards of ground had been purchased through the good offices of the firm of Sonnet, Villemot having announced Schmucke's intention of erecting a magnificent monument, the master of ceremonies led Schmucke through a curious crowd to the grave into which Pons' coffin was about to be lowered. But here, at the sight of the square hole, the 4 men waiting with ropes to lower the bier, and the clergy saying the last prayer for the dead at the graveside, something clutched tightly at the German's heart. He fainted away. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 29. Sonnet's agent and Monsieur Sonnet himself came to help Topinard to carry poor Schmucke into the marble works hard by, where Madame Sonnet and Madame Vitelot, Sonnet's partner's wife, were eagerly prodigal of efforts to revive him. Topinard stayed. He had seen Fraisier in conversation with Sonnet's agent, and Fraisier, in his opinion, had gallows bird written on his face. An hour later, towards 2:30, the poor innocent German came to himself. Schmucke thought that he had been dreaming for the past 2 days. If he could only wake, he should find Pons still alive. So many wet towels had been laid on his forehead, he had been made to inhale salts and vinegar to such an extent that he opened his eyes at last. Madame Sonnet made him take some meat soup, for they had put the pot on the fire at the marble works. Our clients do not often take things to heart like this; still, it happens once in a year or two. At last Schmucke talked of returning to the Rue de Normandie, and at this Sonnet began at once. "Here is the design, sir," he said. "Vitelot drew it expressly for you, and sat up last night to do it, and he has been happily inspired. It will look fine." "One of the finest in Père Lachaise," said the little Madame Sonnet. "But you really ought to honor the memory of a friend who left you all his fortune." The design, supposed to have been drawn on purpose, had, as a matter of fact, been prepared for de Marsay, the famous cabinet minister. His widow, however, had given the commission to Stidmann. People were disgusted with the tawdriness of the project, and it was refused. The three figures at that period represented the 3 days of July which brought the eminent minister to power. Subsequently, Sonnet and Vitelot had turned the 3 glorious days, les trois glorieuses, into the army, finance, and the family, and sent in the design for the sepulchre of the late lamented Charles Keller. And here again Stidmann took the commission. In the 11 years that followed, the sketch had been modified to suit all kinds of requirements, and now, in Vitelot's fresh tracing, they reappeared as music, sculpture, and painting. It is a mere trifle when you think of the details and cost of setting it up, for it will take 6 months, said Vitelot. Here is the estimate and the order form, 7,000 francs, sketch in plaster not included. If Monsieur Schmucke would like marble, put in Sonnet, marble being his special department, it would cost 12,000 francs, and Monsieur would immortalize himself as well as his friend. Topinard turned to Vitelot. "I have just heard that they are going to dispute the will," he whispered, "and the relatives are likely to come by their property. Go and speak to Monsieur Camusot, for this poor harmless creature has not a farthing." "This is the kind of customer that you always bring us," said Mme. Vitelot, beginning a quarrel with the agent. Topinard led Schmucke away, and they returned home on foot to the Rue de Normandie, for the morning coaches had been sent back. "Do not leave me," Schmucke said when Topinard had seen him safe into Mme. Sauvage's hands and wanted to go. "It is 4 o'clock, dear Monsieur Schmucke. I must go home to dinner. My wife is a box opener; she will not know what has become of me. The theatre opens at 5:45, you know." "Yes, I know. But remember dat I am alone in de earth, dat I haf no friend. You dat haf shed a tear for Bons enlighten me. I am in deep darkness, and Bons said that I was in der midst of scoundrels." "I have seen that plainly already. I have just prevented them from sending you to Clichy." "Clichy?" repeated Schmucke. "I do not understand." "Poor man! Well, never mind. I will come to you. Good bye." "Good bye. Come again soon," said Schmucke, dropping half dead with weariness. "Good bye, monsieur," said Mme. Sauvage, and there was something in her tone that struck Topinard. "Oh, come, what is the matter now?" he asked banteringly. "You are attitudinizing like a traitor in a melodrama. Traitor yourself, why have you come meddling here? Do you want to have a hand in the master's affairs, and swindle him, eh?" "Swindle him! Your very humble servant," Topinard answered with superb disdain. "I am only a poor super at a theatre, but I am something of an artist, and you may as well know that I never asked anything of anybody yet. Who asked anything of you? Who owes you anything, eh, old lady? You are employed at a theatre, and your name is?" "Topinard, at your service." "Kind regards to all at home," said La Sauvage, "and my compliments to your missus, if you are married, mister. That was all I wanted to know." "Why, what is the matter, dear?" asked Mme. Cantinet, coming out. "This, child. Stop here and look after the dinner while I run round to speak to monsieur." "He is down below talking with poor Mme. Cibot that is crying her eyes out," said Mme. Cantinet. La Sauvage dashed down in such headlong haste that the stairs trembled beneath her tread. "Monsieur!" she called, and drew him aside a few paces to point out Topinard. Topinard was just going away, proud at heart to have made some return already to the man who had done him so many kindnesses. He had saved Pons' friend from a trap by a stratagem from that world behind the scenes in which every one has more or less ready wit. And within himself he vowed to protect a musician in his orchestra from future snares set for his simple sincerity. "Do you see that little wretch?" said La Sauvage. "He is a kind of honest man that has a mind to poke his nose into Monsieur Schmucke's affairs." "Who is he?" asked Fraisier. "Oh, he is a nobody." In business there is no such thing as a nobody." "Oh, he is employed at the theatre," said she. "His name is Topinard." "Good Madame Sauvage, go on like this, and you shall have your tobacconist's shop." And Fraisier resumed his conversation with Mme. Cibot. "So I say, my dear client, that you have not played openly and above board with me, and that one is not bound in any way to a partner who cheats." "And how have I cheated you?" asked La Cibot, hands on hips. "Do you think that you will frighten me with your sour looks and your frosty airs? You look about for bad reasons for breaking your promises, and you call yourself an honest man. Do you know what you are? You are a blackguard. Yes, yes, scratch your arm, but just pocket that." "No words, and keep your temper, dearie. Listen to me. You have been feathering your nest. I found this catalogue this morning while we were getting ready for the funeral. It is all in Monsieur Pons' handwriting, and made out in duplicate. And as it chanced, my eyes fell on this." And opening the catalogue, he read: "Number 7, magnificent portrait painted on marble by Sebastian del Piombo in 1546. Sold by a family who had it removed from Terni Cathedral. The picture, which represents a Knight Templar kneeling in prayer, used to hang above a tomb of the Rossi family, with a companion portrait of a bishop, afterwards purchased by an Englishman. The portrait might be attributed to Raphael, but for the date. This example is, to my mind, superior to the portrait of Baccio Bandinelli in the Musée. The latter is a little hard, while the Templar, being painted upon lavagna or slate, has preserved its freshness of coloring. When I came to look for number 7," continued Fraisier, "I find a portrait of a lady, signed Chardin, without a number on it. I went through the pictures with the catalogue while the master of ceremonies was making up the number of pallbearers, and found that 8 of those indicated as works of capital importance by M. Pons had disappeared, and 8 paintings of no special merit and without numbers were there instead. And finally, one was missing altogether, a little panel painting by Metzu, described in the catalogue as a masterpiece." "And was I in charge of the pictures?" demanded La Cibot. "No, but you were in a position of trust. You were M. Pons' housekeeper. You looked after his affairs, and he has been robbed." "Robbed? Let me tell you this, sir. M. Schmucke sold the pictures, by M. Pons' orders, to meet expenses." "And to whom?" "To Messieurs Elie Magus and Remonencq." "For how much?" "I am sure I do not remember." "Look here, my dear madame, you have been feathering your nest, and very snugly. I shall keep an eye upon you. I have you safe. Help me, I will say nothing. In any case, you know that since you deemed it expedient to plunder Monsieur le Président Camusot, you ought not to expect anything from him." "I was sure that this would all end in smoke for me," said La Cibot, mollified by the words, "I will say nothing." Remonencq chimed in at this point. "Here are you finding fault with Mme. Cibot; that is not right," he said. "The pictures were sold by private treaty between M. Pons, M. Magus, and me. We waited for 3 days before we came to terms with the deceased; he slept on his pictures. We took receipts in proper form, and if we gave Mme. Cibot a few 40-franc pieces, it is the custom of the trade. We always do so in private houses when we conclude a bargain. Ah, my dear sir, if you think to cheat a defenceless woman, you will not make a good bargain. Do you understand, master lawyer? Monsieur Magus rules the market, and if you do not come down off the high horse, if you do not keep your word to Mme. Cibot, I shall wait till the collection is sold, and you shall see what you will lose if you have Monsieur Magus and me against you. We can get the dealers in a ring. Instead of realizing 700,000 or 800,000 francs, you will not so much as make 200,000." "Good, good, we shall see. We are not going to sell, or if we do, it will be in London." "We know London," said Remonencq. "M. Magus is as powerful there as at Paris." "Good day, madame. I shall sift these matters to the bottom," said Fraisier, "unless you continue to do as I tell you," he added. "You little pickpocket!" "Take care. I shall be a justice of the peace before long." And with threats understood to the full upon either side, they separated. "Thank you, Remanence," said La Cibot. "It is very pleasant to a poor widow to find a champion." Towards 10 o'clock that evening, Gaudissart sent for Topinard. The manager was standing with his back to the fire in a Napoleonic attitude, a trick which he had learned since he began to command his army of actors, dancers, figurants, musicians, and stage carpenters. He grasped his left-hand brace with his right hand, always thrust into his waistcoat. The head was flung far back, his eyes gazed out into space. "Ah, I say, Topinard, have you independent means?" "No, sir." "Are you on the lookout to better yourself somewhere else?" "No, sir," said Topinard with a ghastly countenance. "Why, hang it all, your wife takes the first row of boxes out of respect to my predecessor, who came to grief. I gave you the job of cleaning the lamps in the wings in the daytime, and you put out the scores. And that is not all, either. You get 20 sous for acting monsters and managing devils when a hell is required. There is not a super that does not covet your post, and there are those that are jealous of you, my friend. You have enemies in the theatre." "Enemies?" repeated Topinard. "And you have 3 children. The oldest takes children's parts at 50 centimes." "Sir!" "You want to meddle in other people's business, and put your finger into a will case. Why, you wretched man, you would be crushed like an eggshell. My patron is His Excellency, Monseigneur le Comte Popinot, a clever man and a man of high character, whom the King in his wisdom has summoned back to the Privy Council. This statesman, this great politician, has married his eldest son to a daughter of Monsieur le Président de Marville, one of the foremost men among the high courts of justice, one of the leading lights of the law courts. Do you know the law courts? Very good. Well, he is cousin and heir to Monsieur Pons, to our old conductor, whose funeral you attended this morning. I do not blame you for going to pay the last respects to him, poor man. But if you meddle in Monsieur Schmucke's affairs, you will lose your place. I wish very well to Monsieur Schmucke, but he is in a delicate position with regard to the heirs. And as the German is almost nothing to me, and the President and Count Popinot are a great deal, I recommend you to leave the worthy German to get out of his difficulties by himself. There is a special providence that watches over Germans, and the part of deputy guardian angel would not suit you at all. Do you see? Stay as you are. You cannot do better." "Very good, Monsieur le Directeur," said Topinard, much distressed. And in this way Schmucke lost the protector sent to him by fate, the one creature that shed a tear for Pons, the poor super for whose return he looked on the morrow. Next morning poor Schmucke awoke to a sense of his great and heavy loss. He looked round the empty rooms. Yesterday and the day before yesterday the preparations for the funeral had made a stir and bustle which distracted his eyes. But the silence which follows the day when the friend, father, son, or loved wife has been laid in the grave, the dull, cold silence of the morrow is terrible, is glacial. Some irresistible force drew him to Pons' chamber, but the sight of it was more than the poor man could bear. He shrank away and sat down in the dining room, where Mme. Sauvage was busy making breakfast ready. Schmucke drew his chair to the table, but he could eat nothing. A sudden, somewhat sharp ringing of the doorbell rang through the house, and Mme. Cantinet and Mme. Sauvage allowed 3 black-coated personages to pass. First came Vitel, the justice of the peace, with his highly respectable clerk. Third was Fraisier, neither sweeter nor milder for the disappointing discovery of a valid will cancelling the formidable instrument so audaciously stolen by him. "We have come to affix seals on the property," the justice of the peace said gently, addressing Schmucke. But the remark was Greek to Schmucke. He gazed in dismay at his 3 visitors. We have come at the request of Monsieur Fraisier, legal representative of Monsieur Camusot de Marville, heir of the late Pons," added the clerk. "The collection is here in this great room, and in the bedroom of the deceased," remarked Fraisier. "Very well. Let us go into the next room. Pardon us, sir. Do not let us interrupt with your breakfast." The invasion struck an icy chill of terror into poor Schmucke. Fraisier's venomous glances seemed to possess some magnetic influence over his victims, like the power of a spider over a fly. Monsieur Schmucke understood how to turn a will, made in the presence of a notary, to his own advantage, he said, and he surely must have expected some opposition from the family. A family does not allow itself to be plundered by a stranger without some protest. And we shall see, sir, which carries the day, fraud and corruption, or the rightful heirs. We have a right, as next of kin, to affix seals, and seals shall be affixed. I mean to see that the precaution is taken with the utmost strictness."
"Ach, mein Gott! How have I offended against heaven?" cried the innocent Schmucke.
"There is a good deal of talk about you in the house," said La Sauvage. "While you were asleep, a little whipper-snapper in a black suit came here, a puppy that said he was Monsieur Hannequin's head clerk, and must see you at all costs. But as you were asleep and tired out with the funeral yesterday, I told him that Monsieur Villemot, Tabareau's head clerk, was acting for you, and if it was a matter of business, I said, he might speak to Monsieur Villemot. 'Ah, so much the better,' the youngster said. 'I shall come to an understanding with him. We will deposit the will at the tribunal after showing it to the president.' So at that, I told him to ask Monsieur Villemot to come here as soon as he could. Be easy, my dear sir, there are those that will take care of you. They shall not shear the fleece off your back. You will have some one that has beak and claws. Monsieur Villemot will give them a piece of his mind. I have put myself in a passion once already with that abominable hussy, La Cibot, a porter's wife that sets up to judge her lodgers, forsooth, and insists that you have filched the money from the heirs. You locked Monsieur Pons up, she says, and worked upon him till he was stark, staring mad. She got as good as she gave, though, the wretched woman. 'You are a thief and a bad lot,' I told her. 'You will get into the police courts for all the things that you have stolen from the gentleman,' and she shut up." The clerk came out to speak to Schmucke. "Would you wish to be present, sir, when the seals are affixed in the next room?"
Go on," said Schmucke. "I shall be allowed to die in peace, I presume?"
"Oh, under any circumstances a man has a right to die," the clerk answered, laughing. "Most of our business relates to wills. But in my experience, the universal legatee very seldom follows the testator to the tomb."
"I am going," said Schmucke.
Blow after blow had given him an intolerable pain at the heart. "Oh, here comes Monsieur Villemot!" exclaimed La Sauvage.
"Monsieur Villemot," said poor Schmucke, "represent me."
"I hurried here at once," said Villemot. "I have come to tell you that the will is completely in order. It will certainly be confirmed by the court, and you will be put in possession. You will have a fine fortune."
"I? Ein fine fortune!"
cried Schmucke despairingly. That he, of all men, should be suspected of caring for the money! "And meantime, what is the justice of the peace doing here with his wax candles and his bits of tape?" asked La Sauvage. "Oh, he is affixing seals. Come, Monsieur Schmucke, you have a right to be present."
"No, go in yourself."
"But where is the use of the seals if Monsieur Schmucke is in his own house and everything belongs to him?" asked La Sauvage, doing justice in feminine fashion and interpreting the code according to their fancy, like one and all of her sex. "Monsieur Schmucke is not in possession, madame. He is in Monsieur Pons' house. Everything will be his, no doubt, but the legatee cannot take possession without an authorization, an order from the tribunal. And if the next of kin, set aside by the testator, should dispute the order, a lawsuit is the result. And as nobody knows what may happen, everything is sealed up, and the notaries representing either side proceed to draw up an inventory during the delay prescribed by the law. And there you are." Schmucke, hearing such talk for the first time in his life, was completely bewildered by it. His head sank down upon the back of his chair; he could not support it, it had grown so heavy. Villemot, meanwhile, went off to chat with the justice of the peace and his clerk, assisting with professional coolness to affix the seals, a ceremony which always involves some buffoonery and plentiful comments on the objects thus secured, unless, indeed, one of the family happens to be present. At length the party sealed up the chamber and returned to the dining room, whither the clerk betook himself. Schmucke watched the mechanical operation, which consists in setting the justice's seal at either end of a bit of tape stretched across the opening of a folding door, or, in the case of a cupboard or ordinary door, from edge to edge above the door handle. "Now for this room," said Fraisier, pointing to Schmucke's bedroom, which opened into the dining room. "But that is Monsieur Schmucke's own room," remonstrated La Sauvage, springing in front of the door. "We found the lease among the papers," Fraisier said ruthlessly. "There was no mention of Monsieur Schmucke in it. It is taken out in Monsieur Pons's name only. The whole place and every room in it is a part of the estate. And besides," flinging open the door, "look here, Monsieur le Juge de la Paix, it is full of pictures." "So it is," answered the justice of the peace, and Fraisier thereupon gained his point. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 30. "Wait a bit, gentlemen," said Villemot. "Do you know that you are turning the universal legatee out of doors, and as yet his right has not been called in question?" "Yes, it has," said Fraisier. "We are opposing the transfer of the property." "And upon what grounds?" "You shall know that by and by, my boy," Fraisier replied, banteringly. "At this moment, if the legatee withdraws everything that he declares to be his, we shall raise no objections, but the room itself will be sealed, and Monsieur Schmucke may lodge where he pleases." "No," said Villemot, "Monsieur Schmucke is going to stay in his room." "And how?" "I shall demand an immediate special inquiry," continued Villemot, "and prove that we pay half the rent. You shall not turn us out. Take away the pictures, decide on the ownership of the various articles, but here my client stops, my boy." "I shall go out," the old musician suddenly said. He had recovered energy during the odious dispute. "You had better," said Fraisier. "Your course will save expense to you, for your contention would not be made good. The lease is evidence." The lease," cried Villemot. "It is a question of good faith." "That could only be proved in a criminal case, by calling witnesses. Do you mean to plunge into experts' fees, and verifications, and orders to show cause why judgment should not be given, and law proceedings generally?" "No, no," cried Schmucke in dismay. "I shall turn out. I am used to it." In practice, Schmucke was a philosopher, an unconscious cynic, so greatly had he simplified his life. 2 pairs of shoes, a pair of boots, a couple of suits of clothes, a dozen shirts, a dozen bandana handkerchiefs, 4 waistcoats, a superb pipe given to him by Pons, with an embroidered tobacco pouch, these were all his belongings. Overwrought by a fever of indignation, he went into his room and piled his clothes upon a chair. "All these are mine," he said, with simplicity worthy of Cincinnatus. "Der piano is also mine." Fraisier turned to La Sauvage. "Madame, get help," he said. "Take that piano out and put it on the landing." "You are too rough into the bargain," said Villemot, addressing Fraisier. "The justice of the peace gives orders here; he is supreme." "There are valuables in the room," put in the clerk. "And besides," added the justice of the peace, "Monsieur Schmucke is going out of his own free will." "Did any one ever see such a client?" Villemot cried indignantly, turning upon Schmucke. "You are as limp as a rag." "Vat does it matter vere one dies?" Schmucke said as he went out. "Dese men haf tiger faces. I shall send somebody to vetch mine bits of dings." "Where are you going, sir?" "Vere it shall please Gott," returned Pons' universal legatee with supreme indifference. "Send me word," said Villemot. Fraisier turned to the head clerk. "Go after him," he whispered. Mme. Cantinet was left in charge, with a provision of 50 francs paid out of the money that they found. The justice of the peace looked out. There Schmucke stood in the courtyard, looking up at the windows for the last time. "You have found a man of butter," remarked the justice. "Yes," said Fraisier, "yes, the thing is as good as done. You need not hesitate to marry your granddaughter to Poulain. He will be head surgeon at the 15-20, the asylum founded by Saint Louis for 300 blind people." "We shall see. Good day, Monsieur Fraisier," said the justice of the peace with a friendly air. "There is a man with a head on his shoulders," remarked the justice's clerk. "The dog will go a long way." By this time it was 11 o'clock. The old German went like an automaton down the road along which Pons and he had so often walked together. Wherever he went he saw Pons; he almost thought that Pons was by his side; and so he reached the theatre just as his friend Topinard was coming out of it after a morning spent in cleaning the lamps and meditating on the manager's tyranny. "Oh, shoost der ting for me!" cried Schmucke, stopping his acquaintance. "Topinard, you haf a lodging somewheres, eh?" "Yes, sir." "A home of your own?" "Yes, sir." "Are you willing to take me for ein porter? Oh, I shall pay ver well. I have 900 francs of income, and I have not very long to live. I shall give no trouble vatever. I can eat onydings. I only want to schmoke mein pipe. Und you are der only one that have shed a tear for Bons mit me, und so I love you." "I shall be very glad, sir; but to begin with, Monsieur Gaudissart has given me a proper wigging." "Wigging?" "That is one way of saying that he combed my hair for me." "Combed your hair?" "He gave me a scolding for meddling in your affairs, so we must be very careful if you come to me. But I doubt whether you will stay when you have seen the place. You do not know how we poor devils live." "I should rather der poor home of a goot hearted man dat have mourned Bons than der Duileries mit men dot have ein tiger face. I have just left tigers in Bons' house. They will eat up everydings." "Come with me, sir, and you shall see. But well, anyhow, there is a garret. Let us see what Madame Topinard says." Schmucke followed like a sheep, while Topinard led the way into one of the squalid districts which might be called the cancers of Paris, a spot known as the Cité Bourdin. It is a slum out of the Rue de Bondy, a double row of houses run up by the speculative builder, under the shadow of the huge mass of the Porte Saint Martin theatre. The pavement at the higher end lies below the level of the Rue de Bondy. At the lower, it falls away towards the Rue des Mathurins du Temple. Follow its course, and you find that it terminates in another slum running at right angles to the first. The Cité Bourdin is, in fact, a T-shaped blind alley. Its two streets thus arranged contain some 30 houses, 6 or 7 stories high, and every story and every room in every story is a workshop and a warehouse for goods of every sort and description. For this wart upon the face of Paris is a miniature Faubourg Saint Antoine. Cabinet work and brass work, theatrical costumes, blown glass, painted porcelain, all the various fancy goods known as l'article Paris are made here. Dirty and productive like commerce, always full of traffic, foot passengers, vans, and drays, the Cité Bourdin is an unsavory looking neighborhood, with a seething population in keeping with the squalid surroundings. It is a not unintelligent artisan population, though the whole power of the intellect is absorbed by the day's manual labor. Topinard, like every other inhabitant of the Cité Bourdin, lived in it for the sake of comparatively low rent, the cause of its existence and prosperity. His sixth-floor lodging, in the second house to the left, looked out upon the belt of green garden, still in existence, at the back of 3 or 4 large mansions in the Rue de Bondy. Topinard's apartment consisted of a kitchen and 2 bedrooms. The first was a nursery with 2 little deal bedsteads and a cradle in it. The second was the bedroom, and the kitchen did duty as a dining room. Above, reached by a short ladder, known among builders as a trap ladder, there was a kind of garret, 6 feet high, with a sash window let into the roof. This room, given as a servant's bedroom, raised the Topinards' establishment from mere rooms to the dignity of a tenement, and the rent to a corresponding sum of 400 francs. An arched lobby, lighted from the kitchen by a small round window, did duty as an antechamber, and filled the space between the bedroom, the kitchen, and house doors, 3 doors in all. The rooms were paved with bricks, and hung with a hideous wall-paper at 3d. apiece. The chimney pieces that adorned them were of the kind called capucines, a shelf set on a couple of brackets painted to resemble wood. Here, in these 3 rooms, dwelt 5 human beings, 3 of them children. Any one, therefore, can imagine how the walls were covered with scores and scratches so far as an infant arm can reach. Rich people can scarcely realize the extreme simplicity of a poor man's kitchen. A Dutch oven, a kettle, a gridiron, a saucepan, 2 or 3 dumpy cooking pots, and a frying pan, that was all. All the crockery in the place, white and brown earthenware together, was not worth more than 12 francs. Dinner was served on the kitchen table, which, with a couple of chairs and a couple of stools, completed the furniture. The stock of fuel was kept under the stove, with a funnel-shaped chimney, and in a corner stood the wash-tub in which the family linen lay, often steeping overnight in soap-suds. The nursery ceiling was covered with clotheslines, the walls were variegated with theatrical placards and woodcuts from newspapers or advertisements. Evidently the eldest boy, the owner of the school books stacked in a corner, was left in charge while his parents were absent in the theatre. In many a French working man's family, so soon as a child reaches the age of 6 or 7, it plays the part of mother to younger sisters and brothers. From this bare outline it may be imagined that the Topinards, to use the hackneyed formula, were poor but honest. Topinard himself was verging on 40. Madame Topinard, once leader of a chorus, mistress too, it was said, of Gaudissart's predecessor, was certainly 30 years old. Lolotte had been a fine woman in her day, but the misfortunes of the previous management had told upon her to such an extent that it had seemed to her to be both advisable and necessary to contract a stage marriage with Topinard. She did not doubt but that, as soon as they could muster the sum of 150 francs, her Topinard would perform his vows agreeably to the civil law, were it only to legitimize the 3 children whom he worshipped. Meanwhile, Madame Topinard sewed for the theatre wardrobe in the morning, and with prodigious effort the brave couple made 900 francs per annum between them. "One more flight," Topinard had twice repeated since they reached the 3rd floor. Schmucke, engulfed in his sorrow, did not so much as know whether he was going up or coming down. In another minute Topinard had opened the door, but before he appeared in his white workman's blouse, Madame Topinard's voice rang from the kitchen. "There, there, children, be quiet. Here comes papa." But the children, no doubt, did as they pleased with papa, for the oldest member of the family, sitting astride a broomstick, continued to command a charge of cavalry, a reminiscence of the Cirque Olympique. The second blew a tin trumpet, while the third did its best to keep up with the main body of the army. Their mother was at work on a theatrical costume. "Be quiet, or I shall slap you!" shouted Topinard in a formidable voice. Then, in an aside for Schmucke's benefit, "Always have to say that. Here, little one," he continued, addressing his Lolotte, "this is Monsieur Schmucke, poor Monsieur Pons' friend. He does not know where to go, and he would like to live with us. I told him that we were not very spick and span up here, that we lived on the 6th floor, and had only the garret to offer him, but it was no use, he would come." Schmucke had taken the chair which the woman brought him, and the children, stricken with sudden shyness, had gathered together to give the stranger that mute, earnest, so soon finished scrutiny characteristic of childhood. For a child, like a dog, is wont to judge by instinct rather than reason. Schmucke looked up. His eyes rested on that charming little picture. He saw the performer on the tin trumpet, a little 5-year-old maiden with wonderful golden hair. "She looks like a little German girl," said Schmucke, holding out his arms to the child. "Monsieur will not be very comfortable here," said Mme. Topinard. "I would propose that he should have our room at once, but I am obliged to have the children near me." She opened the door as she spoke, and bade Schmucke come in. Such splendor as their abode possessed was all concentrated here. Blue cotton curtains with a white fringe hung from the mahogany bedstead and adorned the window. The chest of drawers, bureau, and chairs, though all made of mahogany, were neatly kept. The clock and candlesticks on the chimney-piece were evidently the gift of the bankrupt manager, whose portrait, a truly frightful performance of Pierre Grassou's, looked down upon the chest of drawers. The children tried to peep in at the forbidden glories. "Monsieur might be comfortable in here," said their mother. "No, no," Schmucke replied. I have not very long to live. I only want a corner to die in." The door was closed, and the three went up to the garret. "Dis is der ding for me," Schmucke cried at once. "Before I lived mit Pons, I was never better lodged." "Very well. A truckle bed, a couple of mattresses, a bolster, a pillow, a couple of chairs, and a table, that is all that you need to buy. That will not ruin you. It may cost 150 francs, with the crockery ware and a strip of carpet for the bedside." Everything was settled, save the money, which was not forthcoming. Schmucke saw that his new friends were very poor, and recollecting that the theatre was only a few steps away, it naturally occurred to him to apply to the manager for his salary. He went at once, and found Gaudissart in his office. Gaudissart received him in the somewhat stiffly polite manner which he reserved for professionals. Schmucke's demand for a month's salary took him by surprise, but on inquiry he found that it was due. "Oh, confound it, my good man, a German can always count, even if he has tears in his eyes. I thought that you would have taken the 1,000 francs that I sent you into account as a final year's salary, and that we were quits." "We have received nodings," said Schmucke, "and gif I come to you, it is because I am in der street and have not ein benny. How did you send us der bonus?" "By your portress." "By Montame Zipod!" exclaimed Schmucke. "She killed Pons, she robbed him, she sold him, she tried to burn his will. She is a bad creature, a monster." "But, my good man, how come you to be out in the street without a roof over your head or a penny in your pocket, when you are the sole heir? That does not necessarily follow, as the saying is." "They have put me out at their door. I am a foreigner. I know noddings of de laws." Poor man, thought Gaudissart, foreseeing the probable end of the unequal contest. "Listen," he began. "Do you know what you ought to do in this business?" "I haf ein man of business." "Very good. Come to terms at once with the next of kin. Make them pay you a lump sum of money down and an annuity, and you can live in peace." "I ask nodding more." "Very well, let me arrange it for you," said Gaudissart. Fraisier had told him the whole story only yesterday, and he thought that he saw his way to making interest out of the case with the young Vicomtesse Popinot and her mother. He would finish a dirty piece of work, and some day he would be a privy councillor at least, or so he told himself.
"I give you full powers."
"Well, let me see. Now, to begin with," said Gaudissart, Napoleon of the boulevard theatres, "to begin with, here are 100 crowns." He took 15 louis from his purse and handed them to Schmucke. "That is yours on account of 6 months' salary. If you leave the theatre, you can repay me the money. Now for your budget. What are your yearly expenses? How much do you want to be comfortable? Come now, scheme out a life for a Sardanapalus."
"I only need 2 suits of clothes, one for the winter, one for the summer."
300 francs, said Gaudissart.
"Shoes, 4 pairs."
60 francs.
"Stockings."
A dozen pairs, 36 francs.
"Half a dozen shirts."
6 calico shirts, 24 francs. As many linen shirts, 48 francs. Let us say 72. That makes 468 francs altogether. Say 500, including cravats and pocket handkerchiefs. 100 francs for the laundress, 600. And now, how much for your board? 3 francs a day?
"No, it is too much."
After all, you want hats. That brings it to 1,500. 500 more for rent, that makes 2,000. If I can get 2,000 francs per annum for you, are you willing? Good securities."
"Und mein tobacco?"
2,400 then. Oh, Papa Schmucke, do you call that tobacco? Very well, the tobacco shall be given in. So that is 2,400 francs per annum.
"That is not all. I should like some money."
Pin money, just so. Oh, these Germans, and calls himself an innocent, the old Robert Macaire, thought Gaudissart. Aloud he said, "How much do you want? But this must be the last."
"It is to pay a sacred debt."
"A debt?" said Gaudissart to himself. "What a shark it is! He is worse than an eldest son. He will invent a bill or two next. We must cut this short. This Fraisier cannot take large views. What debt is this, my good man? Speak out."
"There was but one man dot have mourned Pons with me. He have a tear little girl mit wunderschönes Haar. It was as if I saw mein poor Deutschland that I should never have left. Paris is no place for the Germans; they laugh at them,"
with a little nod as he spoke, and the air of a man who knows something of life in this world below. "He is off his head," Gaudissart said to himself. And a sudden pang of pity for this poor innocent before him brought a tear to the manager's eyes.
"Ah, you understand, Monsieur le Directeur. Ver gut. Dat man mit die little daughter is Dobinard, vat tidies de orchestra and lights de lamps. Bons was very fond of him, und helped him. He was de only one that accompanied mine only friend to de church and to de grave. I want 3,000 francs for him, und 3,000 for de little one."
"Poor fellow!" said Gaudissart to himself. Rough, self-made man though he was, he felt touched by this nobleness of nature, by a gratitude for a mere trifle, as the world views it, though for the eyes of this divine innocence the trifle, like Bossuet's cup of water, was worth more than the victories of great captains. Beneath all Gaudissart's vanity, beneath the fierce desire to succeed in life at all costs, to rise to the social level of his old friend Popinot, there lay a warm heart and a kindly nature, wherefore he cancelled his too hasty judgments and went over to Schmucke's side. "You shall have it all, but I will do better still, my dear Schmucke. Topinard is a good sort."
"Yes, I have just been to see him in his poor home, where he is happy mit his children."
"I will give him the cashier's place. Old Baudron is going to leave."
"Ah, God bless you!"
cried Schmucke. "Very well, my good, kind fellow. Meet me at Berthier's office about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Everything shall be ready, and you shall be secured from want for the rest of your days. You shall draw your 6,000 francs, and you shall have the same salary with Garangeot that you used to have with Pons." "No," Schmucke answered, "I shall not live. I have no heart for anydings. I feel that I am attacked." "Poor lamb," Gaudissart muttered to himself as the German took his leave. "But after all, one lives on mutton, and as the sublime Beranger says, 'Poor sheep, you were made to be shorn.'" And he hummed the political squib by way of giving vent to his feelings. Then he rang for the office boy. "Call my carriage," he said. "Rue de Hanovre," he told the coachman. The man of ambitions by this time had reappeared. He saw the way to the Council of State lying straight before him. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 31. And Schmucke? He was busy buying flowers and cakes for Topinard's children, and went home almost joyously. "I am giving the presents," he said, and he smiled. It was the first smile for 3 months, but anyone who had seen Schmucke's face would have shuddered to see it there. "But there is ein condition." "It is too kind of you, sir," said the mother. "The little girl shall give me a kiss and put the flowers in her hair, like the little German maidens." "Olga, child, do just as the gentleman wishes," said the mother, assuming an air of discipline. "Do not scold my little German girl," implored Schmucke. It seemed to him that the little one was his dear Germany. Topinard came in. "3 porters are bringing up the whole bag of tricks," he said. "Oh, here are 200 francs to pay for everydings," said Schmucke. "But, mein friend, your Montame d'Aubignard is ver nice. You shall marry her, is it not so? I shall give you 1,000 crowns, und die little one shall have 1,000 crowns for her dowry, and you shall infest it in her name. Und you are not to be ein super any more. You are to be the cashier at the theatre." "I? Instead of old Baudran?" "Yes." "Who told you so?" "Monsieur Gaudissart." "Oh, it is enough to send one wild with joy. Eh! I say, Rosalie, what a rumpus there will be at the theatre! But it is not possible." "Our benefactor must not live in a garret." "Pshaw! For the few days that I have to live it is very comfortable," said Schmucke. "Good bye. I am going to the cemetery to see what they have done mit Pons, and to order some flowers for his grave." Madame Camusot de Marville was consumed by the liveliest apprehensions. At a council held with Fraisier, Berthier, and Godeschal, the 2 last named authorities gave it as their opinion that it was hopeless to dispute a will drawn up by 2 notaries in the presence of 2 witnesses, so precisely was the instrument worded by Leopold Hannequin. Honest Godeschal said that even if Schmucke's own legal adviser should succeed in deceiving him, he would find out the truth at last, if it were only from some officious barrister, the gentleman of the robe being wont to perform such acts of generosity and disinterestedness by way of self-advertisement. And the 2 officials took their leave of the Presidente with a parting caution against Fraisier, concerning whom they had naturally made inquiries. At that very moment, Fraisier, straight from the affixing of the seals in the Rue de Normandie, was waiting for an interview with Madame de Marville. Berthier and Godeschal had suggested that he should be shown into the study. The whole affair was too dirty for the President to look into, to use their own expression, and they wished to give Madame de Marville their opinion in Fraisier's absence. "Well, madame, where are these gentlemen?" asked Fraisier, admitted to audience. "They are gone. They advise me to give up," said Madame de Marville. "Give up! repeated Fraisier, suppressed fury in his voice. "Give up! Listen to this, madame. At the request of, and so forth, I will omit the formalities, whereas there has been deposited in the hands of Monsieur le Président of the Court of First Instance a will drawn up by Maître Leopold Hannequin and Alexandre Crawdads, notaries of Paris, and in the presence of two witnesses, the Sieur Brunner and Schwab, aliens domiciled at Paris, and by the said will the Sieur Pons, deceased, has bequeathed his property to one Sieur Schmucke, a German, to the prejudice of his natural heirs. Whereas the applicant undertakes to prove that the said will was obtained under undue influence and by unlawful means, and persons of credit are prepared to show that it was the testator's intention to leave his fortune to Mademoiselle Cécile, daughter of the aforesaid Sieur de Marville, and the applicant can show that the said will was extorted from the testator's weakness, he being unaccountable for his actions at the time. Whereas the Sieur Schmucke, to obtain a will in his favor, sequestrated the testator and prevented the family from approaching the deceased during his last illness, and his subsequent notorious ingratitude was of a nature to scandalize the house and residents in the quarter, who chanced to witness it when attending the funeral of the porter at the testator's place of abode. Whereas, as still more serious charges, of which applicant is collecting proofs, will be formally made before their worships the judges, I, the undersigned registrar of the court, etc., etc., on behalf of the aforesaid, etc., have summoned the Sieur Schmucke, pleading, etc., to appear before their worships the judges of the first chamber of the tribunal, and to be present when application is made that the will received by Maître Hannequin and Crawdads, being evidently obtained by undue influence, shall be regarded as null and void in law, and I, the undersigned, on behalf of the aforesaid, etc., have likewise given notice of protest should the Sieur Schmucke, as universal legatee, make application for an order to be put into possession of the estate, seeing that the applicant opposes such order, and makes objection by his application bearing date of today, of which a copy has been duly deposited with the Sieur Schmucke, costs being charged to, etc., etc. I know the man, Madame la Présidente. He will come to terms as soon as he reads this little love letter. He will take our terms. Are you going to give the 1,000 crowns per annum? Certainly. I only wish I were paying the first installment now. It will be done in 3 days. The summons will come down upon him while he is stupefied with grief, for the poor soul regrets Pons and is taking the death to heart. Can the application be withdrawn? Inquired the lady. Certainly, madame. You can withdraw it at any time. Very well, monsieur. Let it be so. Go on. Yes, the purchase of land that you have arranged for me is worth the trouble. And besides, I have managed Vitel's business. He is to retire, and you must pay Vitel's 60,000 francs out of Pons's property. So, you see, you must succeed. Have you Vitel's resignation? Yes, monsieur. Monsieur Vitel has put himself in Monsieur de Marville's hands. Very good, madame. I have already saved you 60,000 francs, which I expected to give to that vile creature, Madame Cibot. But I still require the tobacconist's license for the woman Sauvage, and an appointment to the vacant place of head physician at the 15-20 for my friend Poulain. Agreed. It is all arranged. Very well. There is no more to be said. Every one is for you in this business, even Gaudissart, the manager of the theatre. I went to look him up yesterday, and he undertook to crush the workman who seemed likely to give us trouble. Oh, I know Monsieur Gaudissart is devoted to the Popinots. Fraisier went out. Unluckily, he missed Gaudissart, and the fatal summons was served forthwith. If all covetous minds will sympathize with the Présidente, all honest folk will turn in abhorrence from her joy when Gaudissart came 20 minutes later to report his conversation with poor Schmucke. She gave her full approval. She was obliged beyond all expression for the thoughtful way in which the manager relieved her of any remaining scruples by observations which seemed to her to be very sensible and just. I thought as I came, Madame la Présidente, that the poor devil would not know what to do with the money. 'Tis a patriarchally simple nature. He is a child, he is a German, he ought to be stuffed and put in a glass case like a waxen image. Which is to say that, in my opinion, he is quite puzzled enough already with his income of 2,500 francs, and here you are provoking him into extravagance." "It is very generous of him to wish to enrich the poor fellow who regrets the loss of our cousin," pronounced the Presidente. "For my own part, I am sorry for the little squabble that estranged Monsieur Pons and me. If he had come back again, all would have been forgiven. If you only knew how my husband misses him! Monsieur de Marville received no notice of the death, and was in despair. Family claims are sacred for him. He would have gone to the service and the interment, and I myself would have been at the mass." "Very well, fair lady," said Gaudissart. "Be so good as to have the documents drawn up, and at 4 o'clock I will bring this German to you. Please remember me to your charming daughter, the Vicomtesse, and ask her to tell my illustrious friend, the great statesman, her good and excellent father in law, how deeply I am devoted to him and his, and ask him to continue his valued favors. I owe my life to his uncle the judge, and my success in life to him, and I should wish to be bound to both you and your daughter by the high esteem which links us with persons of rank and influence. I wish to leave the theatre and become a serious person." "As you are already, monsieur," said the Presidente. "Adorable!" returned Gaudissart, kissing the lady's shriveled fingers. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, several people were gathered together at Berthier's office. Fraisier, arch concocter of the whole scheme, Tabareau appearing on behalf of Schmucke, and Schmucke himself. Gaudissart had come with him. Fraisier had been careful to spread out the money on Berthier's desk, and so dazzled was Schmucke by the sight of the 6,000-franc banknotes for which he had asked, and 600 francs for the first quarter's allowance, that he paid no heed whatsoever to the reading of the document. Poor man, he was scarcely in full possession of his faculties, shaken as they had already been by so many shocks. Gaudissart had snatched him up on his return from the cemetery, where he had been talking with Pons, promising to join him soon, very soon. So Schmucke did not listen to the preamble, in which it was set forth that Maître Tabareau, bailiff, was acting as his proxy, and that the Présidente, in the interests of her daughter, was taking legal proceedings against him. Altogether, in that preamble, the German played a sorry part, but he put his name to the document, and thereby admitted the truth of Fraisier's abominable allegations. And so joyous was he over receiving the money for the Topinards, so glad to bestow wealth according to his little ideas upon the one creature who loved Pons, that he heard not a word of lawsuit nor compromise. But in the middle of the reading, a clerk came into the private office to speak to his employer. "There is a man here, sir, who wishes to speak to Monsieur Schmucke," said he. The notary looked at Fraisier, and, taking his cue from him, shrugged his shoulders. "Never disturb us when we are signing documents. Just ask his name. Is it a man or a gentleman? Is he a creditor?" The clerk went and returned. "He insists that he must speak to Monsieur Schmucke." "His name?" "His name is Topinard, he says." "I will go out to him. Sign without disturbing yourself," said Gaudissart, addressing Schmucke. "Make an end of it. I will find out what he wants with us." Gaudissart understood Fraisier. Both scented danger. "Why are you here?" Gaudissart began. "So you have no mind to be cashier at the theatre? Discretion is a cashier's first recommendation." "Sir—" "Just mind your own business. You will never be anything if you meddle in other people's affairs." "Sir, I cannot eat bread if every mouthful of it is to stick in my throat. Monsieur Schmucke! Monsieur Schmucke!" he shouted aloud. Schmucke came out at the sound of Topinard's voice. He had just signed. He held the money in his hand.
"This is for the little German maiden, and for you," he said. "Oh, my dear Monsieur Schmucke, you have given away your wealth to inhuman wretches, to people who are trying to take away your good name. I took this paper to a good man, an attorney, who knows this Fraisier, and he says that you ought to punish such wickedness. You ought to let them summon you, and leave them to get out of it. Read this." And Schmucke's imprudent friend held out the summons delivered in the Cité Bourdin. Standing in the notary's gateway, Schmucke read the document, saw the imputations made against him, and, all ignorant as he was of the amenities of the law, the blow was deadly. The little grain of sand stopped his heart's beating. Topinard caught him in his arms, hailed a passing cab, and put the poor German into it. He was suffering from congestion of the brain. His eyes were dim, his head was throbbing, but he had enough strength left to put the money into Topinard's hands. Schmucke rallied from the first attack, but he never recovered consciousness, and refused to eat. 10 days afterwards he died without a complaint. To the last he had not spoken a word. Madame Topinard nursed him, and Topinard laid him by Pons's side. It was an obscure funeral. Topinard was the only mourner who followed the son of Germany to his last resting place. Fraisier, now a justice of the peace, is very intimate with the president's family, and much valued by the Presidente. She could not think of allowing him to marry that girl of Tabarot's, and promised infinitely better things for the clever man to whom she considers she owes not merely the pasture land and the English cottage at Marville, but also the president's seat in the Chamber of Deputies, for Monsieur le Président was returned at the general election in 1846. Everyone, no doubt, wishes to know what became of the heroine of a story only too veracious in its details, a chronicle which, taken with its twin sister, the preceding volume, La Cousine Bette, proves that character is a great social force. You, O amateurs, connoisseurs, and dealers, will guess at once that Pons's collection is now in question. Wherefore it will suffice if we are present during a conversation that took place only a few days ago in Count Popinot's house. He was showing his splendid collection to some visitors. "Monsieur le Comte, you possess treasures indeed," remarked a distinguished foreigner. "Oh, as to pictures, nobody can hope to rival an obscure collector, one Elie Magus, a Jew, an old monomaniac, the prince of picture lovers," the Count replied modestly. "And when I say nobody, I do not speak of Paris only, but of all Europe. When the old Croesus dies, France ought to spare 7 or 8 millions of francs to buy the gallery. For curiosities, my collection is good enough to be talked about." "But how, busy as you are, and with a fortune so honestly earned in the first instance in business—" "In the drug business," broke in Popinot, "you ask how I can continue to interest myself in things that are a drug in the market?" "No," returned the foreign visitor, "no, but how do you find time to collect? The curiosities do not come to find you." "My father in law owned the nucleus of the collection," said the young Vicomtesse. "He loved the arts and beautiful work, but most of his treasures came to him through me." "Through you, madame? So young! And yet have you such vices as this?" asked a Russian prince. Russians are by nature imitative, indeed, to such an extent that the diseases of civilization break out among them in epidemics. The bric-a-brac mania had appeared in an acute form in St. Petersburg, and the Russians caused such a rise of prices in the art line, as Remonencq would say, that collection became impossible. The prince who spoke had come to Paris solely to buy bric-a-brac. "The treasures came to me, Prince, on the death of a cousin. He was very fond of me," added the Vicomtesse Popinot. and he had spent some 40-odd years since 1805 in picking up these masterpieces everywhere, but more especially in Italy. "And what was his name?" inquired the English lord. "Pons," said President Camusot. "A charming man he was," piped the Présidente in her thin flute tones. "Very clever, very eccentric, and yet very good-hearted. This fan that you admire once belonged to Madame de Pompadour. He gave it to me one morning with a pretty speech, which you must permit me not to repeat." And she glanced at her daughter. "Madame la Vicomtesse, tell us the pretty speech," begged the Russian prince. "The speech was as pretty as the fan," returned the Vicomtesse, who brought out the stereotyped remark on all occasions. "He told my mother that it was quite time that it should pass from the hands of vice into those of virtue." The English lord looked at Madame Camusot de Marville with an air of doubt not a little gratifying to so withered a woman. "He used to dine at our house 2 or 3 times a week," she said. "He was so fond of us. We could appreciate him, and artists like the society of those who relish their wit. My husband was, besides, his one surviving relative. So when, quite unexpectedly, Monsieur de Marville came into the property, Monsieur le Comte preferred to take over the whole collection to save it from a sale by auction, and we ourselves much preferred to dispose of it in that way, for it would have been so painful to us to see the beautiful things in which our dear cousin was so much interested all scattered abroad. Elie Magus valued them, and in that way I became possessed of the cottage that your uncle built, and I hope you will do us the honor of coming to see us there." Gaudissart's theatre passed into other hands a year ago, but Monsieur Topinard is still the cashier. Monsieur Topinard, however, has grown gloomy and misanthropic; he says little. People think that he has something on his conscience. Wags at the theatre suggest that his gloom dates from his marriage with Lelotte. Honest Topinard starts whenever he hears Fraisier's name mentioned. Some people may think it strange that the one nature worthy of Pons and Schmucke should be found on the 3rd floor beneath the stage of a boulevard theatre. Madame Remonencq, much impressed with Madame Fontaine's prediction, declines to retire to the country. She is still living in her splendid shop on the Boulevard de la Madeleine, but she is a widow now for the 2nd time. Remonencq, in fact, by the terms of the marriage contract, settled the property upon the survivor, and left a little glass of vitriol about for his wife to drink by mistake. But his wife, with the very best intentions, put the glass elsewhere, and Remonencq swallowed the draught himself. The rascal's appropriate end vindicates Providence, as well as the chronicler of manners, who is sometimes accused of neglect on this head, perhaps because Providence has been so overworked by playwrights of late. End of chapter 31. End of Cousin Pons by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage.